a dedicated fangirl, while chasing her idol, was unfortunately struck by a car. She thought this time she was definitely done for. But fate intervened, reincarnating her into the body of the currently hottest top star, who also happened to be the person she despised the most. All because this female star constantly tried to create couple rumors with her beloved idol husband. After reincarnating into this body, she discovered that life wasn't what she dreamed. Day after day, she was oppressed by her manager, gradually pushing her into an inescapable abyss. The only ray of light allowing her to survive was seeing her beloved idol husband. Whether she can conquer her handsome idol husband or not, please join Matt Hai to find out. Don't forget to support Hai with a like and subscribe to the channel to motivate Hai to release stories faster. Thank you all very much. All day today, the internet has been buzzing with news that tomorrow night, the popular trending idol Hoke Hai will participate in a commercial performance at Seven Pines. Upon hearing the news, fans excitedly rushed to the airport to greet his plane, eager to see their idol early. Kyo Chu, also a dedicated fan who follows idols, takes frontline photos and is part of Hoke Hai's long-standing girlfriend fan group, hurriedly grabbed her camera and went out. After getting into the car, she scrolled through her phone, endlessly praising her idol. How can Hoke Hai be so devastatingly handsome? Seeing that time was running short, she anxiously urged the driver. "Excuse me, driver, please go a little faster. I can't be late for my husband's concert." The driver, helpless against this idol frenzy, could only chuckle and floor the gas pedal. All right, this is as fast as I can go. Any faster and we'll be selling salt, huh? Scrolling again, she discovered a hashtag about thin Kyo trending on the hot search. Her eyes widened with annoyance. If asked which star in Showbiz Kyo Chu hated the most, it would absolutely be the currently popular actress Thin Kyo. Utterly despised her. This actress, who called herself Hoke Hai's Jr., had no notable works to her name. She debuted through a reality show, then began her life of stirring up trouble, making waves, creating drama, and being a star. Day after day, she relentlessly leached off Hoke Hai's fame, fabricating rumors. But this junior didn't seem deterred and keep her distance from Hoke Hai. Instead, her team started clinging to Hoke Hai, riding his coattails and shipping them together, causing numerous scandals. Fans were furious, cursing loudly. Everyone rolled up their sleeves to verbally attack Thin Kyo. Day after day, month after month, it went on like this. A newbie with no significant works like Thin Kyo was cursed by Hoke Hai's fans to the point of becoming a hot young actress. She looked on, furious, leaned her head back against the car's seat, and screamed, what rotten luck!" The driver's phone in the front seat rang. He answered the phone while turning the steering wheel to the right, without even looking at the traffic signal. Kyo Chu looked up, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing her face. She was just about to tell him not to answer the phone while driving when suddenly a horn blared from the side. Loudly. Kyo Chu hadn't even reacted when she heard a loud crash. The car was hit head-on by a red car that charged straight at them. Kyo Chu's entire body lurched forward, flying out. As the world spun around her, she had only one thought. Am I really going to die on the way to see my idol? That would be too embarrassing. At the major hospital in the city center, after an unknown amount of time, she slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was still alive. She let out a sigh of relief. "Sob, I'm not dead yet. How lucky." Before she could even figure out where she was, a stack of papers was thrown at her. Chow Mai Lin, seeing her awake, frowned, her tone far from gentle. "Feeling better? Still hurt anywhere? You're being discharged soon. If anything needs checking, get it checked now." Kyo Chu stared wide-eyed at the woman, speechless. Having battled Thin Kyo's team for so many years, how could she not recognize her manager, Chow Mai Lin? She wondered in confusion. Isn't this Thin Kyo's manager? Why is she here? Seeing her looking dazed and confused, Chow Mai Lin leaned down and asked irritably, "Thin Kyo, what's with that expression?" Kyo Chu's eyes widened, as if she were about to faint. "She called me Thin Kyo? This must be a dream. Just a dream. Oh God, I don't want to become the person I hate the most." With that thought, she grabbed the mirror from the table behind her. Chow Mai Lin continued to grumble. "What are you doing? Planning to play the amnesia card with me?" She looked at herself in the mirror and froze on the spot. What kind of joke is this? Have I actually transmigrated into someone else? She raised a hand to touch the face she despised even in her dreams. Oh my God, why did I turn into the female celebrity I hate so much? Chow Mai-lin's tone was impatient. Tomorrow you need to film a talk show. You absolutely must memorize the script today, understand? If you cause any trouble, you'll answer to me. She still couldn't believe she had transmigrated into someone else's body. I became Thin Kyo. Doesn't that mean Thin Kyo became Kyo Chu? Became me? Chu Chu shut her eyes tightly, shaking her head frantically. Chow Mai-lin, already short-tempered, looked extremely annoyed. She snatched the mirror from her hand and threw it into a corner with a thud. Then she started shouting, "I've given you enough face. Stop pretending to be weak here. The talk show is establishing a new persona. If anything goes wrong, just watch how I deal with you." With that, she turned around resentfully and left. She watched her go, feeling exasperated. Finally, she understood why Thin Kyo's team was so difficult to deal with. This manager was way too fierce. She told herself she needed to get home quickly to see what on earth had happened. The Kyo family wasn't wealthy, but they were comfortably well off. Kyo Chu also had an older brother with a background in law, now a renowned economic lawyer in the legal field. The whole family was quite accomplished and respectable, only she was lost in idle obsession. Kyo Chu hurried inside, then hid behind a bush. This was also the first time she felt so nervous returning to her own home. She navigated the familiar path to her house. It was a small, detached villa. The light outside the door was on. The living room lights were lit. Through the slightly drawn curtains, she could vaguely make out the scene inside. Mr. Kyo sat on the sofa, reading the newspaper. Kyo's father sat beside him in a wheelchair, peeling an apple. Both their expressions were normal. They didn't look worried at all. This made her question everything. Why don't mom and dad seem worried about me at all? Could it be my body has already woken up? Kyo Chu grew a bit anxious, wanting to get a clearer look. She had barely taken a few steps forward when an arm grabbed hers. Kyo Chu, startled, hadn't even had time to respond. The young man approached aggressively, tightening his grip on her arm. "Who are you, and what are you doing outside my house?" Kyo Chu's mind raced. She quickly fabricated a story, saying, "I'm Kyo Chu's classmate. I heard she was in a car accident today, so I wanted to visit." Kyovu looked her over several times, strangely, and asked, "Kyo Chu? Who's that?" Kyo Chu nearly leaped into the air. "Have you forgotten? Kyo Chu is your younger sister." As she finished speaking, the wariness that had vanished from Kyo Vu's eyes flared up again. "Where would I get younger sister? Tell me, who exactly are you?" The commotion outside the door had alerted Mr. and Mrs. Kyo inside the room. Mr. Kyo came out, stood at the door, and called, "Chu Vu, what's going on, son?" Kyo Vu stared intently at Kyo Chu, not even turning his head back. "I caught a thief." Kyo Chu, extremely anxious, retorted, "I'm not a thief. I came to visit Kyo Chu." Mr. Kyo saw she was just a girl, thin and frail. She didn't look like a thief in any way, so he spoke gently. "Did you come to the wrong house, young lady? There's no one named Kyo Chu living here." Kyo Chu felt as if someone had struck her over the head. Her whole body swayed unsteadily. "No one? How could that be?" She staggered, instinctively grabbing onto Kyo Vu. Unexpectedly, Kyo Vu leaned away, dodging her grasp. Kyo Chu, dizzy and disoriented, stumbled and fell with a thud onto the grassy ground. Tears streamed down her face as she began to sob. "Why? Doesn't Kyo Chu exist in this world?" Kyo Vu frowned slightly. Mr. Kyo had approached, saying, "Chu Vu, quickly help the girl up. Looks like she needs to be taken to the hospital." Just as Kyo Vu extended his hand, the person before him, crying and throwing a tantrum, violently slapped his hand away. "I don't need your help. You pretend not to know me. You're not allowed to touch me." Kyo Vu reluctantly pulled out his phone and said to Mr. Kyo, "Let's just call the police first, Dad." He pointed his own head and continued, "I think there's something wrong with her up here." Suddenly, a voice came from the side of the road. "No need to call the police. She's my friend." Kyo Vu glanced over and immediately recognized him. It was Hok Hai. He nodded, looking at Kyo Chu, still sitting on the ground crying. "She came looking for me. Sorry for disturbing your family." With that, he bent down and took Kyo Chu's arm. "Come on, let's go." Kyo Chu, who had been crying her heart out, looked up through tear-blurred eyes and saw the most familiar, yet most distant face appear before her. Her sobs caught in her throat. "Hok Hai, is it really you?" Hok Hai smiled gently and nodded. Hok Hai brought Kyo Chu back to his place and poured her a glass of warm water. Then he sat down opposite her. She curiously glanced around the surroundings. He looked at her, his voice devoid of emotion. Thin Kyo, what are you trying to pull this time? Hearing the name, Thin Kyo, she instantly felt as though 10,000 arrows had pierced her heart. That's right, she was Thin Kyo now. She buried her face in her hands, tears falling like rain. She cried for a long time, seemingly remembering something. She lifted her head and asked Hokai, "Have you drawn the curtains? Please, make sure we don't get photographed." Hearing this, he looked at her back with a puzzled expression. She walked over and carefully pulled the curtains closed. His next words made her hand pause slightly. "So, why did you come here today?" She didn't turn around, just said in a choked voice, "Hokai, I'm really happy to see you. But today, I encountered some things, some unimaginable things. So I don't really have the energy to be happy anymore." He didn't quite understand and fell into silence. After a moment, glancing at the time on the clock, he saw it was getting late and suggested, "Let me call a car for you." Kyo Chu's mind was a complete mess. She weakly followed behind him. Hokai opened the car door for her, using a cold tone. "Go home and get some proper rest." The car door closed. Just as Hokai was about to leave, she suddenly rolled down the car window. She called out his name loudly, "Hokai." Hokai turned his head. Her eyes were still red-rimmed, her voice choked with emotion, yet the gaze she directed at him was incredibly warm. "Wishing you a smooth show tomorrow night." He met her eyes directly, as if trying to see through to her thoughts. After a moment, he nodded slightly and gave a faint smile. "All right, thank you." Kyo Chu gave the address to take her back to Thin Kyo's home. By the time she arrived, it was late at night. This unfamiliar, ice-cold house made her stare for a while before she broke down, crying pitifully again. After investigating information about herself, she was shocked to realize that all of Kyo Chu's contact methods were no longer usable. Whether it was close friends on Weibo or university classmates on Facebook, even the photos they had taken together, she wasn't in them. The person named Kyo Chu seemed to have vanished silently, without a trace. She stared at the person in the mirror for a long, long time. Kyo Chu had disappeared, so she could only live out the rest of her life with Thin Kyo's identity. The next day, Assistant Fuang Bak accompanied Kyo to the company. Sipping her black tea, she asked, "Why are we going to the company today?" Fuang Bak replied, "After the meeting, there's a magazine interview. In the afternoon, we head out to join the film crew." Thin Kyo, still sipping her black tea, nearly spat it all out. She coughed dryly and asked, "Join what film crew? Why didn't I know?" Thin realized her slip and quickly corrected herself. "Why didn't I know I had a new movie?" Fuang Bak sighed in exasperation. "Sister Kyo, don't you remember Fangirl?" She thought for a long moment, then asked, "You mean that BL drama?" "I remember now." She muttered to herself that, good or bad, she used to binge read stories back in the day. She still knew about this famous BL novel, Fangirl, that was popular all over the internet. As if remembering something, she asked again, "But haven't they already announced the 2 male leads? What does that have to do with me?" Fuang Bak replied flatly, "You're the female lead. This afternoon, after joining the crew, you also have to take promotional photos for the public announcement." She froze, speechless. Fuang Bak was still earnestly explaining. Didn't the script fail the censorship review before? So the director decided to just shove in a female lead. Fangirl is invested by our company, and during the meeting, Sister Chow accepted this role for you. At this point, she suspected Chow Mai-lin might be Thin Kyo's biggest anti-fan. Because why on earth would she accept this role for Thin Kyo? Did Chow Mai-lin want her finished? Her, playing the female lead in a BL drama? What was she supposed to act? Stealing the supporting male lead from the main male lead? Thin Kyo trailed after Fuang Bak into the elevator. Just as they entered, they immediately ran into 2 people. The moment Thin Kyo saw them, she almost died from excitement. On Bao and Chudan, Hokai's manager and assistant. Back when she used to follow his activities, she had interacted quite a few times with Hokai's team, so she remembered these 2 very clearly. Seeing them made her even more thrilled. Wow, she couldn't believe she could see them here. Fuang Bak didn't know why his artist suddenly started trembling. He naturally recognized Hokai's team as well. After exchanging greetings, he quietly shielded Thin Kyo behind him. What a coincidence. "Hello, Onbao and Ondan." The 2 men saw them too. Onbao was still very friendly. After all, he had status. He returned Fuang Bak's greeting. But Chu Dan, young and hot-blooded, and also a fan of Hokai, just tilted his chin up disdainfully. The elevator reached the 9th floor. Fwang Bok quickly ushered Thin Kyo out. Well, we'll be going first. She thought for a moment, then still politely waved goodbye to the two men. See you later. Her enthusiasm left the other two men stunned. It wasn't until the elevator doors closed that Chu Dan turned to ask, "Do we know her?" Bao shook his head. Doesn't seem like it. On the 27th floor, Ho Kai was playing King of Glory in his office. When Bao entered, he had just scored a triple kill. Hearing the door open, he didn't even bother to lift his head. Bao approached, tossing a file onto the desk. Here are all the photos. Ho Kai remained engrossed in his game. Bao watched him for a moment. Don't you want to say anything? Ho Kai replied curtly, no. Bao sat down, casually mentioning, ran into Thin Kyo in the elevator earlier. Ho Kai's fingers, busy with the game, paused. Bao glanced at Ho Kai twice before continuing. Just like you described, must have gone through something intense. She looked very worn out, didn't even bother with makeup, but still very beautiful. If you like her, then... Ho Kai put down his phone. I don't like her. Bao looked at Ho Kai with a knowing gaze. Don't like her, yet you've helped her so many times? Even indulged her in clinging to you for scandal buzz. Ho Kai leaned back in his chair, saying, she's very pitiful. Bao added, she's not that bad either. Bao let out a sigh. Fine. Right. The web drama invested in by the company wants to invite you to sing the theme song. Are you interested? Ho Kai pondered, asking, is it that BL drama Thin Kyo is in? Bao seemed to recall something as well, clicking his tongue and sighing. That's right. Don't know what that Chow Mai Lin was thinking. The female lead in a BL drama is bound to get cursed out. Hearing the name Chow Mai Lin, Ho Kai instinctively frowned with distaste. Isn't that what she always wants? For the heat, regardless of whether it's negative or positive attention, she doesn't care. Bao fao a beat zet fun. That Thin Kyo girl is truly pitiful. If she had been under my management earlier, it wouldn't have come to this. Ho Kai waved his hand dismissively. I have things to do, I'm leaving. Just as he reached the entrance of a section within the company, he overheard two employees inside talking. I could hear it clearly even standing outside the door. The argument inside was terribly loud. This is the first time I've seen Thin Kyo dare to openly argue back against Sister Chow like that. Didn't everyone say she was secretly afraid of Sister Chow? Her friend shook her head, refuting. Afraid of what? Neither of those two is any good. Let them fight, it's entertaining. Ho Kai approached, his expression impassive. Seeing him, the two young women startled and immediately fell silent, not saying another word. The elevator went straight down to the 9th floor and stopped. The door slowly opened to reveal Thin Kyo standing outside aggressively. Fwang Bok stood behind her, earnestly advising, Sister Kyo, please don't be like this. Arguing with Sister Chow isn't good for you. Thin Kyo furiously cursed aloud. Not good? I don't give a damn about her. I absolutely refuse to do it. Just as she turned around, she bumped into Ho Kai exiting the elevator. The two just stood there for eyes meeting. She looked at him, her eyes bright, the corners of her mouth curving up, her voice filled with tenderness and joy. Hello, Huak He. It was the most beautiful, radiant smile one shows when seeing the person they like. Ho Kai nodded in acknowledgement. He took 2 steps to the side, making way for Thin Kyo. Fwang Bok also spoke up. Hello. Hello, sir. She entered the elevator, but her eyes remained fixed on him, unblinking, as if missing even a second would be a loss. She began to admire his features, these eyebrows, these eyes, this nose, this mouth, this neck, even the Adam's apple. Sob, sob, sob. Everything is so handsome. She screamed internally. Mom, this man, your daughter, must marry this man. Fwang Bok, standing beside her, truly couldn't bear to watch anymore. He tugged at Thin Kyo's sleeve, calling her, Sister Kyo, let's go back. The contract is already signed. If you don't want to act anymore, we still have to go back and discuss it with Sister Chow. We need to figure out how to minimize the losses as much as possible. Thin Kyo, who had been lost in admiring the handsome man, finally snapped back to reality. She turned her head and glanced at Fwang Bok. That's right, the most important thing now was how to refuse that BL drama. Ho Kai could be admired anytime. He wasn't going anywhere. Up until now, The relationship between an agent and an artist had always been mutually beneficial, but she had never heard of an agent as tyrannical and unreasonable as Chow Mai-lin before today's visit to the company. She had originally intended to casually discuss the pros and cons of accepting this BL drama with Chow Mai-lin to see if it could be refused. Who would have thought that the moment she opened her mouth, Chow Mai-lin would unleash a torrent of curses upon her. She threw the contract in Thin Kyo's face, her expression furious as she scolded. "This drama, you have to act in it whether you want to or not. You have no right to set conditions with me." Therefore, Thin Kyo had retorted with a single sentence, "I'm not acting. At worst, I'll just retire from the industry," before storming out the door. She truly hadn't expected Chow Mai-lin to be so despotic. Recalling the pile of scandals surrounding the previous Thin Kyo, she suddenly felt a sliver of understanding. Completely treating her artist like a puppet to be manipulated at will. Thin Kyo's face turned serious as she patted Fwang Bok's shoulder. "Little Bok, go back and tell Chow Mai-lin that my attitude is very serious. Either I don't act or I retire. Let her choose." Fwang Bok listened, feeling troubled, crying inwardly. "Sister Kyo, please reconsider. You can't just say things like that." Hokai hadn't expected her to be so resolute and glanced at her. Thin Kyo, still not fully adapted to her new identity, knew nothing about the celebrity world. She didn't care in the slightest. No need, just tell her that. After acting in this drama and getting cursed out by the entire online community, how is that any different from retiring myself? Seeing her determined attitude, Fwang Bok couldn't say anything more and could only agree. As the elevator reached basement level 2, she followed Hokai out. While leaving, she waved her hand and added, "Go on, hurry up. Don't worry, I have a plan." Fwang Bok froze, saying, "Big sister, you don't have a car. What are you doing in the garage?" Thin Kyo had followed Hokai for quite a long distance before realizing she didn't have a car. Hokai walked to the side of his yellow car. Finally, he turned his head and asked her, "Why are you following me?" Thin Kyo smiled flatteringly. "Hokai, I don't have a car." Hokai asked nonchalantly, "So?" Thin Kyo, as if it were perfectly reasonable, persuaded, "May I ask if I could have the honor of sitting in your passenger seat?" Hokai decisively refused. "You may not." He made a move as if to open the car door. Thin Kyo again used her hand to block him. Countless question marks appeared above Hokai's head. Being stared at intently by her idol, Thin Kyo felt awkward. She quickly withdrew her hand. Only then did she carefully ask, "Well then, Hokai, could you give me a ride out of the garage?" Her face pitiful, she suggested, "If you don't like it, I can sit in the trunk too." Hokai stared at her for a long moment, looking utterly speechless. Seeing him remain silent, she lowered her head. "I must be crazy. I really shouldn't make things difficult for Hokai." He, with an expressionless face, calmly got into the car. Thin Kyo looked up, watching him expectantly. The engine roared to life. Hokai lowered the car window and asked, not getting in. Overjoyed, she scrambled into the car. In the past, she knew Hokai had a red sports car. Back then, as Hai Kwang, Hokai's fan name, she dreamt every day about when she would get the chance to sit in Hokai's precious sports car. She never expected this dream to actually come true one day. She truly was a model for the idol-chasing community. Hokai drove in silence, the car swiftly exiting the garage. She suddenly jolted, her mind racing. Oh no, how could she forget this? As the car gradually merged onto the main road, he glanced over and saw Thin Kyo huddled down in the seat like a frightened mouse, head tucked low. In her haste, she had bumped her head, raising a lump, and tears welled up in her eyes. Hwa ki stay, bu wee. What on earth are you doing? Thin Kyo, still hiding, replied, I'm afraid you'll be photographed, causing a scandal for you. He sounded skeptical. Oh, is that so? Then I suppose I should thank you. He reached out and adjusted the rearview mirror. Finally, he could see Thin Kyo contorted in a bizarre position below. Aren't you tired? Not tired. Not tired at all. Just focus on driving, don't mind me. After a while, her waist aching as if it would break, she heard Hokai say, my car windows are one-way glass. People outside can't see in. She felt like collapsing. Why didn't you say so earlier, big brother? Thin Kyo silently climbed back up, returning to her seat and pretending nonchalantly as if nothing had happened. Hokai's lips curved into a smile, but only for a fleeting moment before his usual indifference returned. What are your plans next? She answered casually, it's all right. Worst case, I'll just terminate the contract. Hokai glanced at her. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Gazing at the scenery outside the window, she voiced her perspective. Everything in life falls into two categories: amicable breakups and messy breakups. Chow Mai-lin will assess my remaining value to decide how to negotiate with me. I just need to go home and wait for her news. Hokai raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. He hadn't expected her to think things through to this extent. Hokai gave a faint, unreadable smile. You're not like you used to be. His words made her flinch inwardly. Fin Kyo's shoulders trembled slightly, but she feigned nonchalance. Evolved. Humans are constantly evolving species, aren't they? The car soon pulled into the garage of her apartment building. After parking the car, Hokai spoke coolly. I probably can't see you upstairs. Goodbye. She leaned against the car window, glancing around furtively. Confirming there was no issue, she finally opened the car door. No need to see me up. No need at all. Goodbye. She paused, then turned back to ask Hokai. Next month, you'll start rehearsals for your concert tour, right? Huak he not that? Yes, why? A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. How did she even know his work schedule so well? She made a cheering gesture with her hands. Keep it up. I'll be at the concert. I managed to snag a ticket. As soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly slapped her forehead, groaning inwardly. What ticket did she snag? The one who got the ticket was Kyo Chiu. Heaven knows how hard it is to get tickets for Hokai's concerts. You have to understand, his fans have incredibly fast fingers. Therefore, Fin Kyo didn't get out of the car. She sat back down, clearing her throat twice. Hokai, surely you have tickets to your own concert, right? Hokai toyed with the steering wheel. Of course I do. She clasped her hands together, her expression full of anticipation. Then, could I possibly buy one ticket from you? As if afraid he would refuse, she quickly added, I can pay 5 times the price. I want a seat inside the main hall. Front row would be best. After a long pause, she heard Hokai ask coldly, Am I a ticket scalper? Fin Kyo wanted to cry. Hokai, please. Just one ticket, please. Hokai remained unmoved, decreeing, Get out of the car. Fin Kyo pleaded earnestly. If that's really not possible, then even the stands would be fine. She looked like a limited edition version of Lady Meng Jiang, weeping dramatically. If I can't get in, I'll stand outside and cry until the stadium collapses, crushing everyone inside. Seeing her expression, Hokai burst out laughing. Her husband-like figure looked at her and asked, Fin Kyo, what do you want to come to my tour for? To film a video, post it on Weibo, and create a scandal like always? She stared at him, stunned, without blinking. After a long moment, she gently opened her mouth. Hokai, I just want to see you. Every time you perform, I want to see you with my own eyes. I'm too far away from you, so I can't be your friend, nor can I be your lover. I'm just one of your countless fans. The only way I can participate in your life is to see you grow day by day, to see you amidst the thousands of stage lights, and then watch you climb higher and higher towards the peak. The next sentence she could only say in her heart, and I will wave a flag and cheer for you. Even if my voice goes hoarse, I won't regret it. Inside the car, there was a faint scent of mint. Hokai frowned and turned back around. After a long pause, he spoke in a cold voice. I'll give it to you in a few days. She cheered joyfully. Yay, that's great, Pepsi. You have to be there every show, okay? Hokai looked weary, wanted to switch the topic. Can you get out of the car now? Fin Kyo obediently pulled the car door handle and quickly got out. The car slowly drove out of the garage. She stood in place, waving like a lucky cat statue until the car completely disappeared. Only then did she finally, satisfied, press the elevator button to go up. After returning home, she looked at the empty, cold room. The excitement faded, and a strange feeling invaded her body. Just then, her phone chimed with a notification. She wouldn't have known if she hadn't looked, but seeing it made her want to jump in fright. Her eyes nearly popped out when she saw the number 53,000 on her card. She remembered her previous card having 10 times this amount. Fin Kyo was a proper female star. How could she be this dirt poor? She pondered for a moment, then started rummaging through savings books and bank cards, trying to find them first. What if she bought other assets? The previous owner's contracts and documents were quickly found. She sat down and carefully examined each sheet. She was horrified to discover that the original owner was someone with no house, no car, no investments. This 2-bedroom apartment was also rented. She immediately began lamenting endlessly. She filmed a movie, did a game show. She couldn't possibly be this poor. Besides, Fin Kyo's popularity isn't low. Although she couldn't reach the top tier, she was still a second-tier starlet. Her annual schedule wasn't light either. How could she end up in such a miserable state? Where's the money? Where did all the money go? Thin Kyo was filled with suspicion. She flipped through the documents in her hand. Her eyes were drawn to one contract. This was the artist cooperation contract with Tinju Media LLC. Thin Kyo picked up this signed contract and began to flip through it. She read every clause, turned every page. By the end, her hands were trembling, unable to hold the old contract steadily. The contract this body had signed with Tinju was a monthly salary contract. The contract clearly stipulated Tinju paid Thin Kyo a monthly salary of 20,000. Apart from this amount, Thin Kyo was not entitled to any other profits. All income from her work belonged to Tinju. In other words, Thin Kyo worked for Tinju for a monthly salary of 20,000. All the money she earned from acting, appearing on game shows, and doing commercials belonged to Tinju. She didn't get a single cent. If she wanted to unilaterally terminate the contract, she would have to pay a termination fee equal to 3 times her annual income. The more she read, the more she wanted to curse the previous owner as an idiot. How could she agree to sign this kind of contract? Moreover, she signed it for a damn 25 years. A moment later, her mobile phone rang. Thin Kyo glanced over and saw it was Chow My-lin calling. She gritted her teeth and answered the phone. The person on the other end chuckled. How about it? Calm down yet? Want to talk? She forced herself to regain composure, steadying her emotions. Fine, I'm at home. Come straight here. When Chow My-lin arrived, Thin Kyo immediately poured her water with a welcoming gesture. Sister Chow, please sit. Try this tea I have. Chow My-lin accepted the cup of tea and began to recount her contributions. This apartment of yours, I was the one who found it and signed the contract for you. When you had no money, I also helped you pay half a year's rent. Thin Kyo suppressed her anger and replied, Yes, I was young and didn't understand things. I hope Sister Chow can forgive me. The woman tried to regain control, asserting her authority. Little Kyo, short on money lately? Chow My-lin took a bulging envelope from her handbag. Take this money and spend it. Consider it a gift for me. Thin Kyo glanced at it, noticing it contained a mere 20,000. She laughed mockingly. Sister Chow, are you giving alms to a beggar? Chow My-lin frowned. Little Kyo, what do you mean by that? Thin Kyo tapped the signed contract. Lately, I've suddenly felt much clearer. Sister Chow, this deal isn't profitable for me. Everyone knows how much money I earn for the company each year. A monthly salary of only 20,000 like this. Isn't that bullying someone too much? Chow My-lin stared at her for a moment, then suddenly seemed amused. Little Kyo, it's not like I forced you to sign this contract. Remember, you begged me to sign it with you. Her heart sank. She reminded herself inwardly not to panic. She hadn't inherited the memories of this body's previous owner. She could only slowly speak polite words. She had to find out why the previous owner signed this unfair contract to figure out a solution. She moved closer, flipped open the contract, and said, When I was young, I didn't understand things and was tricked by your side. I admit it. But Sister Chow, if I release this contract to the public, which side do you think internet opinion will favor? Seeing Chow My-lin's expression darken slightly, Thin Kyo smiled with satisfaction and continued, At that point, who would dare sign with Tinju anymore? Who would dare be an artist under your management? I'm in such a miserable state, working so hard for the company, only to be squeezed dry like this. What films or shows would still want me? Chow My-lin was so angry, she let out a cold laugh. Thin Kyo, do you think you can still survive in this industry after doing this? Thin Kyo shrugged nonchalantly. Worst case, I just won't be a celebrity anymore. The world is so big. Do you think I'll starve to death? Chow My-lin took out her phone, tapping something. She held the screen in front of Thin Kyo's face, smiling brightly. Little Kyo, if you don't want to be a celebrity anymore, do you still want to be a person? Seeing the photo clearly on the phone, Thin Kyo's pupils instantly dilated. On the screen was a nude photo of Thin Kyo. Thin Kyo's fingers trembled slightly. How could that woman have such a photo of her? She suddenly looked up, glaring fiercely at her. Chow My-lin, still smiling, pulled her phone back. Don't look at me like that. If I hadn't spent $3 million back then to rescue you from those loan sharks, this photo would have been plastered all over the web long ago. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your gambling-addicted father. Chow My-lin continued, Right, this contract is unfair. But if it weren't for this contract and me back then, you and your disabled mother would have joined your gambling-addicted father underground long ago. She gritted her teeth, trying to remain calm. The woman picked up the stack of contracts, smiling faintly. I gave you a stable, high-paying job, helped you escape the nightmares and ghosts of your past. Little Kyo, you really ought to be grateful to me. Don't spend all day comparing yourself to other stars in the industry. What do you even have to compare yourself with them? You have no background, no qualifications, not even any intelligence. I gave you the image of a cute, gentle, naive, slightly spoiled princess. Yet you managed to portray it as someone stupid trying to act dangerous. Besides this face, what else do you have? Thin Kyo sat on the sofa, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Chow Mai-lin mockingly tossed the stack of contracts towards her. Chow Mai-lin waved dismissively at her, picked up her handbag, and headed for the door as if remembering something. She turned back, smiling smugly. All right, that BL drama. I've already helped you push the schedule with the film crew to tomorrow morning. This afternoon, you need to rest well. Adjust your mindset a bit, okay? Tomorrow morning, I'll have Fuang Bak come pick you up. The smile in her eyes gradually faded. Thin Kyo, people who don't listen won't have a good end. Having said that, she left, slamming the door shut behind her. The room fell silent once more. Only Thin Kyo's ragged, heavy breathing echoed urgently. After a long while, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Kyo, it's okay, calm down. Only by being calm can you find solution. You must stay calm. It's okay. She opened her eyes and picked up the mobile phone she had kept aside. She stopped the audio recording file that had been running. She paused for a moment, stunned, then went into the dressing room, holding the photo of the original owner in her hand. She lowered her head, speaking reproachfully. Thin Kyo, I am so sorry. Because I attacked you before without knowing the truth. Because I was a keyboard warrior who hurt you. I don't know why you disappeared. Perhaps it was because you finally couldn't bear the malice this world directed at you anymore. And I was one of the culprits. I will resolve all the current troubles. I will be the light that shines into your dark life. She turned, went out, picked up her mobile phone, and dialed a number. The phone rang for a long time before someone answered. She took a deep breath and said, Kyo Vu, I want to see you. The person on the other end, clearly confused, asked back, Who is this? I have some legal issues I'd like your advice on. Let's arrange to meet. Kyo Vu immediately refused. I'm sorry, I have several important cases lately, so I'm quite busy. How about this? I'll arrange for a colleague from the office to handle your case. She hastily cut him off. No, that won't do. I only want to talk to you. Kyo Vu, I really need your help. Besides you, I don't trust anyone else. The other end fell silent for a moment. Finally, he reluctantly compromised. All right then. 8 p.m. tonight. The address is... She cheerfully preempted him with the answer. At the Tich Fong Waterside Pavilion. Okay, I'll wait for you in the private room. Thin Kyo hung up the phone, letting out a sigh of relief. First, think of a way to terminate the contract. This is the most urgent matter right now. She frowned, pondering. But to become famous in the entertainment industry, fans are the crucial factor. First, I need to see what content the original owner posted online before deciding the next move. Thin Kyo logged into Weibo to check. The latest post was still her selfie from half a month ago. There were numerous comments. Half were from paid commenters, half were from anti-fans, leaving her reeling after reading them. Thin Kyo logged out of the tarnished account, sighing. I can't stand this anymore. The official Weibo and fan club must be activated quickly. Thin Kyo texted Fuang Bak. Little Bak, who's running my official Weibo? She wanted to chat a bit with the fan club president. Fuang Bak quickly replied, It's me. Thin Kyo was speechless for a long moment before sending another message. How about this? Send me the password for the official Weibo account. From now on, I'll manage this official Weibo myself. You don't need to get involved. Fuang Bak immediately agreed. All right, I'll send it to you right now. Not long after, Thin Kyo received her official Weibo account details. All right, now is the time to leverage my years of experience navigating the fan circles. First, use the fan club account to generate some buzz for herself. She pondered for a moment, then drafted a Weibo status. Little Kyo must strive to become stronger. After finishing, she leaned back in her chair to relax. What she needed now was to recruit fans who genuinely cherish Thin Kyo, to start over from scratch and rebuild her metrics. The post recruiting members for the official support group quickly received applications, brightening her mood considerably. At least the first step had been taken. By the time she finished handling the fan club matters, it it was already dark. Thin Kyo tidied up a bit and went out to meet Kyo Vu. Traffic jams on the way caused Kyo Vu to arrive half an hour late. Sorry, the traffic was a bit heavy. She stood up smiling to greet him. It's okay, understandable. Seeing the person before him, Kyo Vu blurted out, Thin Kyo, why is it you? Seeing her own brother standing before her, yet unable to acknowledge him as his sister, Thin Kyo's heart ached. She forced a smile onto her lips. Why can't it be me? Come on, sit down. Kyo Vu sat down, filled with suspicion. Kyo Vu looked at her warily. Thin Kyo, what exactly did you seek me out for? This distant question made her hand, which was pouring tea, suddenly pause. The person who was once closest to her now regarded her with such unfamiliar, wary eyes. Thin Kyo felt a bitterness on the tip of her tongue. Thin Kyo lowered her head, pouring tea for him, swallowing her tears back down. She took 2 deep breaths before slowly opening her mouth. I mentioned it on the phone. I have some legal issues I'd like your advice on. Kyo Vu observed her a few times, noticing her demeanor didn't seem feigned, and let out a soft sigh of relief. Thin Kyo took a document from her bag and handed it to him. Take a look at this first. Kyo Vu took it and saw it was an artist collaboration contract. He began flipping through it, but the more he read, the more horrified his expression became. Finally, unable to maintain professional decorum any longer, he said incredulously, My God, how could you possibly sign this kind of contract? Thin Kyo sighed and took out her phone again. Listen to this as well. It was a recording of the conversation with Chow Mai-lin. After listening, Kyo Vu was so astonished his jaw nearly dropped. What kind of showbiz secret is this? Is your entertainment circle really this chaotic? Thin Kyo smiled resignedly. Let me summarize it for you. 5 years ago, my father committed suicide by jumping off a building because he owed $3 million to loan sharks from gambling debts. The loan sharks came after my mother and me for the money. Not only that, they tied me up to take compromising photos. My current agent, Chow Mai-lin, helped me pay back the $3 million. The price was this unfair contract. Now I want to terminate the contract, but Chow Mai-lin is threatening me with those photos. I came to you because I want to know if I can protect myself legally. Kyo Vu is still in shock. Finally regaining his composure, Kyo Vu frowned and asked, Why are you telling me everything? Aren't you afraid it will get out? She replied with absolute confidence. Since I've come to you, it means I trust you 100%. I've said it before, besides you, I don't trust anyone. Although he didn't know where her confidence came from, being trusted so unconditionally stirred something within Kyo Vu. After reading through the 2 documents, Kyo Vu's expression gradually turned grave. What do you plan to do? Terminate the contract outright, or stay with Tindyu and just change the contract terms? Thin Kyo answered without hesitation. I choose to terminate the contract. Kyo Vu's fingers tapped on the contract. This lawsuit is viable. We can seize upon the fact that this is an unfair contract. The other party deceived you into signing it, violating a citizen's free will. Legally speaking, the contract can be voided. Furthermore, their use of compromising photos to pressure you constitutes an act affecting your reputation and causing personal injury. He turned back to Thin Kyo, voicing his hesitation. However, once litigation begins, your management company certainly won't just sit back and wait. Those photos of yours will inevitably be exposed. If the company decides to play dirty and release all those pictures, we won't have proof that Tindyu Media was the one who leaked them. Because these photos weren't taken by Tindyu, but by your creditors, the loan sharks. They can easily claim the creditors didn't destroy the originals back then, so the leak came from them. Kyo Vu frowned, looking at Thin Kyo. Have you considered these consequences? One can only imagine the disaster you'll face once those photos are revealed. Your anti-fans, the passers-by who already have a poor impression of you, the online trolls hired by the company to smear you. Each one taking a shot will be enough to trample you into an abyss from which you might never recover. After a long silence, she lifted her head and spoke to Kyo Vu with determination. Let's sue. Having a father like that isn't my fault. Owing those loan sharks isn't my fault. Having those compromising photos taken wasn't my fault either. Being oppressed by the management company isn't my fault. If, in the end, everyone attacks me, then that won't be my fault either. She paused, then let out a soft, radiant smile. It will be the world's fault. Kyo Vu remained still, gazing intently at the smiling girl opposite him. After a long moment, he picked up the documents and stood up. All right, I understand. I'll take these 2 documents back with me. Next, I'll prepare the necessary materials for the lawsuit. I'll contact you when needed. Thin Kyo nodded, hesitated for a moment, then added, Kyo, about the legal fees. He smiled faintly, turning his head slightly. No rus. We'll discuss it again once we've won the case. She watched his retreating figure, her eyes slightly moist. After a long while, she whispered, thank you, second brother. She was about to leave when, upon turning around, she saw several people emerging from the tea house ahead. It's him. As a longtime girlfriend fan, she could recognize her husband even if he were wrapped in a pile of blankets. If she could coincidentally meet Hokai here, she would be truly overjoyed. The heavy mood caused by the contract instantly brightened somewhat. But, being in public, she couldn't just run up and cause trouble for Hokai. Therefore, Thin Kyo suppressed her excitement, pretended not to notice, and walked away with a cool, aloof air. Hokai bid farewell to his companions, then turned and made a right onto a small, tree-lined path. Unexpectedly, just as he reached the bend, someone suddenly jumped out from behind the trees, shouting loudly, startling him. Waki! Hokai trembled with fright until he clearly saw who it was. He ground his teeth in anger. Thin Kyo, are you crazy? Thin Kyo's voice was anxious and extremely embarrassed. Did I scare you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Hokai impatiently rolled his eyes and asked, what is it? She looked up at him again, her eyes sparkling brightly in the night. Good night. Hokai thought he had misheard. What did you say? She smiled, reminding him, good night. Get some rest early. Don't stay up too late. Hokai frowned, looking at her for a moment. You hid here to ambush me just to say this? She nodded cheerfully, looked around to make sure no one was there, then waved goodbye to him. I have to go now, bye-bye. Thin Kyo turned happily to leave. Hokai, finding it hard to put into words, watched her cheerful, retreating figure. He paused for a moment, then called out in a cold voice, come back here. Thin Kyo didn't hesitate at all, quickly running back. Is there anything else? He asked with concern. How was the contract situation resolved? Thin Kyo's expression froze. A moment later, she acted as if nothing was wrong, smiling at him. It's all small stuff. Don't worry about it. Hokai's face was full of doubt. He knew very well what kind of person Chow Mai Lin was from when he first joined the company, so he didn't believe her words at all. Seemingly sensing his suspicion, Thin Kyo put on a relaxed face to reassure him. I can handle it, rest assured. Like idol, like fan. Since you're so amazing, I'm not bad either. The corner of Hokai's lips twitched. Who is your idol? She replied proudly with a smile. It's you. She then urged him to leave first. All right. You should head back quickly. It's cold outside. Hokai didn't say anything more, just nodded and walked away. After taking 2 steps, he turned his head back to look. She was still standing there, smiling and waving goodbye to him. Thin Kyo stood there stunned for a long while, then let out a soft sigh. Idol chasing time is over. It's time to return to reality. Just as she finished this thought, her phone received a message from Fuang Bok. Sister Kyo, I'll come pick you up downstairs at your building at 8 a.m. tomorrow to prepare for joining the crew. She sighed deeply. Reality arrived so quickly. It seemed she couldn't withdraw from this BL drama before the lawsuit officially began. Early the next morning, as scheduled, Fuang Bok arrived on time to pick her up and take her to the company for promotional photos for the upcoming film. Unexpectedly, right during the character photo shoot, she was met with difficulties. The photographer sometimes said her smile was too forced, then complained her posture was too stiff. Thin Kyo, the smile for this psychologist character should be natural and gentle. What are you trying to do being so rigid like this? I don't see a shred of professional artistry in you at all. Thin Kyo felt exactly like a wooden puppet, her joints seemingly severed. The photographer wasn't easygoing either, putting down his camera. He turned to probe Fuang Bok beside her. Does your artist have any celebrity she likes? Fuang Bok thought inwardly, how would I know that? Which celebrity actually chases idols? Recalling the incident in the elevator yesterday, Thin Kyo's infatuated look when gazing at Hokai, he hesitated before saying, probably Hokai. After the break ended, the director shouted again, prepare to get into position. While getting her makeup done, she whispered encouragement to herself. Don't be nervous. Try to get it right in one take this time. But she sulked and sighed inwardly, finding it truly difficult. Asking her to photograph others was fine, but being a model herself, she genuinely didn't know how. As she stood there lost in thought, the photographer called out, Thin Kyo, turn this way, look at this poster. As she looked over, she saw Fuang Bok holding up a poster of Hokai. Thin Kyo, who had been massaging her shoulders and waist, looked up, her smile instantly brighter than the sun. The photographer snapped 2 quick shots. Perfect. That's a wrap. She left, nursing her aching body. Finally, the photo shoot was over. Just taking promotional photos had earned her a scolding. Wouldn't the actual filming be even more exhausting? She pondered this while sipping her milk tea. Fortunately, the original owner's acting skills weren't great. When the time came, she could probably get by just trying to widen her eyes and pout her lips. It wasn't until all the main characters had arrived at the film set that the director gathered everyone for introductions before preparing for the opening ceremony. "Little Kyo, you're here too?" She smiled politely and greeted everyone. "Hello, everyone. I'm Thin Kyo." Some people in the crew looked disdainful, whispering amongst themselves. Is this the little tumor of the entertainment industry with a terrible reputation? Yes, this time there'll be drama to watch. I heard she's very difficult to deal with. Fo Tu-tan was exactly like the character he played, somewhat cold in personality, not talkative, and appearing very professional. "Hello, I'm Fo Tu-tan." Trung Tam looked slightly effeminate, with handsome features and a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes that could make both men and women swoon. "Hello, Sita Gu, I'm Jung Tam." Without any hesitation, she shook hands and got acquainted with the main cast members as the director introduced them. The director beamed. "All right, everyone is met. When we start filming, let's try to get each scene done in one take." She chimed in enthusiastically. "Ha, yes. Let's do our best. Let's do our best." Thin Kyo paid little mind to the strange looks from those around her. She was busy, sitting on the sofa, diligently studying her lines. Her acting was already terrible. If she couldn't even remember her lines, Chow Mai-lin would probably shave her head bald. Suddenly, Fuang Bok looked at something on her phone and cried out, "Sister Kyo, this is bad." Startled, she asked what happened. Fuang Bok held up her phone, her face crestfallen. "The production team just released your promotional photos. Sister Kyo, you've been flamed all the way to number 3 on the hot search." Earlier that morning, the official account had released the promotional photos, announcing the addition of a female lead. The online community immediately exploded. Fans of the original work were furious. Thin Kyo's anti-fans also couldn't sit still, joining the fray with loud curses. Even casual onlookers felt that this was a BL, boys love, adaptation. So what was a female lead doing jumping in? Just like that, within an hour, the criticism had propelled her onto the hot search list. Thin Kyo had already anticipated this situation, so she smiled reassuringly. "It's okay, don't panic. I expected this." Then, she asked Fuang Bok to take a picture of her reading the script, carefully instructing, "Your task from now on is to take photos of me. Capture all angles, don't worry about anything else." Fuang Bok nodded obediently. Thin Kyo then logged into her own official fan club account. She posted a status update. Some things always need someone to do them. Some characters always need someone to play them. Even if criticized by thousands, one must still advance without retreating. The accompanying photo was the one Fuang Bok took of her sitting intently, studying the script, showing great understanding. She also proactively sent a message to her fan group chat to encourage her fans. Very quickly, she received many sympathetic responses from them. Meanwhile, a girl within Thin Kyo's fan group, the Vong Vong anti-hater group, sat pensively before her computer. Why is Kyo's resource allocation always so terrible? What on earth is her manager playing at? Thinking this, the girl decided to launch an attack on Chow Mai-lin's computer. Let me just hack into her computer and see what's going on. She discovered a locked file on Chow Mai-lin's machine. Vong Vong was intensely curious. Why is there a password-protected document here? Swiftly, she bypassed the security and clicked to view it. The moment she saw the image before her, Vong Vong's eyes widened in shock, freezing her in place. Inside was the very photograph used to pressure Thin Kyo previously. Vong Vong cursed under her breath, wondering how could Chow Mai-lin possess this kind of photo of Thin Kyo? After the lunch break, filming resumed. This was also Thin Kyo's first time observing the acting process on set. She listened, watched, and learned simultaneously. She carefully reviewed the professional terminology, politely asking the director whenever she encountered something she didn't understand or couldn't figure out. Seeing such a studious actress, the director was happy to offer guidance. By dusk, Thin Kyo felt brimming with confidence. She then began to embody her character. Isn't it just acting? Nothing to fear. But reality soon delivered a harsh slap in the face. The director, annoyed, repeatedly yelled, "Cut! Thin Kyo, that expression looks like you're telling him, if you dare speak, you're dead. Do you even remember you're playing a doctor?" Embarrassed, she conceded, "Yes, I'll adjust slightly and try again immediately." But when the next take began, her face remained incredibly stiff, causing the director's expression to darken completely. "Thin Kyo, remember you're acting in a film, not marketing a product." Before the director could explode, Thin Kyo proactively asked to stop. Bowing her head politely, she addressed the film crew. "My sincere apologies, everyone. It's been a long time since I've been on a film set. I'm having a little trouble finding my rhythm, causing delays for all of you." She bowed deeply, speaking earnestly. "Director, could you possibly give me one night to adjust my state?" The director, initially filled with frustration, saw her excellent attitude, bowing and apologizing, and could only agree. "That's it for today. Everyone, pack up and rest. We'll continue tomorrow." Fuang Bok ran over with a coat and draped it over her. Kyo, don't worry. Just rest for a night. You'll definitely be able to act tomorrow." Thin Kyo let out a sigh. "Go somewhere nearby and buy some late-night snacks, milk tea, grilled meat, things like that, and bring a portion for each crew member. I'm heading back to my room first." Her mood was low, so Fuang Bok didn't bother her further and nodded in agreement. Instead of returning, Thin Kyo took her script to a small park near the lake, sitting down to diligently study her lines. No, the tone here should be a bit gentler." She resolutely made up her mind. She thought to herself, "Back then, I was as dumb as an ox academically, but through effort, I still managed to get a scholarship to the University of London. Tell me, is there anything in this world harder than exams? Of course not. If I could get into the University of London, then I can also become a good actress. It just requires putting in a lot more effort." Practicing her lines continuously until late at night, Thin Kyo finally became so cold she couldn't bear it anymore and shivered her way back to the hotel. As she entered the elevator, she coincidentally ran into Trung Tam. Seeing her, the young man was slightly surprised, grinning as he greeted her. "Oh, hello, Thin Kyo." He glanced at the script in her hands, and her face flushed red from the biting cold. In disbelief, he remarked, "Thin Kyo, you're really pushing yourself too hard." Thin Kyo's eyes were weary, yet she replied with determination, "Only through striving can one succeed." After a moment of stunned silence, Trung Tam burst into laughter. "With this level of effort, I'll look out for you from now on. If you want to practice lines, just come find me." She forced a smile, thinking inwardly, does this guy, who messed up his scenes more than 10 times today, feel no shame saying that? Does that even make sense or sound convincing, buddy? The next day, during a break on set, the young man indeed brought his script over to rehearse with Thin Kyo. She sighed wearily. "Can I refuse?" "Jung Tam Zito, no way. I'm being kind enough to help you. How dare you turn me down?" Fo Tu Tan, sitting not far away, holding a cup of hot milk, watched their awkward rehearsal. After observing for a while, he clearly couldn't stand it any longer. He placed the milk cup down on the table. With a serious expression, he walked up behind Trung Tam, patted his shoulder, and said, "Let me do it instead." "Jung Tam I meditan look dit split." "What do you mean by that? Are you saying my acting is boring?" Fo Tu Tan bluntly affirmed with a simple Trung Tam, unconvinced, pouted and grumbled, "But I'm handsome." Ignoring Trung Tam, who was now sulking off to the side, the two began rehearsing together. After running through 2 scenes, Fo Tu Tan looked at Thin Kyo with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Much better than yesterday." Thin Kyo felt extremely satisfied. "It seems my efforts last night weren't in vain." Her official Weibo fan club also updated diligently every day, posting a picture of her acting in the film, accompanied by countless romantic and heart-stirring verses. Even Fuang Bok, after reading them, had to exclaim, "Our Weibo posts are written so beautifully." She took a sip of water, replying confidently, "Oh, this is nothing. Everyone's saying your performance state has been getting better and better lately. Plus, it feels like both male leads really like you." She smiled, thinking to herself, "I originally thought there might be some friction joining the cast, but unexpectedly, both male leads turn out to be quite nice." During a leisurely break, Trung Tam approached excitedly, suggesting, "Come over to my place, let's team up and play games." He enthusiastically grabbed her hand, pulling her along. "I bought lots of delicious snacks. Tell your assistant to come along too." seeing him persistently pulling and tugging. She reminded him, all right, slow down with the pulling. You'll start some silly rumors again if you keep this up. Fo Tu-tan, observing this, looked instantly displeased and asked, where are you two going? Fin Kyo answered honestly, to Trung Tam's place to team up and play games. Fo Tu-tan immediately proposed, I want to go too. Thus, several of them gathered, forming a 5-person team to start battling it out in King of Glories. Unexpectedly, right in the first match, Fo Tu-tan and Trung Tam started fighting over the support slot. Seeing this, Fin Kyo became furious, stomping her foot and scolding, aren't you two big shots embarrassed fighting over the support position? Trung Tam chuckled sheepishly, but I only know how to play support. Fo Tu-tan chimed in, and I enjoy the feeling of healing others. After the group played for the entire session, they finally won. I can't believe we won such a difficult match. Fin Kyo, you really have skills. She wore an expression brimming with confidence. It's all just basic maneuvers. Trung Tam scrolled through something and then exclaimed loudly, wow. The film crew for Fangirl posted a video on Weibo. When did we form a gaming group? Another person laughed and replied, Brother Tam, I sent it to them. This is the kind of everyday material the film crew needs. The production team often releases behind-the-scenes daily snippets from the set to maintain buzz. Therefore, they had recorded the video of the 5 of them teaming up and uploaded it to the official Fangirl Weibo account. They even posted a scoreboard showing their achievements. Netizens, as usual, first took turns criticizing Fin Kyo before looking at the scoreboard. After speculating for a while, a netizen suddenly posted a comment. Everyone, listen carefully to the audio in the video. Didn't Fin Kyo say something like Trung Tam, grab me some health? And at the 6-minute 29-second mark, Fin Kyo told Fo Tu-tan to hold on a little longer. She'd help him after she finished healing. Damn. So the person playing Lanling King was Fin Kyo? Netizens immediately clicked open the video to listen carefully once more. After listening, everyone was stunned. Wow, suddenly I feel a bit of goodwill towards Fin Kyo. Netizens also quickly discovered Trung Tam's utter incompetence when playing games. This made the young man wail dramatically for a long time. Boo-hoo, now all the fans know I suck at games. Fin Kyo scrolled through the comments, smiling silently, and offered encouragement. It's okay, getting 1 kill is also very impressive, you know. Suddenly, her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. She hesitated for a moment before answering. Hello? Who is this? The other side replied, faintly, with a hello. She shot up from her seat, her voice filled with irrepressible joy. Hwaki, is that you? Hokai seemed quite surprised by her question. You have my phone number? She laughed in response. No, I recognized your voice. Hokai fell silent for a few seconds. Send me the address. I'll send the concert tickets to you. Fin Kyo thought very carefully before asking. Can I add you on WeChat? I'll send the address via WeChat. Okay. Hokai's voice came from the other side with a simple okay. Hearing this, she was so excited she stomped her feet, giggling hee-hee, ha-ha, and cheering, causing everyone looking at her to be utterly speechless. Hokai, on the other end of the line, asked in a cool tone, is filming going smoothly? Smoothly. Everything is great. You don't need to worry about me. Hokai spoke faintly, contrary to his feelings. I wasn't worried about you. It's good that it's going smoothly. I'm hanging up now. She cheerfully said goodbye to him. After the call ended, she remained giddy and infatuated for a moment. Then she quickly saved the phone number, labeling the contact My Darling. Afterwards, she searched for Hokai's WeChat and sent a friend request. The other side accepted quickly. His avatar was a picture taken from behind, and his ID was just a single word, hi. Fin Kyo sent the hotel address of the film crew. Hokai replied with a single word, okay. Successfully connecting with her idol made her feel as joyful as if she had won the lottery. After finishing all these things, she turned back, satisfied, only to find Fo Tu-tan and Trung Tam looking at her with incredibly complex expressions. Trung Tam said with great disappointment, Little Kyo, you've disappointed me so much. Why are you being such a sycophant? Fo Tu-tan said nothing, but his eyes conveyed everything. He completely agreed with Trung Tam's thoughts. Fin Kyo, her expression unchanging, spoke up to explain, that wasn't sycophancy. That was the joy of talking to the person I love. Trung Tam glared at her. Nonsense. You clearly called out Hokai's name just now. Since when was Hokai your lover? Fin Kyo remained unflustered. You heard wrong. Trung Tam grew so furious his fingertips trembled. Thin Kyo, do you not only think I'm deaf but also blind? Did you think I wouldn't notice whose picture is on your lock screen? As a famous female celebrity, you're actually chasing an idol, and chasing to the point of being so sycophantic? Don't you feel ashamed? Thin Kyo shoved her phone straight into her pocket. What's it got to do with you? Let's just go get hot pot tonight. Fo Tu Tan shot the young man a glance. What does little Kyo's private business have to do with you? Having said that, he too turned and walked away cold and aloof, leaving Jung Tam sitting. Damn you people, both of you. Because she had received concert tickets from Hoke High, she had been too happy to sleep the entire night. Fuang Bok asked worriedly, Sister Kyo, what were you doing last night? Why are your dark circles so pronounced? Applying a warm compress to her eyes, she lied without batting an eyelid. Nothing. Just couldn't sleep well, that's all. Thinking back to how she had excitedly tossed and turned all night, she chuckled inwardly. Could she possibly admit it was because she was too thrilled, rolling around all night, basically getting no sleep at all? She picked up her phone and saw the caller was Kyo Vu. Therefore, she found an excuse for Fuang Bok to leave. Little Bok, could you go buy me a cup of coffee? Get the sugar-free kind, the one that's good for your complexion. Fuang Bok nodded and quickly departed. As soon as she answered the call, she heard him speak. Miss Thin, the relevant documents have all been properly prepared. We can initiate the legal proceedings at any time. Thin Kyo held the phone, stunned for a few seconds. Gathering her complex thoughts, Thin Kyo replied, Let's wait until filming for this movie of mine wraps up. It cannot affect the crew's shooting schedule. All right, Kyo Vu agreed, paused for a moment, then added, Thin Kyo, personally, I'd like to say a few words to you. Go ahead, I'm listening. Kyo Vu decisively voiced his concerns. No matter how we approach this case, ultimately, we cannot guarantee the photos won't be leaked. If possible, and I stress if possible, before filing the lawsuit, you should try to retrieve the original photos. Thin Kyo couldn't help but be amused by her upright older brother. Kyo Vu, that's not something a lawyer should be saying. Kyo Vu, of course, knew this too. He fell silent for a moment, then said casually, Well, it's just my personal suggestion. Though he said it lightly, she was still very touched. Okay, I understand. Don't worry. It wasn't that she hadn't considered Kyo Vu's suggestion before, but the difficulty of actually doing it was immense. Suddenly, just then, she received a message sent by Vong to the group admin account. Can you get in touch with Kyo? I have an extremely urgent matter I need to contact Kyo about. Reading it left her feeling bewildered. Extremely urgent? Using her anonymous account lurking within the fan group, she replied, Possibly, but I can't just casually tell Kyo. You have to tell me what this is about first. Vong hastily messaged back, Group leader, you have to trust me. I won't harm Kyo. It's just that this matter isn't convenient to discuss with outsiders. I'm begging you, group leader. I really, truly need to meet Kyo in person. To demonstrate their sincerity, Vong even sent a picture of their personal identification. This is my student ID. If I dare lie, may lightning strike me. After reading this, she recognized the potential seriousness of the situation, so she agreed to meet. I've passed the message along to her. Saturday at 2 p.m., we'll meet at Vu Lam Tea House, room 1102. Is the time okay? Vong replied joyfully. Really? That's wonderful. I can make it. On that day, at the appointed time, Thin Kyo arrived at the tea house address where they had agreed to meet. Just as Vong pushed the door open, she discovered a girl already sitting inside, waiting. Vong, assuming the person waiting was the president of Thin Kyo's fan group, smiled and asked, President, you're here? Where's Sister Kyo? The girl removed her glasses and mask, smiled gently, and said, It's me. Meeting her idol at such close range for the first time, Vong blushed deeply. Sister Kyo, you like this? It's too much. Thin Kyo pulled out a chair, interrupting her. That's not important. What did you want to see me about? Snapping back to reality, Vong asked hesitantly, Do you have a weakness that Tin Jiu holds over you? Thin Kyo's brow furrowed, annoyed and wary. What do you mean by that? Vong Tense stammered, I don't know why Tin-Ju keeps arranging such rubbish resources for you. So I hacked Chow Mai-lin's computer, and inside, I found some not very good photos of you. Hearing this, Thin Kyo was stunned. Her hand, holding a glass of water, tightened its grip. Assuming Vong Vong had ill intentions, Thin Kyo's face darkened. So what do you want? Realizing she had been misunderstood, Vong Vong hastily stood up to explain. I don't mean anything else. As soon as I found those photos of you, I deleted all the original files and the backup files. Sister Kyo, please believe me. We're both girls. I know what kind of photos those are and what they mean. Only then did Thin Kyo recognize the sincerity in Vong Vong's words. Thin Kyo felt immensely grateful, her eyes welling up with tears. She tightly grasped the young girl's hand and said, Thank you for helping me resolve a huge problem. To be honest with you, I've been preparing to terminate my contract with Tin-Ju recently, but Chow Mai-lin is using these photos to pressure me, to stop me from leaving. Hearing this, Vong Vong flared up in anger, raising her fist and exclaiming loudly, Tin-Ju, they really are no good. To think they'd take those kinds of photos before signing a contract just to oppress someone. Sister Kyo, I'll go set fire to that damned company right now. Thin Kyo was deeply moved by this fangirl's genuine affection. She raised a hand to gently dissuade her. But my situation is different from others. She opened up, revealing Thin Kyo's past. Back then, I joined Tin-Ju because my father owed a huge sum of money to loan sharks. He couldn't repay it. He left my mother and me behind and took his own life. When my mother and I were cornered, it was Chow Mai-lin who stepped forward to help pay off that debt. The price was signing a contract with them. Those photos, they were taken by the loan sharks. Chow Mai-lin conveniently acquired them. Vong Vong listened, her heart aching for her idol. Sister Kyo, the young girl squeezed her hand guiltily, saying, I'm sorry. We didn't know about any of this. For some reason, Thin Kyo's eyes grew slightly moist. Vong Vong declared fiercely, I'm so stupid, I don't know how to comfort you. But from now on, if you ever need help with anything, just find me. This truly was a fan who loved her just as she loved Hokai. She would never do anything to hurt Hokai. She believed this fan of hers felt the same way. This was someone she could trust, because in the young girl's eyes, there was the same loving light that shone in her own. Time flew by during filming, and finally, the last day of shooting arrived. The film crew organized a wrap party to celebrate. Here's to a successful wrap. The role is finished. Congratulations on Kyo's hard work. The next day, Thin Kyo was on her way to the company, calling Kyo Vu. I've just announced the contract termination document. My side has also submitted the lawsuit materials, and the court is reviewing them. Just then, Chow Mai-lin's car pulled up. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get in the car, she ordered, tossing a script to Thin Kyo. Tomorrow morning at 9, lingerie magazine cover shoot. Afternoon, interview with reporters. Here are the scripts for 2 films. Look them over and pick one you like. Thin Kyo paused for a few seconds, then smiled. Sister Chow, how has your mood been lately? Cut the games. My mood is excellent. Just manage your own affairs properly. Oh, I'm just worried that in the near future, you might not be living so comfortably. What nonsense are you talking about? Did you take the wrong medicine? As she finished speaking, her phone buzzed with a notification. Puzzled, Chow Mai-lin checked her phone. As soon as she looked, she saw Thin Kyo's post displaying the artist contract and a lawyer's letter initiating legal action. Naturally, netizens wouldn't let such news slide, unleashing a torrent of criticism. They couldn't believe Tin Hui could pay such a meager salary to a second-tier artist. Having just read the news, Chow Mai-lin snapped. Thin Kyo, what is the meaning of this? It means exactly what it says. I want to terminate the contract. I tried talking to you civilly before, but you didn't agree. I had no choice but to bring this matter to the law. Are you insane? Don't want to be a person anymore? You want mutual destruction, don't you? What mutual destruction were you talking about? Firstly, I did nothing wrong. Secondly, I broke no laws. If anyone's going down, it should be you people. The law will be on my side. I'll be perfectly fine. Well done, Thin Kyo. You're truly ruthless. Your wings have hardened, and now you want to fly away. Is that it? But haven't you considered the price? Don't end up losing even your life. Sister Chow, threatening me like this is illegal. I just want to terminate the contract. For 5 years, you people have made enough money off me. It's time to pull back. Let's part ways amicably so we can still greet each other happily in the future. Don't even think about it. Thin Kyo, let me tell you, you'll never stay in this industry again. If word of your affairs gets out, you'll never be able to hold your head high for the rest of your life. Thin Kyo retorted, I couldn't choose my background, I couldn't choose my parents, but I can choose freedom or dignity. The documents will be sent to the company very soon. I hope you arrange to provide a result. Whether you terminate the contract directly or insist on a public lawsuit, the choice is yours. With that said, Thin Kyo closed the door and got out of the car. She held her head, finally having to face this reality. She stood in a shopping center when Trung Tam's call came through. Thin Kyo immediately answered. As soon as she picked up, she heard Trung Tam's roar. I can't believe that company oppressed my Kyo like that. How could people do such a thing? Do you need my help with anything? Just help me share the news. That's enough. Fo Tu Tan chimed in, echoing a long-held sentiment. Kyo, don't you be afraid. You absolutely must sue Tin Hui, hire the very best lawyer. That's right. Trung Tam added earnestly. If money's an issue, just tell me. I, Trung Tam, will make absolutely sure you win this case. Yes. Whatever you need, just say the word. No matter what happens, we're right here beside you, supporting you all the way. Comforted by their words, a warmth spread through Thin Kyo. Everyone, please rest assured, she said, her voice firming with resolve. Now that I've started this, I won't stop until I've won. All right then, they replied. If you need anything at all, just let us know. I know. Thin Kyo nodded, gratitude softening her features. Thank you, both of you. Meanwhile, Hokai and his crew were busy preparing the stage for his upcoming concert. Everyone moved with purpose, diligently arranging the setup. The lighting over here is a bit too intense, someone directed. Switch it to a different color. Just then, Lok Bao approached Hokai, phone in hand. Hey, look at this, he said, showing the screen. Thin Kyo is raising hell, demanding to terminate her contract with Tin Hui. The internet is absolutely blowing up about it. Hokai took the phone, his eyes widening slightly as he read. He couldn't quite believe Thin Kyo had been bound by such a blatantly unfair contract. Lok Bao continued. I didn't expect she'd dare to confront Chow Mai Lin head-on like this. It figures, though, she must have some vulnerability for Chow Mai Lin to exploit and bully her like that. Seeing no outward reaction from Hokai, Lok Bao prompted, so what are you thinking of doing? Hokai turned, his expression unreadable. I need to step out for a moment. Back at Thin Kyo's apartment, she was immersed in reading the flood of online comments and reviewing the strategic plans laid out by her fan club. Keep fighting. There's still another battle ahead. Vong, the fan club president, rallied the troops with fierce determination. We have to support little Kyo. Let's go. Messages flew back and forth. Online commercial data team in position, fully coordinating with the president's directives. Charge. Demand justice for Kyo. No need to play the victim now. We just need a fair resolution. Push these keywords to the top of the hot search. The proposed trending topics were sharp. Hashtag demand Tin Hui stop abuse cancel contract. Hashtag think Kyo most tragic female star. Hashtag Tin Hui exploitative contract shocks entertainment industry. Seeing the passionate outpouring and meticulous planning, Thin Kyo felt a surge of hope. With this level of preparation, hitting the hot search seemed imminent. The next move depended entirely on Tin Hui's reaction. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. The caller ID read, "My baby." Her breath caught. Huaki, calling her? A wave of warmth, that fierce fandom spirit, washed over her. She answered, and Hokai's voice came through the line. I'm in the parking lot downstairs. Can you come down? Okay, I'll be right there. Heart pounding, she scrambled to change clothes and hurried down to the parking lot. As she emerged, she saw him, Hokai, effortlessly cool and devastatingly handsome, standing there waiting for her. Why are you here? She stammered slightly. I was checking on the concert venue preparations nearby and just passed through, he explained smoothly. Ah, right, she remembered. Your concert is just a few days away. I'm really looking forward to it. I saw your Weibo post, he said, his gaze serious. Are you fully prepared? Chow Mai Lin definitely won't let this rest. Hearing his concern, Thin Kyo felt an almost overwhelming urge to cry. Oh my God, Hokai actually cares about me? I'm completely prepared, she managed, trying to sound confident. Don't worry. That's good, he nodded. But Tin Hui's public relations machine is formidable. You know that better than I do, right? Be careful. Suddenly, a shadow crossed Thin Kyo's face. Oh, Kai, what if what? He prompted gently. What if something really bad about me gets released online? Would you hate me? What kind of bad thing? He asked, his brow furrowing slightly. Thin Kyo hesitated for a beat, then forced a smile, shifting her demeanor. Oh, it's nothing. You should get back to your work. I'm really happy you came to check on me. Thank you. Goodbye, then. I have some things I need to take care of inside. She turned quickly, heading back towards the building, leaving him standing there. Once inside, Thin Kyo leaned against the door, her thoughts racing again. Even though those photos were supposedly deleted, what if Chow Mai Lin still has copies? What if she decides to leak them, dragging us both down in flames? As if summoned by the thought, her phone rang again. It was Chow Mai Lin. Taking a deep breath, Thin Kyo answered. What do you want? Chow Mai Lin was seething, absolutely furious. Thin Kyo, what the hell have you done? Done what? What are you talking about? You deleted the original photo file. How could you delete it? Do you think just because you deleted it, I don't have other copies? So what if you have other copies? I have the chat logs where you bought dirt to smear your rivals. If you leak my photos, I'll release. Your chat log. Chow Mai Lin was indignant. I underestimated you. I thought you were a little white rabbit, but it turns out you're a fox. I wouldn't dare claim that. I'm still a white rabbit, just one that bites when cornered. Click. The CEO spoke to Chow Mai Lin. The netizens are currently leaning towards Thin Kyo. You said you had a plan. Why haven't you done anything yet? Go handle it. Chow Mai Lin yelled back. It's just an exploitative contract. It can't erase the stains she created herself. It's not certain which way public opinion will truly swing. Public relations team, start executing the plan. Thin Kyo hung up and checked her phone. Right now, the netizens were all on her side. All the top trending news supported Thin Kyo terminating her contract and condemned Tin Hui Company's tactics. The first step was a success. At this moment, Thin Kyo was relaxing happily on the sofa. Her joy was short-lived, however, as she startled. She saw that Tin Hui Company had posted a rebuttal, refuting all the false news and announcing they would sue Thin Kyo for defaming the company. And just like that, the online community started commenting again. Thin Kyo must have secrets she doesn't want people to know. Has everyone forgotten how Thin Kyo used to cling to Hoke Hai to create scandals for clout? Just like that, within the same day, the hot topic shifted from supporting Thin Kyo's contract termination to Tin Hui sues Thin Kyo for fabricating rumors. At that moment, Trung Tam called. Wearily, she answered the phone. Trung Tam sao de wo the Kyo, don't panic. Both Fo Tu Tan and I have posted in your defense. But Tin Hui's paid commenters are too strong. The online community is being led by the nose right now. She replied, don't worry. The innocent have nothing to fear. I hope so too, but in the entertainment industry, nobody cares about the truth. Whoever has louder public opinion wins. Kyo, if this continues. Kyo looked at the malicious comments demanding she be kicked out of the entertainment industry. They cursed her, calling her disgusting, fake, morally bankrupt, deliberately stirring up trouble for attention, making her feel even more exhausted. Why? After trying so hard for so long, couldn't she change anything? At this moment, Hoke Hai, at home, also learned of all the news. He was reading messages from his fans and Thin Kyo's fans arguing, his heart heavy with contemplation. Thin Kyo had collapsed, feeling helpless, seeing no light ahead. Just then, she received a message from Fuang Bok. Sister Kyo, look quickly. Hoke Hai posted in support of you. Thin Kyo opened her phone to look, unable to believe her eyes. Hoke Hai's fans commented, he's so kind. Anyway, he's from the same company as Thin Kyo. Daring to post in support of Thin Kyo. Isn't he afraid of offending the company? The entertainment industry is truly chaotic. This is the first time Hoke Hai has responded to Thin Kyo in all these years. Thin Kyo read the news, bewildered. Why would he help me? She wondered. Even though I'm madly in love with him, in his eyes, I'm just a despicable person clinging to him for clout. Why on earth would he do this? Sharing this will cause so much trouble. Doesn't he understand? She resolutely called him. Hoke Hai, don't get involved in my affairs. Let me handle it myself. Please delete the post. Really, I can handle it myself. Don't interfere. We're in the same company. If you do this, they'll bully you later. Delete the post quickly. I've already terminated my contract. Thin Kyo was stunned, then gasped in alarm. What? Hoke Hai remained calm. Now you don't have to worry about anyone bullying me or making things difficult for me anymore. I've also paid the contract termination fee and established my own independent studio. I'll make the official announcement after my first concert tour ends. So, don't worry about anyone bullying me either. Fin Kyo's heart stirred intensely. She said, "Thank you, Hokai," then hung up. Fin Kyo was moved, thinking to herself, I don't know why, but with his support, I feel a surge of courage and strength. They want to use public opinion to bring me down, right? Fine, I'll see this through to the end. Fin Kyo finally decided to start a live stream. As soon as she opened it, a large number of viewers tuned in. Hello everyone, I am Fin Kyo. This time, I want to tell everyone the story of why I want to terminate my contract. People commented again, she dares to live stream? Isn't she afraid of being cursed out? She's making it all up. Her acting is terrible. Fin Kyo ignored such comments and continued speaking. Before everyone doubts me, please listen to this recording. Quickly, she played the recording where Chow Mai-lin threatened her with nude photos and also mentioned her father's gambling debts. Netizens immediately turned around, cursing Chow Mai-lin. How can someone be so cruel and disgusting? The entertainment world is terrifying. Fin Kyo is truly the most tragic star. It turns out she's been working for free all this time. Fin Kyo said, I cannot choose my background, I cannot choose my parents, but I want to choose freedom. I want to stand up for myself. The online community continued to comment. I never expected Fin Kyo to be so brave. Finally, it was over. Fin Kyo ended the live stream. She let out a sigh of relief, then monitored the news. The top trending news online had already shifted. People were once again siding with her. Next, I need to arrange for an announcement article to pressure Tin Hui, she thought. Just then, Fwang Ba called. Hey, Sister Kyo, I just overheard Chow Mai-lin calling the organizers, wanting to cancel your scheduled red carpet appearance tonight. Earlier this year, you filmed Truong Un, and back then, the company accepted the red carpet invitation for you to help increase your followers and popularity rating. Fin Kyo asked, what time does the red carpet start? 7:31 p.m. Your sequence number is 28. Sister Kyo, do you want to go? Fin Kyo smiled. Right now, the more Chow Mai-lin opposes it, the more advantageous it is for me. Of course, I have to go. But the company isn't providing brand attire or styling. What will you wear to the red carpet? Besides, I don't have a car to pick you up either because the company took it back. Fin Kyo chuckled. You don't need to worry about that. I know everything. Let me figure out myself. Hanging up, she called Trung Tam. Help me prepare an outfit and styling for the red carpet tonight, okay? Trung Tam was incredibly enthusiastic. Tonight, I'll definitely make sure you steal the spotlight. I heard 2 days ago that Fo Tu Tan is also walking the red carpet. Now that I have contact with him, just leave the rest to me. Fin Kyo smiled. I'll pay you back for the preparation costs later. Trung Tam replied, why be so formal? I'll get angry. Don't worry about it. To prepare for the red carpet event, Fin Kyo entered the makeup room. After a long session, the makeup was finally done. As soon as she stepped out, she was met with admiring gazes from everyone. Wow, has a goddess descended? This beauty is just too outstanding. She asked, does it not suit me? It suits you. It's gorgeous. So beautiful it possesses a spiritual aura. But you need to wear some jewelry. Here, put this on your wrist. It's an eternal flower I had custom made in France. Oh my goodness, truly a breathtaking, heart-stirring beauty. Fin Kyo, be brave, prepare for battle. At the red carpet gala that evening, reporters had gathered in droves. Fin Kyo, looking absolutely stunning, stepped out of the car alone. She lifted her skirt herself, walking gracefully forward. The moment people saw her, they gasped in awe at her aura and beauty. Has Fin Kyo really fallen so low, having to walk the red carpet all by herself? She looks like a runaway princess, yet she still shines with radiance. Upon her arrival, reporters immediately asked, how is the contract termination going? Is it proceeding smoothly? Aren't you afraid? Fin Kyo, turning against a big company like Tin Hui. Fin Kyo's demeanor changed, her gaze turning incredibly sharp as she looked at them. Then, standing before all the media reporters, she said, thank you. But only those guilty of wrongdoing should be afraid. I'm not afraid. I trust in the law. And I trust even more in human decency. Besides, I used up all my fear during the past 5 years. With those words finished, she stepped onto the red carpet and walked inside, radiating immense charisma. Fin Kyo has arrived. Get a close-up shot of her. Fin Kyo from the movie Truong, and let's welcome her. Fin Kyo confidently strode onto the red carpet, then picked up a pen to sign her name. Fin Kyo greeted the media and the fans. Hello everyone. I hope all of us have a wonderful wonderful evening tonight. Especially to those friends that didn't expect me to appear here. I sincerely wish you a good night's sleep and sweet dreams. Hot news after that evening. Thin Kyo walked the red carpet alone. She appeared at the top of the news feed on her fan club's Weibo, which was posting an article. The road ahead. We will always walk with you, sister. A flood of supportive comments followed. Sister, you are the mountains, the sun, the stars, a beautiful princess. Good night. Tonight's Thin Kyo is a phoenix reborn. We are your true fans. Finally, the red carpet event concluded. She gathered her belongings, preparing to attend Hokai's concert. Just at that moment, Trung Tam called. Kyo, let's go for hot pot tonight. Fo Tu Tan is already at my place. We're just missing you. Tonight, I'm attending a concert. I'm not free. You're not a singer. What are you doing going to a concert? I want to go. You and Fo Tu Tan, Andy. Next time I'll eat with everyone. Hey, Thin Kyo, wait. You terrible person. Ditching friends for a guy. You're clearly going to see Hokai's concert. Thin Kyo paid him no mind, hastily hung up the phone, and sped off towards Hokai's concert. She hadn't expected that coming to see him today would require such stealth. If his fans are to spot her, she'd likely meet her end right here in the stadium. Fortunately, she managed to slip into a safe seat unnoticed. Like all the other fans, she transformed into an ordinary fangirl, taking out her camera and preparing her equipment to welcome her idol. At last, amidst the fans' frenzied screams and roaring cheers, the concert began. Hokai appeared, his breathtaking visuals truly embodying a new generation idol. So handsome, radiating charisma, an aura of divinity, utterly cool. The moment she saw her idol, Thin Kyo immediately raised her camera, clicking away. There was no way she could miss capturing beautiful moments like these. Indeed, seeing her idol right before her eyes felt different. Thin Kyo's expression dissolved into rapt adoration. Please continue to shine brightly in my world, she thought. And just like that, the concert finally drew to a close. She had captured so many stunning photos. Later, she absolutely had to post them all online. Wait, she almost forgot she wasn't Kyo Chu anymore. Kyo Chu no longer existed in this world. That meant she needed to create a new account. Very quickly, she finished setting up a new account named Station Master Kyo Chu Online. With the account ready, the next step was obvious: posting the photos. The instant she uploaded them, an overwhelming flood of fan comments poured in, showering her with endless praise. Absolutely outstanding. Her mission accomplished, Thin Kyo stretched contentedly. Right at that moment, Hokai called. Just seeing his name pop up on her phone made her answer with delight. He asked, "What happened to your voice?" It was true. Her voice was definitely suffering after the concert from shouting so much. It took considerable effort just to get a few words out. She managed to say, I was cheering too loudly earlier. Oh, was I the one holding a concert, or were you? Thin Kyo laughed. These are minor details. Is your celebration party over already? Yes, it is. You came tonight too. Of course. I took heaps and heaps of photos of you. The contract termination issue had caused such an uproar these past few days, Hokai mused. I thought she'd be downcast for a while. I never expected she'd still have the heart to come see my concert. He went online to check the news and saw numerous reports about her. Female stars' nude photos, the promiscuous supporting actress. The leaked audio recording had led everyone to view her with judgmental eyes. And yet, she wasn't the same person she used to be. She was incredibly brave now, radiating a kind of presence, an aura that he had never seen in her before. If you need my help with anything, just let me know. Oh, no need. No need. These things will be resolved quickly. You helping me share the post online, and even calling specifically to check on me already makes me very happy. Hokai, you should rest early. You worked hard today. Your concert was absolutely perfect. Good night. Yes, good night to you too. Hanging up, Thin Kyo drifted back into a dreamlike state. Being wished good night by her idol, she would definitely sleep well tonight. Truly, no one was more successful at standing their idol than her. Just then, a message arrived from Kyo Vu. Thin Kyo, there's a document that needs signing tomorrow. Remember to get in touch. Reading the message, Thin Kyo silently prayed, hoping for good news every day. Early the next morning, while eating breakfast and reading the news, she felt exhilarated. Overnight, she had gained 2 million fans. On the Thin Kyo fan club page, photos of her from the red carpet the previous night were posted with the caption, "No panic. After the sun sets, the dawn will shine." The post instantly flooded with comments praising her. "Beautiful sister, you're outstanding. Keep going. Be brave no matter what happens." Thin Kyo was overjoyed. She wasn't seeking fans, but she prayed the world wouldn't be shrouded in darkness. Just then, news even hotter than hers broke. Hokai had canceled his contract with Tin Hui so fast, I thought it would take longer to announce. She clicked to see. Hokai had also posted the news about the contract termination on his personal page. His fans were also cheering him on wholeheartedly, enthusiastically supporting all of Hokai's choices. She also created a burner account and typed away furiously, wishing Hokai all the best for the future. May your path be paved with flowers. Finished, she felt happy again. Me too. I will always look towards you, shining even brighter. Ah, I need to find Kyo Vu. I should send him the meeting location first. Just as she called to tell him the meeting spot, Kyo Vu declined. I have something urgent today. I probably can only bring the document to you tomorrow. What's wrong? Did something happen? My mother is ill, so I have to go to the hospital. He hung up. Thin Kyo felt worried. His voice sounded so panicked. Was his mother okay? No, I had to go to the Kyo family home to check on the situation. Very quickly, she arrived at Kyo Vu's house. She knocked on the door outside, but no one answered. Everyone must be at the hospital. I'll just wait here. An entire day passed like that. Evening fell, and she sat slumped there, still seeing no one return. Just then, Hokai jogged past and saw her sitting forlornly. He stopped and asked, "Thin Kyo, why are you here?" Seeing Hokai, Thin Kyo's eyes lit up again, and she tried to stand up. However, having sat for too long, she stumbled, unsteady on her feet. Hokai quickly stepped forward to support her. "Thank you. What are you doing sitting out here?" "I'm waiting for my lawyer. He lives in this house." "Are you out for an evening run?" "Yeah." Being so close now, Thin Kyo became lost in thought again. So close. Yesterday, he was the untouchable light on stage. Yet today, he stood right before her, within arm's reach. Sob, I really want to hug him, tell him how much I like him. No, I must stop these bold thoughts. Hokai dislikes physical contact. I mustn't make him uncomfortable. Love requires restraint. Hokai asked how long she planned to wait. Probably another 2 hours. Then come wait at my place. It's already dark like this. It's not safe for a girl to be outside alone. Thin Kyo felt shy. He actively invited me to his house. Upon entering Hokai's house, Thin Kyo, ever considerate, went to draw the curtains, fearing paparazzi might capture photos. Afterwards, sitting on the sofa beside him to watch a movie, she still felt utterly stunned. He was her idol, like the sun high above. His warmth had comforted her, accompanied her growth, yet approaching the sun was impossible. But now, the sun was sitting right beside her, and she felt as if she were melting right there. Noticing her staring intently at him, Hokai turned to look back at her. Startled, she quickly averted her gaze and changed the subject. She rambled on at length about the plot of the movie Hokai was watching. Hokai interrupted, "No spoilers. I just wanted to talk to you about something." Hokai asked her, "Have you seen this movie before?" "Yes, I quite enjoy watching Kai SXS films." Hokai quickly switched to another movie, just as. Seeing the movie on the TV, Thin Kyo eagerly exclaimed again, "I've seen this one too. This movie is about." Before she could finish, Hokai turned off the movie. "Hey, what are you doing?" Seeing him pick up his phone to play a game, she asked, "You play games?" "I know how to play too." And so, the two quickly settled down together, playing games to de-stress. Oh dear, what kind of playing was this? Someone was already scolding Hokai for playing poorly. She fumed inwardly, "Which bastard dares to scold my Hokai?" Angrily, she turned on her mic and retorted, "Crappy mage, who are you scolding? Whoever's crappy, that's who I'm scolding." "Scolding yourself then? What the damn it? Hey, elementary school kid, remember to learn your letters before playing games. Finish your homework yet? Need me to teach you?" Hokai, seeing her playing the game while rambling nonstop, stared at her intently, making her jump. "What's wrong? Play the game seriously. Don't scold people." But they scolded you first. I couldn't stand it." As she finished speaking, Hokai gazed at her again, lost in thought for several seconds, before saying, "This round, I'll carry you." They got so engrossed in the game, they lost track of time. Glancing at the clock, she realized, "It's so late. Kyo Vu must be home by now." "Hokai, I should go see if the lawyer is back. Goodbye for now." Let me see you out. If they aren't back yet, don't wait up. I know. Bye-bye. You should rest early. Take care of your health. Good night. Leaving Hokai's house, Thin Kyo went to knock on Kyo Vu's door. The person who opened it was the Kyo family's nanny, Ma Trong, who asked, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Kyo Vu." Just then, Kyo Vu emerged. "Why are you here? Come in and sit down." "Ma Trong, please pour a glass of hot water." Thin Kyo looked around the house she hadn't returned to in so long, her heart deeply stirred. This was truly her home. The two sat on the sofa, talking. Kyo Vu said, "Everything is almost arranged. The approval process isn't fast, so please don't be impatient. I know, it's just that I happen to be nearby for some errands, so I stopped by your place. If it's convenient, I can sign the documents. But I left the documents at the office." "Oh, is that so?" "Heh." Ma Truong approached. "Have some water, dear. Be careful, it's hot." As she drank, she asked, "How is your mother? Is she feeling better?" "She's stable. Her legs aren't very mobile. This morning she carelessly fell from her wheelchair, but luckily, she's all right now." Thin Kyo let out a sigh of relief. "That's good." Just then, his mother looked down from upstairs and called out, "Kyo Vu, do we have a guest?" Thin Kyo hadn't seen her mother in a very long time. The moment she saw her, she couldn't stop her eyes from welling up with tears. Very quickly, she hastily wiped her tears away, then smiled and said, "Hello, Annie." Kyo Vu explained, "This is a client of mine. Her name is Thin Kyo. Why didn't you tell mother a client was visiting so I could greet them?" Seeing his mother about to come downstairs, Thin Kyo quickly spoke up, "Auntie, please don't trouble yourself. I should be heading back now anyway. I'll come visit you another time." "All right then, be careful on your way," Kyo Vu's mother replied. Kyo Vu's son, see Thin Kyo off. Kyo Vu promptly drove Thin Kyo home. Sitting in the car, Thin Kyo's thoughts drifted. The items inside her brother's car remained unchanged. The scent in the car was the agarwood fragrance she had bought previously. Suddenly recalling memories with her family, she couldn't hold back her tears. Sob seeing her cry like this. Kyo Vu comforted her. "Right now, the law and public opinion are on your side. Everything is moving in a positive direction. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. This will all pass." Inside, she thought, what good does that do? I'm not Thin Kyo, nor can I be Kyo Chiu. In the world that belongs to me, besides Hokai, there's nothing left. Just then, her phone rang. She opened it to read a message from Thin Kyo's mother. "Have you been busy lately, dear? Mom misses you." "I'm not busy. I'll come visit you in a few days." And so, a few days later, she packed her things and returned to Thin Kyo's home to visit her mother. As soon as she opened the door, her mother exclaimed joyfully, "Thin Kyo, you're back." Seeing the mother before her, she was startled. "Why are both my mothers in wheelchairs?" She hugged her mother, saying, "Mom, I missed you so much." Good girl. Mom just finished cooking. Let me stir-fry that dish you like." Lounging comfortably at home, she received a phone call from Fuang Bok. "Sis, you're filming an entertainment show tomorrow morning." "What the heck?" "Es gao mi ling crazy. Things are already like this. And she's still booking jobs for me? I'm in my hometown. Let me call Chow Mai Lin and ask." Chow Mai Lin answered quickly. "I know why you're calling, but the court hasn't issued its verdict yet. Therefore, you are still an artist under Tin Hui and must adhere to the schedule set by the company. Tomorrow's entertainment show is held indoors. The program requires participants not to bring personal assistance. Go by yourself. Fuang Bok doesn't need to pick you up." Hanging up, Thin Kyo sighed. "This is such a headache." The next morning, Fuang Bok arrived with bags and belongings. "Sister Kyo, I heard this entertainment show is called 24 Hours Living Together. It will film for 20 days with 6 guests. Everyone has to live together. Who are the other 5? You'll have to find that out when you get there. Also, this show will be live streamed 24/7. There are surveillance cameras all over the house." "Oh, it's that intense? Thanks for your hard work. You can leave now." Arriving at the filming location, Thin Kyo opened the door and stepped inside. As soon as she entered, she saw cameras everywhere. This show really invested heavily. A 24-hour live stream was no joke. Nak Chiu, the first guest, was already there. Hello to our second guest." "Yes, hello," Thin Kyo replied. "Nice to meet you." Viewers watching the live stream commented, "I thought Thin Kyo's activities would be frozen after the contract termination issue. Why do I suddenly remember she has no manners and is lazy? The company isn't freezing her because they want to squeeze more money out of her." Just then, an announcement came. Dear guests, welcome to the fluttering little room. Please rest and get acquainted with each other in the main hall. The next guest was Luke Nathan. Hello everyone, I'm Luke Nathan. I'm Fung Viwai. Vi as in Rose. Another introduced. Hello everyone, I'm Trung Tam. Comments flooded in again. Did this show invite Thin Kyo just for publicity? If it weren't for Hoke Hai, Thin Kyo would have been blocked long ago. As soon as Trung Tam saw Thin Kyo, he rushed over. My dear Kyo, I missed you to death. Oh, let me change my shoes first, Naktu said. Shall we check the rooms first? There's still one person who hasn't arrived. Aren't we waiting? I want a room with you, Kyo. Kyo helplessly said, get away. Sobi, you want you to abandon me? Who will you room with then? Just then, the clattering sound of suitcase being pulled echoed as someone entered. Thin Kyo turned her head, and as she did, her eyes widened in disbelief, for the person appearing before her was none other than Hoke Hai. The online community also erupted. Oh my god, Hoke Hai actually showed up. I thought this show only invited washed-up stars. Hoke Hai, did you come to the wrong show? Thin Kyo dared to take nude photos, and now she's clinging to Hoke Hai, following him everywhere. What are you all talking about? She was framed in that nude photo incident. Indeed, Hoke Hai's appearance was completely unexpected. Not only were the fans astonished, but the guests present were even more stunned. Hoke Hai smiled. Has everyone arrived? Oh heavens, my idol. Thin Kyo couldn't contain her infatuation and nearly lost her footing. Trung Tam was exasperated. Hey, maintain some dignity. What are you trembling for? Because of her obvious adoration, everyone turned to look at her, making her feel embarrassed. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Trung Tam announced, since everyone's here, let's choose rooms. Hurry up, whoever gets upstairs first gets the better rooms. I'll go ahead. With that, he dragged Thin Kyo along to look at the rooms. After a quick glance, Trung Tam pushed Thin Kyo into a room and declared, this is Kyo's room. Nobody else can take it. Trung Tam beamed. Kyo is here. I'll take the room next to hers. Fung Bai interjected. Someone will have to take the double room. You two can't be so domineering. Sure enough, netizens commented. Trung Tam is being too bossy. What's wrong with him? The show just started and those two are already pairing up. Like ink, he's staying black. Trung Tam is becoming obnoxious like Thin Kyo. Luke Not Han spoke up. I'm willing to take the double room. Would anyone like to share with me? Silence answered him. Luke Not Han turned to Hoke Hai. It's just you left. You're not willing to room with me, right? Hoke Hai replied calmly. I can. The online comments flared up again. Our Hoke Hai can't possibly share a bed with someone else. Our baby, why are you so gentle? Someone needs to rush in and beat Thin Kyo to death. Thin Kyo then said, I can also take the double room. Sister Kyo, you want to share a room with me? The netizens commented again. Why did Thin Kyo suddenly change her tune and act reasonably? She must be planning some trick. Leave Hoke Hai alone. Little brother Luke Nahan is still a child. Thin Kyo, don't corrupt him. Trung Tam refused to accept this room arrangement. He said to Luke Nahan, you and I will share a room. Let the three girls have their own rooms. How could Thin Kyo possibly room with you? And so, the room arrangements were settled. Thin Kyo looked at her pile of suitcases with dismay. Can someone help me with my luggage? Just moments ago, Trung Tam had mentioned Luke Not Han was in the restroom, and he himself disliked troublesome tasks. Now, only Hoke Hai remained. Indeed, the only one left was Hoke Hai. He offered, let me help. But how could an infatuated fangirl let her idol carry luggage? She insisted on doing it herself. Fung Vi remarked, these suitcases are really heavy. Let the men carry them. Not heavy at all. I'm very strong. Let me carry them. My idol cannot carry suitcases. So, ignoring everyone, she started hauling the luggage herself. But the suitcases were incredibly heavy. What is this? Are there bricks or copper inside? Why is it so heavy? Nevertheless, she put all her effort into carrying them upstairs without complaint. I'm dead tired. Fung Bai pointed out, there's still one more suitcase. Thin Kyo, resigned, began the task of hauling luggage for the second time. Hoke Hai looked at her, puzzled, perhaps finding her quite endearing. The third suitcase belongs to Fung Vi, doesn't it? Fung Vi spoke up, let me carry it up myself. Thin Kyo, relieved, exclaimed, oh, all right, finally done. Exhausted, Thin Kyo collapsed onto the bed the moment she saw it. Before she could rest for even a few seconds, Trung Tam called, his voice booming through the phone. Take a good look at yourself. It's utterly embarrassing. It's just Hoke Hai for crying out loud. You even look a bit like me. Why couldn't you control yourself even a little? This is a live stream. You have to be careful. And you still won't admit you like him. Who won't admit it? So what if I like him? Liking him is pointless anyway. He won't pay any attention to me. Besides, his fans are like a pack of hungry tigers. Do you really think you don't have enough problems to deal with already? Shut up, you're too noisy. Just then, a voice called out from downstairs. Everyone, please come down and gather. Everyone assembled promptly in the living room. The director addressed them. You all understand the rules, correct? Then let's officially begin our month of living together. On the table, you'll find this month's living allowance for everyone. Please discuss whether you want to pool it all for common use, or if each person will take 200 yuan to manage individually. How can anyone possibly survive on just 200 yuan per person? Exactly. Let's pool it. Then we can have one person manage the money, and we'll be able to save more. Feng Vi volunteered. In that case, let me manage it. All right. Well then, I wish everyone a harmonious and joyful time living together. Let's give it our best. Trung Tam then declared, I'm starving. Let's order some food. Absolutely not. Ordering food is too expensive. So, you're just going to let me starve then? Let's just find something light to eat for now. Trung Tam opened a refrigerator, and his face lit up with delight. Wow, there's actually stuff like this in here? Looks pretty good. Thin Kyo added, I didn't bring a lot, but there's still a little left if anyone wants to eat. Then let me have some, please. I haven't had breakfast yet. Sister Kyo, did you bring all these seasoning packets? Yes, I did. I also brought 10 salted duck eggs. They're in the fridge. Anyone who wants some is welcome to have them. Everyone sat in the living room, calculating their options. If we cook our own meals, we'll save a lot of money, but I only know how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Me too. Hok Hai and Trung Tam fell into a state of helpless contemplation. Thin Kyo spoke decisively. It's almost noon. First things first, we need to figure out lunch. Feng Vi offered, let me clean the kitchen. I'll cook when you guys get back with the groceries. Okay, please handle the kitchen, and if you could, tidy up the common living area as well. Little Han, if you're free, could you take care of the flower bed outside? I noticed quite a few dry leaves and weeds. With the chores distributed, everyone began their assigned tasks. Hok Hai inquired, what about me? What should I do? Thin Kyo paused for a few seconds before replying. Could you check all the electronic appliances in the house and make sure they're working properly? If anything is broken, find the program staff and report it for repairs. Otherwise, they might conveniently disappear later. Hearing this blatant favoritism, Trung Tam felt utterly exasperated. Hey, that's going way too far, you know. Luke Na Han encouraged him. Go on, brother, check them. Nak Chu added supportively. That's right. Otherwise, the show won't cover the costs later. Nak Chu handed the money to Thin Kyo, reminding her, remember to be frugal. With the money in hand, she and Trung Tam set off. Do you know where we can buy groceries? There's a large market on the way here. Let's head there. And indeed, just a short walk ahead, a sprawling market came into view. Thin Kyo approached every stall with fierce determination, haggling relentlessly. After a spirited round of bargaining, she announced, let's buy exactly 50 yuan worth and make sure they deliver it right to our door. Right? They proceeded towards the meat counter. Thin Kyo looked up at the price board. The moment she saw the prices, Trung Tam spoke up. Why is it so expensive? Let's just eat vegetarian then. We can't. Little Han is at a growing age. We absolutely cannot let the child suffer. Boss, sell me a few kilos of meat. Murmurs of approval spread through the onlookers. Thin Kyo really knows how to think about her younger brother. Trung Tam, why are you just standing there like a porter? She even knows how to haggle for groceries? Just like my mom. Truly a worthy kitchen assistant. Back at the house, everyone else was cleaning with great diligence. Nak Chu clutched her back. Oh, I'm so tired. My waist is about to break. Thin Kyo finally returned from the market. Thin Kyo, you're amazing. We bought so much, and it's not even 200 yuan. Nak Chu thought silently. Why does Thin Kyo look so comfortable? If I'd known, I would have gone grocery shopping instead. The moment he saw her return, Hok Hai spoke up. Let me carry that for you. Thin Kyo blushed. Thank you. Nak Chu asked, Little Kyo, what did you buy this basin for? This was really cheap. 3 for 10 yuan. Even if it's cheap, you can't just spend money recklessly like that. We don't have much money, and now you're buying useless things. Trung Tam interjected. It's for decoration. Doesn't a living space need a touch of green? You look quite pretty yourself, so how can you have no appreciation for life? Hey, Trung Tam, why are you always targeting me? Thin Kyo tried to mediate. No, he's complimenting you, saying you're pretty. Nak Chu didn't bother arguing further and turned away. Thin Kyo whispered urgently, we're live streaming right now. Can you two-tone it down? Please don't talk like that. Tears welled up in Trung Tam's eyes. Kyo, why have you changed so much? You weren't like this before. You used to treat me so well. I was even the person you loved the most. Kyo let out a helpless little sigh. Just then a scream, erupted from the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, smoke billowed thickly. Kyo rushed in swiftly. Seeing the chaotic scene before her, thick black smoke, utter disarray, she froze as if turned to stone. To make matters worse, the surrounding food items were scattered everywhere. Kyo clutched her head in exasperation. All right, everyone out. Just let me handle the cooking. Okay then. Call us anytime if you need help. Kyo began to cook with practiced skill, and very quickly, she produced a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes that looked incredibly appetizing. Just then, someone stepped inside. Without looking up, Kyo said, "My cooking is decent. I don't need help right now." Hokai's voice replied, "Everyone's getting a bit hungry. Let me come help you cook so it'll be faster." Kyo turned around, saw it was Hokai, and stammered shyly, "Huh? Why did you come in here?" Cooking alongside her idol like this. How could her heart not flutter? Hokai enthusiastically helped her with the cooking. As he cooked, he turned to look at her, asking, Kyo, why do I get the feeling you're afraid of me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Kyo's cheeks flushed crimson again. Flustered, she darted to another spot. I'm not. He looked at her, noticing her ears turning red. "Still saying you're not?" The comments section lit up again. Why is Kyo so flustered? Did Hokai scold her? Nah, Hokai has good manners. He wouldn't scold someone. Thanks. But why is there no sound from the kitchen? I really want to hear what they're saying. Kyo, far too shy to function properly next to her idol, gently pushed him towards the door. "Really, I'm fine. The food is almost ready. Go call everyone down to eat." Very quickly, the table was laden with simple yet incredibly eye-catching dishes, clearly made with care. Gazing at the food spread on the table, everyone showered her with praise. "Wow, little Kyo, you're such a good cook." "Oh no, these dishes are quite simple. I've already portioned the braised pork into bowls for everyone. It'll be delicious with rice." Why does Hokai's bowl have more braised pork than ours? Netizens immediately commented, "Look, Kyo is favoring Hokai. She must be trying to attract attention again." Truly speechless. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Kyo looked at Hokai, then said, "Who knows? I just scooped it casually. If you don't think it's enough, let me get you some more, okay? I don't need it. Just be more careful next time. Don't let others think you're playing favorites." Hokai gazed at the bowl of rice and braised pork Kyo had given him, held her gaze for a few seconds, then offered a warm smile. Having eaten their fill, everyone gathered in the living room. Being full is such bliss. "Let's play a game," Naktu suggested. "I don't know how to play. Everyone remember to carry me." "Okay." Fangbai chimed in. "You all go ahead and play. I've never played games before," Kyo said enthusiastically. "It's okay, just play, I'll guide you." Trung Tam muttered, "I refuse to play with a newbie." Kyo cut in. "Is your skill level any different from a beginner's?" People commented again. This game needs 5 players, but there are 6 people in the room. No wonder Kyo pulled Fangbai in to play with them, while she herself isn't playing but guiding them. This gesture is just too heartwarming. Kyo is truly a warm and kind little angel. What kind of comments am I reading? Heavens, someone actually called Kyo an angel. Finally, everything was set up and everyone picked up their phones to start the game. They were all very enthusiastic, playing and chatting animatedly. Kyo guided them with great passion. After playing for a while, Trung Tam was already yelling, "Run, run, quick." Finally, the victory notification popped up. "Flower Angel descends." Wow, Hokai, that move just now was incredibly cool. Kyo, sitting nearby, felt even prouder. My idol truly is the best. Then she turned to look at Hokai, only to find him already looking at her. Their 4 eyes met. It made Kyo blush shyly and turn her face away. Oh, our eyes met. Kyo, calm down, you must calm down. Nakchu spoke up. Kyo, why are they all attacking me? Kyo guided her patiently. You need to pay attention right here. Let me show you. That's right, just attack like that. Yes, move backward. Receiving enthusiastic guidance, Nakchu played with growing fervor. Wow, we won. Kyo, you're amazing. Nakchu grasped Kyo's hand, saying, "Teach me again tomorrow, okay?" "Sure." Zhao, no way. Kyo is mine. Without Kyo, my rank will drop. Hokai also watched thin Kyo, perhaps already lost in her kindness and innocence. Finally, they had played enough, and the night had grown late. Good night. Good night. As night fell, thin Kyo walked upstairs. Just as she reached the landing, she saw Hokai. Seeing him, her eyes lit up again. He asked, still not asleep? I just finished preparing the breakfast ingredients for everyone for tomorrow. Suddenly, Hokai didn't know what else to say. Neither spoke. The silence made thin Kyo blush shyly again as she turned away. I'll head off first then. You should sleep early too. Good night. Hokai watched thin Kyo, lost in thought, his heart likely stirring. Such beauty right before my eyes, and always so adorable on top of that. Who could possibly resist? Thin Kyo entered her room and closed the door, her heart still pounding from the encounter. She quickly grabbed her phone and texted Hokai. She asked, "Why did you decide to join this reality show?" The message sent instantly, and Hokai received it. As soon as he finished reading, he immediately texted back. Thin Kyo, lying in bed, quickly read the message. I owe the director a favor. She texted back, I didn't know you would be coming. If my presence during the show causes any negative impact on you, I apologize. It's all right. It's not that serious. Get some rest. He replied. Thin Kyo joyfully hugged her phone, rolling back and forth on the bed in delight. What could be better than being comforted by her idol? Hokai truly was the best. Tonight, she would definitely sleep well. The next morning, food was already laid out on the table. Wow, Thin Kyo, are you a fairy godmother? As long as everyone likes it. As they were eating breakfast, an announcement sounded. Everyone gather for the announcement of a new task. Tonight, a mysterious guest will arrive. You will all be responsible for entertaining the guest. After the guest leaves, they will rate your service. A 5-star rating will earn bonus living expenses. 3 or 4 stars mean no reward or penalty. A poor rating of 1 or 2 stars will result in a deduction from your living expenses. Upon hearing this, everyone clutched their heads in dismay. What? No way. They never mentioned this at the beginning. How much money do we even have left? Thin Kyo asked, does the guest have any requests for dinner? No, but you must make them feel like they're eating a home-cooked meal. Thin Kyo brightened. How about hot pot? We could buy vegetables, ingredients, and a pre-made hot pot base. That's a great idea. It's both economical and delicious. Thin Kyo pondered further. It seems the organizers plan to invite new guests every 2 or 3 days. We don't have enough living funds, and now we have to entertain guests. The only way is to earn more money. Let's discuss how to make money for the next 20 days. Sister Kyo, I'm still young. Child labor is illegal, Chow Tam joked. With looks like mine, besides selling my body, I really can't think of any other way. Everyone burst into hearty laughter. Nak Chu suggested, we could ask Hokai to busk in the square. He's so famous. Just seeing him there could probably earn us a few 10 NDT notes a day. Just as Hokai was about to respond, Thin Kyo exclaimed loudly, no way. What? Why not? Thin Kyo realized she might have overreacted. She glanced at Hokai for a few seconds, then cleared her throat. Ahem, ahem. Singing in the square requires a lot of equipment, like sound systems and instruments. The investment is too big. Besides, she thought inwardly, it's chaotic out there. How can my idol go out and sing like that? What if he gets harassed? Don't even think about it. Considering the investment costs, everyone sighed helplessly. That's true. What do we do now? Thin Kyo said, let's go out for a walk now and see if anyone around here is hiring. Online comments started popping up again. Is Thin Kyo really taking them to find manual labor? So what if it's manual labor? Working people are the most glorious. Stepping outside and looking around, Thin Kyo sighed. There's nothing around here except construction sites. What should we do? Nak Chu quipped, Kyo, did you really want us to come here and haul bricks? That's actually a good idea. Hey no, definitely not. I was just kidding. More comments flooded in. Just imagining these guys covered in dust hauling bricks at a construction site is hilarious. It's killing me. Six Not Han said, Sister Kyo, I want to eat that. Can I have a skewer? As soon as the words were out, everyone's gaze turned towards the street side barbecue skewers. I want some too. Me too. Everyone gets only 10 NDT's worth. Okay. Thin Kyo asked Hokai, aren't you having any? I don't need any. You all go ahead and eat. Thin Kyo glanced around for a moment before turning and walking away. Hokai watched her go, puzzled about where she was headed. A short while later, Thin Kyo returned, holding a hot sweet potato, her eyes sparkling. Here, you eat this. Hokai stared at the sweet potato in his hand, momentarily stunned. She mentioned it was his favorite food. Half the day slipped by. In the afternoon, Thin Kyo was busy planning ways to earn money. Waking from their nap, everyone stretched. That nap was so comfortable. If we weren't on this show, I could sleep until evening. Kyo, why didn't you sleep? Are you writing something? I'm thinking about how to make money. Oh, don't worry about that now. Live for today. Let's watch a movie and relax. Thin Kyo wanted to refuse, but before she could, Trung Tam chimed in enthusiastically. I want to watch Midnight Watch. Is it a horror movie? I heard it's terrifying. Can you handle it? What's there to be afraid of? Just make sure you don't end up crying later. The mere mention of horror movies made Thin Kyo break out in a cold sweat. They were her biggest fear. As night fell, the television flickered to life, showing the very horror film Trung Tam had mentioned earlier. Hokai walked past and noticed Thin Kyo watching, trembling and visibly panicked. He looked at her, an unreadable expression on his face. He stepped forward and switched off the TV. Nak-tu looked bewildered. Hey, what are you doing? I was just getting into it. I thought it was fine. Thin Kyo let out a sigh of relief. Saved. Her eyes lit up again. Idol, you're truly my savior. A moment later, an announcement came. Tada! Attention everyone, it's time to draw lots. We're giving you all a chance to earn money. Simply complete the task you draw, and you'll receive cash. However, each task has a time limit. Failure to complete it will result in a penalty. Everyone quickly drew their lots. Trung Tam unfolded his paper. His task was to invite a movie king, top actor, to be a guest of the house within 7 days. Chow Tam's jaw dropped. 7 days? How are you supposed to find a movie king? Kyo, they're bullying me. I'm just a cute newcomer. How would I know anyone like that? I know one, but I'd rather see you get punished, Six Not Han quipped. My task is to make a handicraft item and sell it anonymously, Fangirl announced. I have to go to a pet shop and bathe 6 different breeds of dogs. Hokai's task was to find someone with the surname Kyo, take a photo with them, and get their autograph. Thin Kyo's mission was to conduct a 2-hour live stream interaction with the online community. Jungtam Wailet again. Why is my task so hard while everyone else's seems easy? Maybe you absorbed everyone else's bad luck. Nak-tu, what task did you draw? Nak-tu looked utterly bewildered, on the verge of tears. I have to go to a construction site and carry bricks for 2 days. The online comments immediately flooded in. How can a delicate girl like Nak-tu carry bricks? Trung Tam burst out laughing. Haha, karma really does come around. Nak-tu pleaded tearfully. Swap with me. Let me invite the movie king. Ha, no way. Thin Kyo spoke up. Let me switch with you. Director, can we swap tasks? Yes, but only one swap is allowed. Nak-tu burst into tears. Thank you. You're an angel. It's nothing. I quite like construction sites. That evening in the kitchen, Thin Kyo was washing dishes. Nak-tu offered, let me help. Okay, the guest should be arriving soon, right? Sure enough, just as the words left her mouth, the special guest walked in. It was Su Huin, an artist signed with Tin Hui, the champion of this year's survival show for singer-dancers. Nak-tu's eyes instantly lit up. Su Huin, I didn't expect it to be you. Hello Nak-tu. Having collaborated before, the two knew each other and chatted with easy familiarity. Thin Kyo also greeted her amicably. However, Su Huin paid her no mind, walking past her to speak with Hokai. Su Huin, long time no see. Thin Kyo fumed inwardly. Does this person think I'm invisible? Hokai turned to Thin Kyo. Do you smell something coming from the kitchen? The mere mention of the kitchen startled Thin Kyo. I'm still cooking the hot pot. As Thin Kyo tended to the hot pot, she muttered under her breath. I even called you senior sister, yet you didn't answer me. I don't leech off Hokai's popularity, but it's Su Huin's turn to ride his coattails, isn't it? Annoyed, she accidentally bumped the hot pot, scalding her hand. Somehow, Hokai was already standing behind her. Let me carry the hot pot. Thank you. Heavens, at this moment, the two were incredibly close, making Thin Kyo even more flustered. Too close, boo-hoo. Everyone was seated at the table waiting for the food as Hokai brought out the hot pot. Come on, everyone, let's eat. Su Huin smiled at Hokai. Senior brother Hokai, please sit here. Thin Kyo watched, feeling helpless. She turned to Trung Tam. There's no one sitting here. May I sit next to you? Thin Kyo's attitude puzzled even Nak-tu. The spread of food on the table was incredibly eye-catching. Su Huin addressed Hokai. Senior brother Hokai, I toast to you. Thank you for the song you wrote for me. Everything is prepared. It will be released in 2 days. The others began to comment. Hokai wrote a song for Su Huin. They're both so talented. Looking forward to this collaboration. Nak-tu asked Thin Kyo, what kind of song is it? A love song. Thin Kyo watched, irritated. Please make it clear that you asked Hokai for the song. Don't make it sound like he proactively wrote it for you. And what love song? Hokai spoke up. I don't write love songs. If the lyricist revised the lyrics, have them corrected before the release. I understand. After the meal, Thin Kyo picked up a broom to clean the house. Nak Chu asked Su Huin, do you and Thin Kyo have some friction? No. Well, that's good. Maybe I'm imagining things. I had some issues with her before too, but living together, I feel she's quite a good person. Look, she's still working hard cleaning the room. Su Huin replied, I don't have any friction with her, but we can't be friends either because we are not people from the same world. Having finished cleaning, Thin Kyo announced, all done. Everyone can come in now. Wow, it's so clean. Little Kyo, are you a magician? That's right. Look at the broom in my hand. Su Huin said, you've worked hard. Seeing this scene, people commented again. The two of them standing together looked like a young lady and her maid. Thin Kyo politely demurred. Not at all. Trung Tam called out, hurry up, come down quickly to watch the horror movie. Oh, all right, coming. Thin Kyo panicked inwardly again. What? Still have to watch that horror movie? Can't escape this ordeal. The time allocated for the horror movie had begun. While watching, Thin Kyo couldn't bear it anymore, abruptly standing up and yawning. Oh, I suddenly feel so sleepy. I need to do my personal hygiene first, heading back to my room. Closing the door behind her, she let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, I found a way to escape that place. What kind of movie scares people to death? As expected, after watching the movie, everything looked frightening. She opened the door to the bathroom, but felt too scared to actually go inside. What should I do? She tried to reassure herself. Don't be scared. It's just a horror movie. All those things are fake. I'm not scared at all. Just then, Hokai suddenly appeared. If you know it's fake, why are you still so scared? His appearance startled her, making her jump and scream loudly. After screaming, she realized, Hokai, why did you come up here? Trung Tam said you were gone for a long time and didn't come back, so he asked me to check on you. Hokai continued, don't be silly. You wanted to freshen up, right? Go on, don't be afraid. I'll stay here and keep watch for you. Thin Kyo, receiving her idol's attention again, was overjoyed and shy, rendered speechless. Being cared for by her idol like this naturally made Thin Kyo excited again. Very quickly, she finished freshening up. Thank you. I'll head back to the bedroom first. When she returned to her room, she still hadn't shaken off the fear from the images in the horror movie earlier. But luckily, Hokai was beside her. He said, I'm going downstairs now. You should get some rest soon. Yes, good night to you too. Good night. Just looking at Hokai's retreating back made Thin Kyo's heart pound fiercely with excitement. My idol is always shining. Hee hee. The next morning, because of that horror movie, Thin Kyo had nightmares all night and couldn't sleep well, leaving dark circles under her eyes. Previously, whenever she had nightmares, no matter how scared she was, just hugging a signed photo of Hokai could put her mind at ease and let her sleep. Now I need to get another signed photo of him. She tidied her clothes, looking at herself in the mirror. Although she could see Hokai every day now, she was Thin Kyo. She could only hide her affection for him, unlike before when she was Kyo Chu and could express her feelings more freely. Good morning, Su Huin. You're back from your run? Yes, I bought breakfast for everyone. Oh, thank you. That means I don't have to cook this morning. Ho ho. With the cameras currently rolling, Su Huin couldn't say much. This is the breakfast I specially bought for Hokai. Thin Kyo, noticing Su Huin wasn't eating, asked, why aren't you eating? I have to maintain my figure. I admire you. After terminating your contract, you don't need to worry about restrictions anymore. But my metabolism is good too. It's not too late to lose weight before starting work again. You still have work lined up? I thought you had to withdraw from the industry. Thin Kyo stood up and asked, Su Huin, how much longer are you staying here? I'm leaving this afternoon. Thin Kyo smiled. What a pity. I don't have time to become friends with you. Then she turned and walked away. Su Huin fumed internally. Does she mean that since we're not friends, I'm not qualified to hear her business? Don't get cocky. Just wait until I get to the construction site later and see how you embarrass yourself. Finally, it was time for the task. Thin Kyo arrived at the construction site. The sunlight was glaring, but she remained incredibly diligent and enthusiastic, carrying concrete without shying away from the hard work. People commented again, she's such a tough girl. Truly our Kyo. How could other stars do this? Finally, the work was done. Everyone, take a break and eat. Thin Kyo also received her lunchbox. Looking at the eye-catching meal, she thought, this looks so delicious. I could die. I need to eat to replenish my energy. Thin Kyo ate happily. So tasty, hee hee. Suddenly, for some reason, she felt dizzy and nauseous. She couldn't hold her chopstick steady, and her food tumbled to the ground. Oh no, the original owner's body is allergic to eggplant. Due to the allergy, she fainted. People shouted, "Quick, call an ambulance." When she opened her eyes again, she saw the blurry image of Hokai. "Who is it? Hokai?" She sat up and asked, "Why are you here?" Hokai gently held her hand down, saying, "Don't move. You're on in 4 drip." Ah yes. She was dazed. Waking up in the hospital this time, she had thought she might return to being Kyo Chu, but it seemed that wasn't happening. Seeing her sigh, Hokai, puzzled, moved closer to her and asked, "What's wrong? Are you disappointed to see me?" She waved her hands dismissively. "No, it's not that. I just don't like hospitals." Inside, she silently thought, "Being with you makes me so happy I could jump onto the roof." Startled, she asked, "Is it still swollen?" Then she clutched her head. "I can't let my idol see my face swollen like a pig's head. It's not swollen anymore. The doctor said I could be discharged later." He offered her porridge for lunch. "You threw up all the food earlier. You must be hungry now." Fin Kyo's fangirl spirit surged again. "Oh heavens, my idol is personally taking care of me in the hospital. I must have accumulated good karma over several lifetimes for this. Eggplant, oh eggplant, I love you. But what if someone took a picture?" Seeing her glancing around, he reassured her, "Don't worry, there are no cameras here." "Oh, that's great." Seizing the opportunity, she took out Hokai's photo. "Could you sign this for me? Please sign it quickly before everyone else arrives." After signing, "Could you draw a little heart here too?" Hokai was about to sign when there was a knock on the door. Seeing someone enter, Fin Kyo immediately snatched the photo back and hid it under her pillow. Kyo, we came to visit you." Fin Kyo smiled. "Oh, thank you. What happened to you? Don't you remember you're allergic to eggplant? And yet you bought so many vegetables." "Stop teasing, Kyo. Kyo, move aside." Kyo, are you okay? You scared me to death." "I'm fine. It was just an allergic reaction. Look, I'm perfectly healthy now." Kyo, rest assured, I've thrown out all the eggplants in the house." Fin Kyo's inner voice screamed, "Why did you throw them all away? Hokai really likes eggplant. Eggplant was the love I prepared for him." Sob. Nak Chu said, "The director says Kyo isn't suited for heavy lifting anymore. So let's swap this task point with Trung Tam." Trung Tam burst into tears. "What? If Kyo's mission fails, Trung Tam will dance the apple dance in the square." "All right, then I declare the mission unsuccessful." Amidst everyone's delight was Trung Tam's wail. "You guys are bullying me. I'm leaving this show." So, Fin Kyo's task now was to find a movie king. She was pondering how to find one. Nak Chu said, "I know a movie king, Man Tin Tram. He's currently vacationing abroad. Maybe he'll have time to participate. Besides, you've worked with him before. You could give it a try." Fin Kyo was puzzled. Worked with a movie king? It seems there was a historical drama a few years ago. He was the male lead. Fin Kyo was the second female lead, but you two didn't have any scenes together. Nak Chu was very enthusiastic. "I'll give you his phone number so you can call and invite him yourself." "Okay, let me try." As she typed the number, she realized she had already saved it. "I saved it and even named it Moonlight. Senior Man Tin Tram? Hello, this is Fin Kyo. I'm currently filming a variety show. I was wondering if you might have time to be a guest. Actually, I just returned to the country. Let's meet tomorrow then." "Yes, thank you, senior. See you tomorrow." Nak Chu rejoiced. "Wow, he agreed. I told you he's super nice." Trung Tam, you don't have to go dance the apple dance in the square anymore. Fin Kyo still stared blankly at the name Moonlight she had saved. Why would Fin Kyo save Man Tin Tram's contact like this? Could it be there's something between them? Seeing her dazed, Hokai approached and asked, "What's wrong? Did talking to the movie king make your soul fly away?" Fin Kyo looked at Hokai, unsure how to respond, stammering, Hokai brought her first aid supplies, saying, "Treat the wound on your hand yourself." Then he left immediately. Fin Kyo was puzzled. What had just happened? Why did her idol seem so angry with her? "It's because he saw you talking to another guy. You silly girl," she thought nervously. She proactively tried to strike up a conversation with him, but he ignored her time and time again. Wherever he went, she followed, yet the moment he saw her, he immediately walked away. Fin Kyo was bewildered. How had she managed to upset her idol? Late at night in her bedroom, Fin Kyo tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Why did it feel like Hokai was deliberately avoiding her today? She hadn't heard anything about Hokai and Man Tin Tram having any disagreements. Just thinking about it made her hungry. Might as well go downstairs and find something to fill her stomach first. As soon as she got downstairs, she saw Hokai there. She beamed. "You're here too? What a coincidence." couldn't sleep, so I came looking for food. It's cold, don't eat cold food. As it happens, I'm hungry too. Let me cook some noodles for you, Hokai. Surprisingly, he readily agreed without saying anything. A short while later, 2 incredibly appetizing bowls of noodles sat on the table. Wow, sitting at the same table, eating with her idol, it was pure bliss. She couldn't think straight. Seeing her staring blankly, he asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" I'm afraid it's hot. I'll let it cool down a bit before eating." About your task of finding someone, is it completed yet? Not yet. I'll try looking in a market tomorrow. Don't go through such trouble. No. My lawyer also has the surname Kyo. He'll be looking for me tomorrow to sign a document. Coincidentally, he can help you complete the task. You're really lucky. That's not bad indeed. Finally, they finished, leaving both noodle bowls completely empty. All done. Let's go back to our rooms. I managed to help my idol with another thing. I'm so happy. Hokai asked her, "Aren't you scared of ghosts anymore?" "That's right. I'm not scared anymore. Because I have a protective charm now." His signed photo. The next morning, everyone gathered around the table for a celebratory feast. To inviting the movie king, let's toast. The comments section exploded again. I can't believe Thin Kyo even knows the movie king. I've noticed Thin Kyo's performance has been quite good these past few days. I'm becoming her fan from now on. It feels like Thin Kyo has been reborn. And just like that, the keyword Thin Kyo Reborn topped the news headlines. As soon as Chow Mai-lin saw this news, she flew into a rage again. I thought sending her there would earn me a little extra money. I didn't expect her to become so popular. Fuang Bok asked, "Miss Chow, is something wrong?" Chow Mai-lin snapped. Global Challenge invited Thin Kyo as a guest. Hurry up and book her a ticket to fly there tonight. But that show is hell for the guests. Plus the schedule is so rushed. Chow Mai-lin lost her temper, yelling, "You're too nosy. Just do as I say right now." Meanwhile, Thin Kyo also received the news from Fuang Bok. Naktu is confused. "The movie king is arriving tomorrow, but you'll be absent? What is the company thinking?" "It's okay. Let me have a word with the senior, and then you all can welcome him on my behalf." Just then, the doorbell rang outside. As she opened the door, she saw Kyo Vu. "Hello, Miss Thin Kyo." Upon seeing the handsome man, the online community erupted again. "What kind of lawyer is this? Why is he so handsome?" "He's very famous in the legal world, talented and good-looking, ladies." Thin Kyo said, "Quick, come inside, it's cold out here." "Miss Thin, please trouble yourself to sign the document." "What's the rush? Have some hot tea first." Hokai watched the two of them, his thoughts turning uncomfortable again. "I think I've met this person before. Last time, I saw Thin Kyo beside him, crying and making a scene, threatening to hang herself." Thin Kyo finally finished signing. She asked, "Could you help us with a task?" She enthusiastically introduced Hokai and Kyo Vu. "This is Hokai, and this is my lawyer, Kyo Vu." "Hello." Kyo Vu greeted Hokai. "We meet again." Our Hokai looked at the young man before him, feeling quite displeased inwardly, yet still politely extended his hand for a shake. "Hello. A pleasure." For the sake of the task, the two handsome men stood side by side, while our heroine eagerly snapped photos. "Come on, move a little closer." After taking the picture, she mused silently. If only I were the one standing next to Hokai. With the task completed, Kyo Vu prepared to leave as well. "Remember to drive carefully on your way back," Thin Kyo advised. Fuang Bok had also arrived to pick Thin Kyo up. "Sister, I'm here. Why are you in such a hurry?" Fuang Bok asked. "That's right, Sister Kyo," someone added. "The schedule over there is tight. If we don't leave now, we won't make it in time for filming." "All right," Thin Kyo conceded, turning perhaps to Hokai or Naktu. "Then I'll be going." Naktu instructed Fuang Bok. Kyo was just hospitalized yesterday. Remember to take good care of her. Don't let that show bully her. Fuang Bok nodded in obedience, though inwardly screaming, "Heavens, why does this feel like they're holding a knife to my throat?" Hokai looked at Thin Kyo gently, saying, "Have a safe trip, Thin Kyo." I really don't want to leave Hokai, she lamented internally. Nevertheless, she had to board the plane, and quickly. The plane touched down. "Cheer up," Fuang Bok encouraged. They had barely arrived with no chance to rest when the director announced the program was about to begin. No time, even for breakfast. Fuang Bok fretted. "Sister Kyo, you haven't eaten in 10 hours. How can you possibly film?" "I'm fine," Thin Kyo insisted. The director then revealed her task. "Oh God, I can't even bear to think about it." Thin Kyo received the assignment, trembling. "They know I'm terrified of ghosts, so why arrange for me to go to a haunted house?" Chow Mai-lin, must be behind this. The director added, climb to the designated location and you'll get lunch. Thin Kyo threw herself into the challenge, striving with all her might to reach the summit. Trying to push me down? I will never admit defeat. And indeed, very quickly, the filming wrapped up. Thin Kyo boarded the plane for the return journey. Sister Kyo, you were incredible, Fwang Bok exclaimed. The production team was clearly trying to bully you, but you performed so well, no one could find any fault. Thin Kyo murmured, sorry I dragged you into this hardship with me. Eat something, then get some sleep. Once they landed, the two surveyed the empty arrivals hall, silently cursing the situation. This is outrageous. Didn't the company send a car for us? Forget waiting, Thin Kyo decided. Let's just hail a cab ourselves. Finally securing a taxi, an utterly exhausted Thin Kyo climbed inside. She had just let out a weary sigh when she felt the distinct sensation of someone furtively taking her picture. Fwang Bok, take a photo for me. But Sister Kyo, you don't look your best right now. It doesn't matter. We need to be one step ahead. Swiftly, she composed a post for her fan club, sharing her status update. Endured grueling filming, 28 hours without rest. Below it, a flood of friendly, civilized comments appeared, offering her unwavering support. At long last, they arrived at her place. Sister Kyo, get some rest. I'll head back first, okay? All right. Finally home. She pushed open her door and let out a profound sigh. So exhausted, I feel like I'm about to collapse. But as the door swung open, her eyes flew wide in utter astonishment. Standing right before her was Hokai. You're back? He asked casually. I just finished making some late-night supper. Let's eat together, shall we? Ah, yes. My idol. How'd he know I'd be back at this hour? And he even cooked? Oh, idol, my idol. Just as expected, idol's cooking is divine. I feel completely revived. Simply laying eyes on her idol was enough to fill Thin Kyo's heart with a joy akin to a festival. Hee, it's true what they say. Love really does bring courage and strength. The next morning, everyone in the shared house rejoiced upon seeing Thin Kyo return. You should take a break these next few days. Don't worry about work, Naktu advised. Senior man was great. He even helped us with chores. Before leaving, he gave us a 5-star rating. Thin Kyo smiled. That's wonderful. Internally, she mused. It doesn't sound like anything unusual. The moonlight contact saved in the phone. Perhaps I was just overthinking things. Look, I brought back souvenirs from Country Y for everyone. Ah, even with such a rushed schedule, you still remembered us? How touching. Thin Kyo handed a book to Hokai as a gift. This is your gift. She knew this particular book was one he cherished deeply. Hokai indeed loved it, his face lighting up the moment he held it. I really like it, thank you. Thin Kyo's inner fangirl surged once more. Oh heavens, my god. Idol's side profile is truly enough to make anyone swoon. The gift for Louis Han was a set of mock math exams. The college entrance exam is coming up, so study hard, okay? I'm quite good at exams. Feel free to ask me anything. Online, comments began to surface again. I heard she doesn't even have a degree. How did she suddenly become so smart? Her IQ and EQ are both top tier. Amazing. Did everyone see Weibo last night? She worked for 28 hours straight. She's incredibly dedicated. Just then, Fwang Bok rushed in, shouting, Sister Kyo, bad news. The company has arranged for you to participate in the sports meet. What event? The running race. You have to leave right now. Good grief. She just got back, barely had any rest, and now she has to run 800 meters? The company is really bullying her. Exactly. Kyo, tell the company you won't go. Thin Kyo smiled reassuringly. Thank you all for your concern. I'm currently suing the company, so during this period, it's best not to cause any trouble. Don't worry, this event is within the city. I'll go and be back very quickly. Hokai watched her leave, thinking to himself, what a truly reckless girl. At the stadium, a large crowd of fans had gathered outside. Thin Kyo asked whose fans they were. They're fans of Yu Shuyan. His band disbanded, so now he's pursuing a solo career and has his own fan base. Looking at them really reminds me of how I used to be when chasing my idol, she thought. She turned to her assistant. Little Bok later asked the logistics staff to bring some warm water for them. Also, she added, my fan base has grown recently too. Let's find some free time to organize an offline fan meeting. I understand. Let me promote this event and ask them to come cheer for you, sister. Inside the stadium, Yu Shuyan and Thin Kyo crossed paths. You're here? How did you get in? I used the fire escape. Your fans have been waiting outside for a long time. You should go greet them. Thin Kyo, you're too nosy. If they want to wait, let them wait. It's not like I forced them to. What kind of attitude is that? How can you say such things? Believe me, I can get you on the hot search tomorrow. All right. You're ruthless. I'll go out and see my fans now. Thin Kyo fumed inwardly. He's barely famous and already putting on such airs. Thankfully, my idol is both gentle and kind, truly deserving of our passionate love. Thin Kyo finished changing into her sportswear, ready to head out to the track for the race. Wow, I didn't expect so many people to come for me. I'm so moved. Yu Shuyan watched, annoyed. She's only been popular for a few days. How can she have more fans than me? She must have hired them. All preparations were complete. The official shouted, "All right, let's begin." Bang! The fans below erupted in cheers. Kyo, go for it. Oh wait, if Kyo makes it to the semifinals, she'll be exhausted. Let's cheer for Kyo to get eliminated instead. Yay! Kyo, don't try too hard. After running for a while, it finally ended. Thin Kyo gasped for breath, utterly exhausted. Although her result was second to last, thankfully she didn't lose to Yu Shuyan, so it wasn't too embarrassing. Sister Kyo, have some water. Is the filming for this show done now? Can we leave? It's done, but Sister Chow said you have to go shoot a few scenes for a supporting role. Chow Mai Lin wouldn't let her off the hook, relentlessly pursuing her. Fine, wait for me to change, then we'll leave. I won't let her get her way. A short while later, they arrived at the filming location for the historical fantasy drama. Although this supporting role had few scenes, it was a character with incredibly beautiful shots. Beautiful, yet so cold it made her sneeze. Very quickly, the director yelled, "Action!" Thin Kyo swiftly got into character, completing the scene flawlessly. Finally done. Sister Kyo, your face is so red. Are you okay? Chow Bai, I have a fever. Quickly, take me to the hospital. As soon as the words left her mouth, Thin Kyo fainted on the spot. Very quickly, news spread on social media that Thin Kyo had collapsed on set, complete with pictures of her. In the car, Hokhai's manager asked, "Mr. Hokhai, do you really want to go visit her?" Hokhai simply opened the car door. "Wait for me here." As soon as Hokhai entered, he asked, "How is she?" "Huh? Why is he here visiting Sister Kyo? Her fever has gone down. She woke up once this afternoon, then fell asleep again. I haven't eaten yet. Could you help me buy some food?" "Yes, sir." Hokhai quickly entered the hospital room. Seeing Thin Kyo lying weakly on the bed, he looked at her, his heart aching. He immediately took out his phone and made a call. "Are the people at Tin Hui trying to work someone to death?" "What do you mean? Is this about Thin Kyo?" "She's the one causing trouble, demanding to break the contract, implicating the company. Anyway, it has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere. Help me pass a message to Tin Hui. Don't go too far." "What's wrong with you?" Suddenly protecting Thin Kyo. "She's my fan. If I don't protect her, who will?" At that moment, Thin Kyo groggily woke up, murmuring, "I want some water." Hokhai quickly brought water to her, cautioning, "Wait for it to cool down before drinking." She opened her eyes and saw the person before her was Hokhai. She became fully alert. "Oh, Hokhai," she asked, "why are you here?" "Heavens, my idol is actually pouring water for me." Hokhai said, "I had some business nearby, so I conveniently dropped by to visit. Next time you're sick, you must go to the hospital immediately. Don't try to endure it." "I know. Goodbye then." Seeing Hokhai still standing there looking at her, she asked, "Huh? Aren't you leaving? Are you trying to kick me out?" "Oh no, I just feel that hospitals are unlucky." Hokhai looked at her for a few seconds, then said, "Fuang Bok went to buy food for me. I'll leave right after I eat. I heard you only ate a little plain rice today." I'm dieting, but in reality, the lunchbox provided today had eggplant, so she couldn't eat it. He said, "Then let's eat together later." He picked up his phone and received a text from Fuang Bok. "Mr. Hokhai, what would you like to eat? Anything is fine except eggplant. Also, add some kanji for Thin Kyo." Finally, having finished visiting Thin Kyo, he returned. As soon as he got into the car, he said, "Contact the support accounts under your control. Put pressure on Tin Hui so they stop making things difficult for Thin Kyo." "Huh, sir, why are you helping her? Do you want to be my boss?" "Oh, I wouldn't dare. I'll obey immediately." Hokhai declared, "She isn't the kind of person you think she is. Don't spout such nonsense in the future." The next morning, at Tin Hui Company, the director slammed his hand on the table. "What is the meaning of this? We can't even handle a minor artist? She's been causing trouble for so long that the company's stock price has plummeted. Sir, it's because last night, the public relations department suddenly clocked off entirely. After that, numerous support accounts emerged. Enough with the excuses. Get Chow Mai Lin in here to resolve this matter completely. Just then, an employee entered from outside. Director Ho Kai called. He said he'll extend his contract for another year, on the condition that Thin Kyo's contract is terminated peacefully. Thin Kyo, having spent a week in the hospital, was now recovering well. She thought silently, I hope there won't be any more exhausting troubles this time. Fuang Bok said, Sister Kyo, I've finished packing your things. As she prepared to leave the hospital, a call came from Kyo Vu, making Thin Kyo's eyes light up. It was her older brother. Thin Kyo, I have good news for you. Tin Hui's lawyer suddenly dropped the case. After the New Year holiday, the court's judgment will be issued. Really? Tin Hui decided to act humanely. Indeed, just then on social media, Tin Hui Company posted an announcement firing Chow Mai Lin and agreeing to peacefully terminate Thin Kyo's contract along with an apology to her. Thin Kyo was overjoyed. This is wonderful. I'm finally free. I'm so happy. After settling her company affairs, she returned to the shared house where everyone lived. Hello, I'm back. Seeing her return, everyone set off confetti cannons in celebration. Welcome back, Kyo. To celebrate the end of your contract, we bought a cake to congratulate you. You know our budget is limited, so the cake is a bit small. Don't mind it, okay? Thin Kyo moved, her eyes welling up with tears, replied, Thank you, everyone. How could I possibly mind? Thank you so much. Being able to participate in this program and get to know all of you is one of the luckiest things in my life. A netizen commented, Watching this, I'm also moved by their pure and beautiful friendship. Sometime later, the program finished filming. Trung Tam expressed regret. Kyo, I can't believe the program is over. I really don't want to part with you. Me neither. Kyo, if you need anything in the future, just find me. Let's work hard together. Of course, Big Sis here will lead you to fly high and far. Louis Han piped up, Sister Kyo, my homework. Don't worry. If there's anything you don't understand, just send me a message. I'll help. At that moment, Ho Kai also walked over. Time for you two to reminisce again. He looked at her and said, See you at the concert. Hearing Ho Kai's words, Thin Kyo's spirits lifted instantly. I'll definitely be there. My idol, wait for me. Fuang Bok also arrived to pick up Thin Kyo. Why are you here? I'm not with Tin Hui anymore. Sister Kyo, I quit. From now on, wherever you are, I'll be there too. Oh hey, don't just quit. Wait until things on my side are stable. Then we'll figure it out. Sister, what's wrong? Don't you need me anymore? No, that's not it. How could that be? It's just that the path ahead, how I should walk it. I haven't even figured it out myself yet. I don't know. Thin Kyo had just landed at the airport when she saw a crowd of fans waiting for her, surprising her. Why are all of you here? We saw your live stream, sister. We knew the program ended today, so we came here to wait for you. Congratulations on successfully terminating your contract. I want to give you a gift. Thank you. Thin Kyo beamed, overjoyed. I never expected that one day I'd arrive at the airport to find so many fans welcoming me like this. Fuang Bok said, Sister, ahead are all Ho Kai's fans. Be careful not to get recognized. She looked ahead and saw that the crowd indeed consisted of Ho Kai's fans. A sense of familiarity washed over her. She had once been part of that crowd. Unfortunately, now she was Thin Kyo, someone they found incredibly irritating. As they were walking, a girl called out, Hey, stop right there for me. Oh, no, they've been recognized. The two quickly broke into a run. The girl approached. Sister, don't run. You dropped something. After returning the item to Thin Kyo, the girl said, Goodbye then. I have to go see my idol. Thin Kyo spoke up. Wait a moment. Are you a fan of Ho Kai? Thank you for helping me find my things. I want to give you this. Upon seeing the autographed photo of Ho Kai, the girl's eyes lit up. Such a precious photo. And you're giving it to me? It's nothing. I can get another one. Oh my god, this is amazing. Thank you so much. Thin Kyo observed the fangirl's emotions before her, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Seeing them reminded her of her past self exactly the same way. Thin Kyo quickly boarded the plane. She sat in a corner, gazing towards Ho Kai's seat further ahead, a warmth spreading through her heart. I now have a much better chance to get close to my idol. I will carry the hopes of the other fans with me, striving doubly hard, continuing to move forward. I've finally figured out my path ahead. The next day, at Thin Kyo's home, her phone rang incessantly, one company after another, Company A then Company B, inviting her to join and sign cooperation agreements. She replied, "Could you please send the relevant documents? I will consider them later." Hanging up, she let out a sigh. These managers were all waiting for her entertainment show to end before poaching her. So I'm this sought after now? The phone rang again, but the caller was Fo Tu-tan. "Thankfully it's you. I thought it was another manager." "Well, it is my manager who wants to sign you, so they asked me to inquire." What do you mean? I've already received calls from Hoa T and Tien Duong. It's becoming a headache. Hoa T started in the mining industry. Although rich, no one famous has emerged from them in the last 2 years. Tien Duong is a long-established management company with many famous artists, but they focus heavily on the film sector, which has been rather average lately. What are your own thoughts? I don't know either. Suddenly being sought after feels a bit unfamiliar. Yes, indeed, there's no need to rush. I'll send you documents from companies with real potential. Just ask if you need anything. Thank you. She started looking through the documents Fo Tu-tan sent over on her phone. She thought to herself, before, all I knew was studying. I couldn't sing or dance. Now, to survive in the entertainment industry, it seems acting is my only option. But I can't possibly enroll in a film academy at this point. I can only rely on self-study and diligently honing my acting skills. Just then, Phuong Ba called. "Why are you calling? Did you also receive an offer from some management company?" As soon as she answered, Phuong Bok shouted, "Sister Kyo, it's bad. Quickly go online and check the news." Very quickly, hot news surfaced online. Thin Kyo confessed to a younger man, but was rejected. Someone unknown filmed a soundless video clip, posted it, and fabricated a story saying you confessed to Nak Thuong Nan. Netizens are now cursing up a storm. So old, yet still hitting on a younger guy like Nak Thuong Nan. After reading it, she understood. Nak Thuong Nan definitely wanted revenge for the previous incident. How infuriating. Chumin has no evidence. Within Thin Kyo's fan chat group, they were all united, offering encouragement and expressing absolute trust in Thin Kyo. They were even trying to find ways to clear her name amidst these slanderous news reports. It's fortunate that my fans still stand by me. I'm so moved. Just then, people in the chat group messaged, "Brothers and sisters, don't panic. Nak Thuong Nan's fans have announced they're leaving the fandom." Thin Kyo was also bewildered. What's going on? She checked the latest news. Someone, unable to tolerate the cyberbullying directed at Thin Kyo, had uploaded the video with audio to clear Thin Kyo's name. So, after watching that video, all of Nak Thuong Nan's fans declared they were leaving the fandom. People started commenting again, furiously cursing Nak Thuong Nan. Finally, everything was resolved. Thin Kyo let out a sigh of relief. Such luck. My name is finally cleared. Heaven still favors me. However, this entertainment industry truly isn't simple. Cyberbullying is genuinely terrifying. Suddenly, she's startled, panicking. "Oh no, I was lost in thought and forgot about my idol's concert. I need to book a flight quickly or I'll miss it." And so, Hokai's concert took place, the fans below screaming wildly. Thin Kyo had also arrived. Phew, even though my status has changed, I've attended every single one of Hokai's concerts. Hokai stood dazzling on stage, passionately performing his songs amidst the excited cheers of the fans. Right at that moment, he looked down into the crowd, his gaze pausing on Thin Kyo as if recognizing her. He stopped for a few seconds, then blew a kiss. "Thank you all for coming to my concert." Below, the screams erupted again. "Hokai, I love you." Thin Kyo froze. Was his blown kiss meant for me? Did he actually recognize me? After the concert ended, as usual, Thin Kyo used a burner account named Fook So Y to post, "Hokai, may you always shine brightly." People commented like crazy. Who is the original poster? She always sits in the front row to get such sharp pictures. That blown kiss really looks like it was for her. I'm so envious. Her username is Fook So Y, which means wishing Hokai happiness. She must be a fan. On the plane, Thin Kyo smiled, feeling an immense warmth in her heart. Finally, the plane landed. As soon as she picked up her phone, she saw an incoming call from Kyo Vu. Why is he calling? "Miss Thin, are you free today? I want to give you something." "I'm free. I also have something I want to give you." Hanging up, she thought to herself, "It's almost Tet. I need to buy clothes for my two mothers." Night fell, and Thin Kyo arrived at Kyo Vu's house. He quickly opened the door. "Come in." She asked, "Are your parents not home?" "They just went out for a walk. They'll be back soon." "Oh dear, I brought so many Tet gifts." Kyo Vu said, "I asked you here urgently today because I wanted to give you this. Here, open it and see." As soon as she opened it, she saw the contract termination judgment paper. Congratulations. Have a happy Tet. Kyovu saw her standing there speechless, frozen, and became alarmed. But Thin Kyo was simply overcome with joy, bursting into tears and throwing her arms around him. Hoo-hoo, it's over. Thin Kyo's matter is finished, but my own family, so close yet seemingly unreachable, cannot be reunited. I really want to hug my dad and mom. Just then, her parents returned, startling both of them. Kyovu immediately explained, Mom, Dad, please don't get the wrong idea. Miss Thin, please let go. I'm sorry. I just came here to get the judgment and got a bit carried away. Don't cry anymore, child. It's so late. You must be hungry. Let Andy cook something for you, all right? His mother is still so kind. Thin Kyo thought, I truly wish I could call her mom. She declined. There's no need. Auntie, I should be going now. Here, this is a gift for you, Andy. Oh, how could I possibly accept this? Please take it, Andy. I'll head back now. All right then. Travel safely, child. Come visit often in the future. Annie will cook delicious food for you. Thin Kyo smiled. Yes, Andy. I wish your family a happy, joyful, prosperous, and healthy new year. With that, she departed. Watching Thin Kyo leave, his mother turned to Kyovu. You must treat that girl well in the future. What are you talking about, Mom? She's just my client. Walking down the street, Thin Kyo felt a wave of self-pity and began to cry softly. Sob, I really want to go home and see everyone. But if Mom saw me crying like this, she would be heartbroken too. Just then, headlights pierced the darkness ahead, illuminating her figure. She turned to look and saw that the person in the car was none other than Hokai. What's he doing here? Get in, he said, then asked, Why are you crying? I'm all right. I received the contract termination judgment today, so I cried tears of joy. I see. So what are your plans next? Many management companies want to sign me, but I'm afraid of ending up with a manager like Chow Mai-lin again. Hokai stated, I just opened my own studio, and I'm looking for people. Would you like to join? Thin Kyo was taken aback by his words. She looked at him for a few seconds, thinking carefully, then replied, I don't think that's a good idea. Why? Do you think my studio's resources aren't good enough? Or that the boss isn't good enough? No, that's not at all. If I joined your studio, it would bring you a lot of trouble. What if your fans abandon you because of me? I'm sorry, Hokai, because you're my idol. I can't bear the thought of you facing even the slightest suspicion from others because of me. After a while, they finally arrived at Thin Kyo's home. She got out of the car, cheerfully saying, Hokai, thank you for being willing to help me. She waved goodbye, bye-bye. Happy New Year in advance. Hokai watched Thin Kyo's retreating figure, lost in thought for a long moment, before murmuring to himself, Happy New Year. The next day, Thin Kyo returned to her hometown to celebrate Tet. So this was Thin Kyo's home? The house was remarkably simple. As soon as she opened the door, she saw her mother sitting and watching TV. Mom, did you miss me? I'm home. Her mother was. Watching the drama, she starred in. I see you on TV every day, dear. Thin Kyo showed off her new purchase. I bought a coat for you, Mom. Try it on. See if it's warm. Silly girl, just coming home is enough. Working in the city isn't easy. Why spend so much money? It wasn't expensive, Mom. I bought it on sale. Let me help you wrap dumplings, okay? Mother and daughter wrapped dumplings together, watching TV together. Just then, the image of her idol appeared on the screen. Look, Mom, it's Hokai. Let's watch this program. Does he sing well? Do you like him, dear? Yes, he sings well, acts well, has a great personality. Basically, everything about him is wonderful. My, how you've changed. Changed how, Mom? What did you tell me before? Last time, you said he was like the unreachable moonlight in the sky. Mentioning the word moonlight suddenly reminded Thin Kyo of the phone number for senior man Tin Tram that she had saved last time as Moonlight. Man Tin Tram. So he was Thin Kyo's moonlight. He offered her the sole glimmer of light in the oppressive darkness. Night descended, marking New Year's Eve. Fireworks blossomed across the sky, accompanied by the exuberant sounds of Tet greetings. Thin Kyo gazed thoughtfully at the dazzling sky. It felt surreal, celebrating Tet this year in Thin Kyo's body, beside this new mother, like living within a dream. Just then, a distinct thud sounded from outside. Thin Kyo rushed out frantically, finding her mother sprawled on the ground, having fallen from her bicycle. She quickly hurried to her side, helping her up. Mom, are you all right? I'm fine, dear. I just wanted to decorate the house a bit. Praying for blessings for our family this new year, hoping everything goes smoothly for you next year. Mom, don't say another word. Let me take you to the hospital. A short while later, both were at the hospital. The doctor explained it wasn't overly serious, but the bone in that area had been previously fractured, necessitating greater caution. Doctor, is it possible for my mother to get a prosthetic leg? Yes, it's possible. The cost will be somewhere between tens of thousands to several 100,000 yuan. The mention of money caused Thin Kyo to fall into pensive silence. She currently lacked the funds even for her mother's prosthetic leg. She murmured, "Let's go home, Kyo. Yes, back home." She wrapped her mother in a tight embrace. "Mom, once TED is over, I promise I'll work even harder. Then, I'll bring you to the city to live with me." And my good daughter. When the TED holiday finally drew to a close, she returned to the city to immerse herself in work once more. Seated in a coffee shop, "Miss Thin, have you considered our contract proposal?" Thin Kyo responded, "I am genuinely interested in your company, but I come with a few conditions." Bo Min Pham, the manager from Trung Ha Company, nodded. "Please tell us." "First, my acting skills require refinement. I hope the company can arrange for a senior actor to provide me with guidance. Second, once the contract is signed, I do not wish to participate in fabricated couple pairings merely to generate publicity. Third, I don't want the company to impose a specific image on me. Allow me to be presented authentically just as I am." Trung Ha can agree to all the conditions Miss Thin has put forth. "Please sign here." The terms agreed upon, Thin Kyo swiftly signed the contract. Trung Ha had presented her with their most favorable conditions and the highest compensation. If she was truly starting anew, she resolved, she must choose the very best platform available. With the negotiations finalized, she stared into the distance, her thoughts drifting towards the future. For the sake of those she held dear, she knew she absolutely had to strive for greater excellence. The following day, Thin Kyo entered the new company premises, her presence and aura immediately captivating everyone. "Look, it's Thin Kyo. She's breathtaking." Upon reaching the meeting room, she spotted Phuong Bok. What are you doing here?" "Brother, Bo mentioned you signed with Trung Ha." "Naturally, I had to follow you, sis." Bo Min Pham began the introductions. "Little Kyo, allow me to introduce your team. This is your makeup artist, Chu Khan, and the assistant assigned to you by the company, Din John. Little Bok here," he gestured towards Phuong Bok, "is still relatively inexperienced as an assistant, so Din John will provide him with further guidance." Thin Kyo extended her hand to Din John, offering a warm greeting. "Hello, I look forward to working with you." Inside the meeting room, Din John spoke. "Your current apartment lease is nearing its end. The company has arranged for a more spacious residence. Please take a look and let us know what you prefer." Trung Ha's assistants were indeed remarkably thorough and considerate. Bo Min Pham added, "Take the next few days to settle into your new place and make sure to get adequate rest. Work will commence next week." "Oh, what assignment?" "You'll be serving as a guest judge on Starlight Youth. This season's lineup of teen idols commands significant attention and popularity. Participating will undoubtedly help increase your follower count." Hearing this, Thin Kyo contemplated the show, paused momentarily, and then scratched her head slightly. "But I don't really know anything. How could I possibly guide others?" "Balming Pham Simli Chukka. You see to look beautiful like this." Very quickly after that, the Teen Starlight program announced its guest judge. The moment the post went up, it was flooded with comments. Unexpectedly, after Thin Kyo ended her contract with Tin Hui, she signed with Trung Ha. Trung Ha's resources are incredibly strong. Looks like Thin Kyo's luck has turned. Inside the artist's makeup room, Din John said, "Here's the list of contestants participating. Take a look first." Thin Kyo scanned through it once and asked, "What does the star symbol mean?" "These individuals are contestants who have already signed contracts. Their skills are quite decent. You understand." So it turned out these contestants were already confirmed to advance to the next round. After getting her makeup and outfit ready, Phuong Bok rushed over. "Sister Kyo, it's time to head to the stage." Oh my goodness. After Thin Kyo changed companies, her styling reached a whole new level. Absolutely stunning. On the filming set, Thin Kyo cooperated seamlessly with everyone, so the recording went quite smoothly. Lanu asked, "Why do you keep choosing the green light? Is the light broken?" "No, I'm not an expert, so I want to encourage everyone to continue pursuing their dreams. I believe that one day, they will all be able to shine on stage." Suddenly, she thought of Hoke Hai. May they shine just like my idol. The stage performance continued. The next person on stage was contestant number 66, Tiu Chiu. Tiu Chiu confidently performed a song he claimed to have composed himself. Upon hearing it, Thin Kyo was startled. Why does the song sound so much like a song Hoke Hai used to sing?" As Tiu Chiu finished his performance, all the judges praised him. Outstanding. I was really moved. The three judges all chose the green light, sending Chu through to the next round. However, Fangirl was the one who pressed the red buzzer. She spoke, "Wait, I want to use one-star mover's veto ticket." The audience was astonished. What's wrong with her? This is the first time she hasn't chosen green. The judges beside her were also perplexed. Chu demanded, "Miss Fangirl, please give me a reasonable explanation. I cannot accept an industry outsider dismissing a work I composed myself." Dinjon reminded her quietly, Chu is marked with a star. Please show some leniency." Fangirl stated, "I will provide a reasonable explanation. The song you claim to have composed yourself, you plagiarized it." People try to stop her from continuing. "We're live streaming. Quick, turn off Fangirl's microphone. Insert commercials now." Fangirl still held the mic, speaking clearly. "This is Hokai's song Fong Luong for before he debuted." What more was there to say? Very quickly, the news that a contestant on Teen Starlight had plagiarized Hokai's music exploded publicly, causing a massive uproar online with endless comments. Dinjon, dealing with the troublesome fallout, fretted, Kyo, why were you so impulsive? Don't you know doing that offends a program? But I cannot accept plagiarism, and I especially cannot accept the plagiarized song being one of Hokai's. Finally, they arrived at the company. "Sister Kyo, don't be afraid. Later, just explain slowly to Mr. Bo." I know." Just as she was about to get into the elevator, standing right before her was her idol. Oh my God. Hokai. I thought you were touring abroad. Why are you back? Your live stream incident caused such a commotion. I had no choice but to fly back overnight. I'm sorry. I've brought trouble for you again." Hokai gently patted her head. "I don't blame you, silly girl. But matters like this should be resolved privately. Causing a scene during the show, especially during a live broadcast, will put you at a disadvantage, understand?" Fangirl's eyes reddened, her heart blooming with joy. "Oh my heavens, my idol patted my head." She said, "I know, but when it came to matters concerning him, I couldn't remain calm." As if remembering something. "Oh, that's right." She held up his photo, saying, "Could you please sign it for me again? Where's the previous one? I gave it away. I gave it to one of your fans because she found my thermal bag. I wanted to thank her." Hokai took the pen and signed for her, reminding her, "Don't give it away again, okay?" Fangirl hugged the precious photo, overjoyed. "I know, this is true love. My idol is so warm." Hokai said, "Your manager won't scold you over this, don't worry." Fangirl went inside, waving at him. "Go quickly, don't let anyone see." She thought inwardly, "I can't cause any more trouble for my idol." Hokai fell back into contemplation. What did she say? Did she think I was a thief? As soon as she reached the office, Bo Min Pham began his lecture. "Fangirl, what were you thinking? Are you a newcomer? Do you even know what you've done?" Fangirl, both nervous and obedient, adopted a serious demeanor. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Bo Min Pham held his head. Luckily, the production team reacted quickly and didn't let Chu advance, so the damage wasn't too great. "Also, are you and Hokai very close?" Fangirl hastily denied it. "Oh no, not close. Not close." Then why did Hokai personally request a media collaboration? Fangirl continued to deny it. "It's probably because Chu plagiarized his song. He even told me not to scold you." She persisted with her denial. Maybe it's because he's kind-hearted. Inwardly, she thought, "In short, I shouldn't say I'm close to my idol right now, or he'll get tied up with me." Bombing Phams. With this, I don't know whether to scold you or praise you. Very quickly, Hokai also posted an update, hoping the music industry will see more great original compositions. As soon as it was posted, his fans flooded the comments. "Support you forever. Love you." Cheering for Fangirl, exposing the plagiarism. "I'm her fan now." Bo Min Pham said, "Because of your straightforwardness, your follower count has increased significantly. Advertisers have even come knocking, personally wanting to collaborate. Here, take a look at the product first." Fangirl looked at the product she was about to advertise and broke into a cold sweat. This is... Finally, the day of the commercial shoot arrived. At the studio, Fangirl was already beautifully dressed and made up. This commercial has a youthful vibe. This look is perfectly suited. Try It will play the boyfriend buying sanitary pads for you. Then the two of you will dance together on a background of sanitary pads. Okay, After discussing the script, Thin Kyo and the male lead began filming the commercial. The two coordinated well, so the shoot finished quickly. The director was extremely pleased. Excellent, Miss Thin. You captured the feeling I wanted. We must collaborate again next time. Thin Kyo smiled but thought inwardly, no need. I don't want to dance on a background of sanitary pads again. The director remained incredibly enthusiastic. Here, a gift for Miss Thin. Huh, what's this? Those sanitary pads are very useful. In a few days, the brand will send you several boxes. You won't run out for years. Once finished, Thin Kyo moved on to her next schedule. Sister Kyo, follow me to the recording studio for the commercial voiceover. Okay. Just as they were about to enter the recording studio, a notice outside indicated it was currently in use. Do not disturb. Huh, but I definitely booked it in advance. The recording equipment in Su Huin's room is broken, so she's temporarily using this one. Fwang Bok spoke up. She's recording a song, but we also need to record voice lines. Why take our room? Sorry, it will probably take another 2 hours to finish. I hope everyone can wait, Thin Kyo said. Never mind, Tubok. Su Huin and I filmed a show together once. Thin Kyo added, let me just wait inside. Stepping inside, she immediately saw Su Huin. Su Huin looked at her, surprised. What's this about? While Thin Kyo was smiling cheerfully in the waiting room, Su Huin spoke with annoyance. Sorry, there are too many people. I can't sing. Could everyone please step outside? As soon as she finished speaking, Thin Kyo's expression shifted. Then, she retorted, if you can't sing with a crowd, how can you perform on stage? Go on, continue recording. Let us hear if the one who snatched the recording equipment actually sings any better. Stung by the remark, Su Huin turned furiously and stormed off. Let's go. We're not recording anymore. Thin Kyo smiled. No need to see you out. Take care on your way. Fwang Bok praised her. Sister Kyo, that was brilliant. Or maybe I'm just good throwing shade, huh? Finally, the exhausting day's schedule came to an end. You must be tired after doing so much today, sister. Let's head home early. However, at the car, Thin Kyo discovered the tire was flat. After checking, Fwang Bok said, looks like there's a nail in it. Huh? Why would there be a nail? Thin Kyo said, let's not drive this car, just in case something happens. Let me call on Bo and ask him to bring another car over. Just as she was about to call, Hok Hai appeared. Thin Kyo, why are you standing here instead of going home? Hok Hai, what a coincidence. He approached her, saying, yeah, I just finished recording a new song. Is something wrong? Fwang Bok explained. Brother Hok Hai, someone punctured our car tire. Without a second thought, Hok Hai gestured towards his own car. Get in, I'll take you home. Thin Kyo suddenly felt shy. Hok Hai said, what are you afraid of? It's not the first time you've ridden in this car. Fwang Bok listened intently, buzzing with excitement. La, not the first time? What did I just hear? Hok Hai remained insistent. Let me drive you two home. It's getting quite late. Thin Kyo was still hesitant, but Fwang Bok quickly agreed. Thank you, brother. Finally, they arrived home. As they reached the door, they saw a package. A package, Sister Kyo. The outside of the package had no sender's name, only a note for Miss Thin Kyo to open herself. Fwang Bok thought it was a gift shipped from the brand they worked with earlier that morning. He quickly opened the package, but as soon as he did, he recoiled, screaming, He collapsed onto the ground, trembling. Thin Kyo asked, What's wrong, Fwang Bok? Still panicked, Fwang Bok stammered. Don't come over here. There's a dead cat in the box. Upon hearing what was inside, Thin Kyo wanted to step forward and see. However, Hok Hai stopped her. Thin Kyo, don't look. Thin Kyo connected the dots. The punctured tire, the delivered package. It seems the other party is targeting me. Hok Hai said, don't panic. Let me call the police. Thin Kyo urged. Before you call the police, you should leave quickly. If someone finds you in my house in the middle of the night, how can we explain it? Go. Hok Hai sighed, then gently stroked her head, instructing, all right, remember to lock the door securely, just in case someone tries to cause trouble, understand? Thin Kyo blushed, I know. You should go quickly. Her idol had stroked her head. She drifted into a daydream again. He stroked my head again. Hee. Hok Hai fell into thought. Does this girl think I'm a thief or something? Early the next morning, at Chow Mai Lin's residence, the police arrived and knocked on the door. You're looking for me? Do you know Thin Kyo? I know her. Not only do I know her, but I'd recognize her even if she turned to ash. It's because of her that I Lost my job, the police officer stated. Miss Thin has received anonymous, threatening letters recently. Please cooperate with our investigation. After finally cooperating, the police said, "Thank you for your cooperation. We will contact you if there is any new information." Closing the door, Chow My-lin furiously called Nak Thursday Non. Nak Thursday, Non was annoyed. "Why are you calling? Last time you told me to release that video, it got the whole company frozen." Chow My-lin asked, "Was it you who sent Thin Kyo the dead cat?" "Heavens no, I don't know anything about it. Don't you dare accuse me. I suspect it was you." Chow My-lin sneered. "This trick won't work on her. I want to destroy her, make it impossible for her to ever recover." Before she could finish, the voice on the other end said, Well, it turns out so many people hold a grudge against Thin Kyo." Chow My-lin was startled. "Nak Thursday Non, who are you with?" "It's me, Luke Chiu. To be honest, I was the one who arranged all those things. You just said you wanted to completely destroy Thin Kyo, right? We have the same idea. Let's team up. Find some time to talk." At the police station, Miss Thin, the person who sent the threats, has turned himself in. "Here is the report. Please take a look. He said he happened to watch an entertainment show and found out you were afraid of ghosts. So he left the package with the dead cat at your house to scare you. We checked the surveillance cameras, and it was indeed him disguised as a delivery driver bringing the package. He is currently detained." Thin Kyo looked at the photo, still pondering. Her intuition told her something wasn't right. Back in Bo Min Fam's office. "From now on, whenever you go out, always have Fuang Bak accompany you. Remember to be careful. Also, the payment from the sanitary pad brand representative has come through. Take a look." Thin Kyo quickly opened her phone to check the message from the bank. She jumped for joy. "Oh yeah, I finally have money. I can get Mom a prosthetic leg." Bo Min Pham said, "As far as I know, the cost of a prosthetic leg is millions. Keep up the good work." Thin Kyo grumbled, "Humph, truly a wicked capitalist." Bo Min Pham discussed work matters. "There's an entertainment show that has specifically chosen you and offered a very high price. But what? But the name of the show is Escape, a hyper-realistic horror program." Thin Kyo stammered. "Can I refuse?" Bo Min Pham smiled. "The production team knows you're afraid of ghosts. Think about it. The audience will love such cute reactions. That's why they want to invite you even more. Besides, I also think this will make you much more famous and increase your personal value significantly." Thin Kyo reluctantly accepted. "All right, I'll do it." Bo Min Pham laughed. "Excellent. Huh. This girl knows when to advance and when to retreat. Her future prospects are immeasurable." Back home, Thin Kyo was reading An Actor Prepares. As she was reading, the doorbell rang. She quickly went to open it. As soon as the door opened, her eyes lit up with joy. "Ah, Huak He. Wow, how did you find this place? Last time you received that threatening package, did the police find the person? They caught him. The company even installed security cameras for me. It's very safe now." "That's good. But you just carelessly opened the door for someone else. That's very dangerous. Don't do that next time." I recognize your voice. That's why I opened it. Please sit down. Let me get you some water." Hokai glanced at the pile of books she had been reading on the table. He picked up one titled, How Not to Be Afraid of Ghosts. "Are you reading this?" I accepted an entertainment show with a horror theme, so I'm mentally preparing. I've heard that visiting a temple to pray is quite effective. You should try asking for a protective amulet. No ghosts or spirits will dare come near. Although I've always believed ghosts don't exist in this world." Thin Kyo felt pleased by his concern. Hokai, you don't know this, but your autograph photo is already my protective amulet," she thought. Yet the very next day, she followed Hokai's advice and went up to the temple. "Little Bak, I can walk this mountain path alone. You could just wait here, okay?" "All right, Sister Kyo, please be careful." It turned out the temple Hokai mentioned was this one. Her mother had brought her here before. Thin Kyo quickly entered the temple, and as soon as she stepped inside, she saw her parents and older brother. They were really here. She greeted them happily. "Uncle, Annie, what a coincidence. We meet again." Upon seeing her, her mother whispered to Kyo Vu, "Did you ask her to come here?" No, it's just a coincidence, Mom," she said. "We truly are fated. Come, let's draw fortune sticks together." "Yes, Auntie." As soon as they drew the sticks, the monk read hers aloud. "Far at the horizon, yet right before your eyes, like flowers in a mirror, the moon in the water. What the patron seeks cannot be obtained." Thin Kyo's eyes welled up with tears. "I want to go back. I want to acknowledge my parents." "Patron, do not be disheartened. You should cherish the present." Thin Kyo pondered. "That's right. If I can't go back, I will become Thin Kyo. I will live a better new life." A few days later, the post announcing the guest list for the show Escape was released. As soon as the post went up on Weibo, numerous comments flooded in. What connections does Thin Kyo possibly have to squeeze into such a major show? I heard the production team actively invited her. Oh, Kyo is about to get famous. Thin Kyo was at home, chatting on the phone. Jungtam sai, gonggatin, gu. You're truly brave for overcoming difficulties. I admire you. Fotu Tan advised, the NPCs on the show are just staff in disguise. Don't scare yourself. Luke Na Han said, Sister Lil Kyo, this is a list of signatures collected from the boys in my class. It has very strong yang energy. It can definitely protect you. Nak Chu asked, your manager knows you're afraid of ghosts. Why did she accept a horror variety show for you? If you get bullied, don't endure it. You have to speak up. Thin Kyo was happy to receive everyone's concern. It's nothing. I agreed to it myself. Don't worry. Well, that's good. But could I trouble you to get Tam Tuan Y's autograph for me? So it turned out she was a secret fangirl. Kyo, do you know what the biggest taboo between friends is? What is it? That a fan's idol is their friend's rival. After finishing her chats with everyone, Thin Kyo hung up. Just then, a video call came in from Hokai. Delighted, she quickly answered. He advised her, when filming the show, don't be scared. It's all fake. Thin Kyo beamed, her eyes crinkling with joy. Ah, my idol is the sweetest in the world. Din John asked, Kyo, what's in your suitcase? Nothing much, just clothes and daily necessities. Really? Why don't you let me open it and check? Ah, actually it contains gifts from fans. Inside could destroy demons and protect my well-being. After a simple check, she felt helpless. Forget the other things, but why bring garlic? These items can't be brought onto the plane. Besides, this is superstition. Thin Kyo pleaded, oh, then let me bring the Bagua mirror so I can explain it to the fans. Look, it's just like a makeup mirror. It can still be brought on the plane. Once preparations were complete and she arrived at the airport, fans were already waiting, surrounding her. Sister Kyo, don't be afraid. Sister Kyo, fighting. Bring snacks to eat. Kyo, wait for your return. We'll gift you more. Okay, thank you everyone. If anyone gifts items exceeding NDT 100, I won't accept them. Wow, Kyo loves us so much. Goodbye, have a safe trip. Just then, in another corner of the airport, fans were also screaming wildly. Brother, have a safe trip. Husband, I love you. Thin Kyo looked over, remarking, so many fangirls, huh? I didn't expect Tam Tuan Y to be on the same flight as me. Tam Tuan Y appeared dazzlingly, warmly greeting his fans, but upon seeing Thin Kyo, he clutched his head. Hokai's rival. All he knows is how to flirt with fans all day. Inside the VIP lounge. Miss Kyo is here too? What a coincidence. Tam Tuan Y enthusiastically shook her hand. Hello, first time meeting you. Please take care of me in the future. Hello, Mr. Tam. You're the senior. How would I dare? After signing the contract, she finally got into the VIP lounge. The sofa here is so comfortable. I should take the chance to play a few rounds of games. Tam Tuan Y said, you're so good. Let's add each other on WeChat and play together. Thin Kyo replied, we can't play together like this. Silver rank and master rank. How can we team up? It's okay. Let's just exchange contacts. I'll help you lose. You help me win. Wait until our ranks are closer, then we can play together. Hearing this, Thin Kyo felt exasperated. Huh? Who asked you? And so, the two quickly started playing games together. Their back and forth banter while gaming annoyed Thin Kyo. This guy, his silver rank, must be thanks to someone boosting him, right? He plays worse than Nak Tu. I really can't carry him. Tam Tuan Y, oblivious, happily shouted, we won. Let's play another round. Thin Kyo helplessly replied, that's enough. We're boarding soon. Tam Tuan Y said, little Kyo, from now on, we're brothers. You take care of me in the show, and I'll take care of you too. Thin Kyo felt helpless. Brothers? We're rivals. Finally, the plane took off. Destination, Thailand. After a while, the plane landed. As soon as they landed, Din John checked her phone and exclaimed in surprise, Kyo, you and Tam Tuan Y are on the hot search. What, me and who? Sure enough, as soon as she checked her phone, pictures of Tam Tuan Y and Thin Kyo chatting intimately in the airport VIP lounge were running rampant online. Oh, what is this? I'm doomed this time. I'm about to be kicked out of Hokai's fandom. And so, throughout the day, news and images of Thin Kyo and Tam Tuan Y flooded the internet. Reading the comments, Thin Kyo lay on her bed, feeling helpless. Will Hoke Hai misunderstand? He doesn't have any schedule tonight. He must be at home. Should I call him? But the call wouldn't connect. He's not picking up. What should I do? Should I post a clarification? At that moment, an image of Hoke Hai holding a stick flashed in her mind. If you dare to climb the wall, I'll break your legs. She called, and finally, Hoke Hai picked up. You answered. Yes, what's up? Hoke Hai, having just finished showering, his body still damp, saw Thin Kyo, and his eyes instantly lit up, practically drooling. Hoke Hai, you're so handsome, she exclaimed. You video call me this late, just to tell me I'm handsome? He teased. Oh no, that's not it. I wanted to ask if you saw the news today. Not yet. Phew, good. Although I haven't seen it. My phone automatically pushed the news about you and Tam, Tuan Y chatting intimately. It seems you two had a very pleasant conversation. Thin Kyo quickly denied it. Hey, no, he's clueless and really bad at games. Oh, so you two played games together? Huh? Does talking require looking this handsome? Hokai's appearance made Thin Kyo swoon so hard she almost had a nosebleed. Let me explain, she pleaded. I didn't want to play games with him. Hoke Hai, are you listening? What are you looking at? I'm watching you, he replied. Watching you do that dance from the sanitary pad commercial. Not a bad dance. Thin Kyo covered her face. Oh god, no, please don't watch. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. Buddy, it's me, open up, Hoke Hai remarked. If I'm not mistaken, that's Tam Tuan Y's voice. Why don't you go open the door? Thin Kyo chuckled nervously. Can I not open it? Outside, the knocking continued insistently. Hurry up and open the door, buddy. Hoke Hai laughed. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Go open the door. Remember to put on a jacket before you go. As soon as she hung up, Thin Kyo fell into thought. Was this how her first video call with her idol was supposed to end? Tam Tuan Y, it was all his fault. The moment she opened the door, Tam Tuan Y said, the production team just dropped off the script. I grabbed yours for you on the way. Oh, thanks. Goodbye. As she was about to close the door, Tam Tuan Y stopped it. Wait, I don't know how to play this champion in the game. How do you make this champion fly? Seriously? If you want to fly so badly, I'll throw you out the hotel window so you know what flying is. Tam Tuan Y wouldn't let it go, still asking, Hey buddy, why aren't you answering me? Din John stepped forward. Mr. Tam, we have an early start for the show tomorrow. You should get some rest. All right, see you tomorrow, buddy. Thin Kyo breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, Din John, you arrived just in time. Din John said, I just spoke with Brother Fo on the phone. He said the production team plans to pull some tricks tomorrow and will take down the hot search. I know, the entertainment industry always promotes like this. Can't be helped. Well, I'm heading back to my room. Get some sleep. Okay, I'll look over the script for a bit, then sleep. Thin Kyo picked up the script and began to study it. Each person starts with 100 life points. When it reaches 0, they die. Each person can bring 5 items. Asking staff for help is forbidden. Doing so deducts 20 life points. Damaging the established set results in immediate death declaration. This season's theme is Ghost Wedding. Guests are invited to discover the original storyline themselves. Thin Kyo broke into a cold sweat as she finished reading. What is this? A ghost wedding? That sounds terrifying, boo-hoo. Thin Kyo lay down on the bed, holding a picture of Hoke Hai for motivation. Tomorrow, she could only pray for her idol's protection. The next day, all the guests gathered, ready for filming. Thin Kyo also stepped out, greeting everyone warmly. Hello, everyone. People turned to look at her. Hello, Kyo. Good morning. As soon as Tam Tuan Y saw her, he slung an arm around her shoulder again. Buddy, I figured out. The new champions combo is 2,313, right? Right. Just then, an announcement came. Everyone, please board the bus to the filming location. As people started boarding the bus, Tam Tuan Y kept muttering 2,313. Once seated on the bus, he continued to mumble incessantly, 2,313. Thin Kyo checked the news on her phone and sighed with relief upon finishing. Thank goodness, the hot search with her name had been taken down. Truly, she had heavens to thank. Just as she arrived at the filming location, Thin Kyo marveled at how heavily the program had invested. It was daytime, yet they had created a light-blocking screen that shrouded the entire set in darkness. The backdrop was simply incredible. The PD announced, before entering, we need to check your backpacks to ensure everyone has brought exactly 5 items. Quickly, everyone had to open their backpacks for the program staff to inspect. Once the checks were complete, everyone was allowed onto the set. Just then, a staff member spoke up. Miss Kyo, what's in your trouser pocket? It's my wallet. Bringing a wallet makes it 6 items. You have to leave one behind. Thin Kyo thought to herself, my protective amulet is inside. I can't possibly hand it over. So, she handed her bread to the staff member. The staff member asked, are you sure you want to leave the food behind? Yes, it's fine. At worst, I'll just lose some weight. Everyone chuckled. Unexpectedly, Kyo, you're such a money lover, willing to give up food but not your wallet. Thin Kyo scratched her head and gave a sheepish laugh. Hee hee. The PD announced, now, everyone put on the watches that display life points. When life points drop to 0, the participant is eliminated. Thin Kyo, startled. Is it starting already? Everyone was blindfolded and led inside. Where am I? How much further do I have to go? The PD continued the announcement. The storyline awaits your discovery. Good luck to everyone. Everyone has reached their individual starting points. You may remove your blindfolds in 2 minutes. Thin Kyo trembled. Is anyone here? Where's the cameraman? Warning, intentionally speaking to staff will result in a deduction of life points. Finally, the program began. Thin Kyo quickly removed her blindfold, opened the door, and ran out. Where did everyone go? As soon as she opened the door, she saw a crimson moon. Heavens, they even designed a blood moon like this. It looks too real. The program had created an incredibly realistic set, startling her into turning back. The moment she turned back, she saw a ghost wedding procession, their appearances utterly terrifying. As if being scared wasn't enough, somehow, Kaijia Hugh appeared, causing her to scream loudly in fright and tumble to the ground. Oh, Sister Kyo, are you all right? I'm fine, thank you. Inwardly, she cursed, scared out of my wits, and you ask if I'm fine? Fine, my foot. Kaijia Hugh said, this theme is ghost wedding, probably related to marriage. Let's follow them and see. Although following was scary, being alone was even scarier. Thus, Thin Kyo trailed after Kaijia Hugh. As they walked, a sudden voice made her jump. The two turned around to see a zombie. The zombie asked, are you two here to attend the wedding ceremony? The ceremony is being held over there. If you don't hurry, you won't make it. Thin Kyo hesitated. Should we follow? Just then, Tam Tuan Y's shouts echoed as he rushed towards them. Save me, brothers. These extras are way too dedicated. My clothes are all messed up. Thin Kyo chuckled. The moment this guy appeared, his comical image dispelled the terrifying atmosphere. The group of people said to Tam Tuan Y, you scared the groom's horse, causing it to run away. So you must. All right. We'll find the horse, okay? Huh? What? Why did it become US? That group held Kaijia Hugh back, saying, you two go find it. I'll keep this one as a hostage. The PD announced, side quest activated. Rescue the hostage within the specified time. Otherwise, the hostage will lose life points. Announcement ends. Thin Kyo gritted her teeth in frustration. Tam Tuan Y, you really are a troublemaker. So, the two of them wandered around together, searching for the horse. Horse, oh horse, where are you? Thin Kyo thought silently. Having this living treasure beside her, the feeling of dread lessened somewhat. Tam Tuan Y spoke. There's a mountainside over there. If we stand up high and look out, we can get an overview. Let's climb up and see what the situation is. As soon as they climbed the mountain, they saw a tombstone engraved with the words, beloved late wife. Upon seeing it, Thin Kyo cried out in fright, ah, don't be scared, it's just a fake prop. Before she could recover from the shock, an old man emerged, causing Thin Kyo to panic. Heavens, earth, oh my God, are you a person or a ghost? He said, oh, dear wife, our son is finally getting married. As his father, I must have a few more celebratory drinks. With that, he departed. Thin Kyo said, is the son the old man mentioned the groom whose horse went missing? It seems the groom's mother has passed away. On the night of his son's wedding, the old man came here to pay respects. There are no other clues on the mountain. Let's head back. Meanwhile, Fuang Chi checked her watch and saw her life points dropping. Huh, why is that happening? As soon as Thin Kyo returned, Fuang Chi asked, just now I ate a green apple in a room, and my points started decreasing. Then you must have been hit by a debuff. Huh, what does that mean? It means you've been poisoned. It's best not to touch any food here, Tam Tuan Y advised. Come with us. We can look out for each other. In another corner of the film set, Lacton had also been walking endlessly, only to end up back where she started. Confused, she wondered, how did I get back here again? Just then, the three approached and called out to Lacton. Lacton explained, I just met a little boy playing ball here, and after that, I kept walking but couldn't get out of this place. Did that boy mention a wedding ceremony over there? Yes, have you met him too? As they were talking, Tangmin also walked over. Everyone's here? Looks like I was the only one let out of town. I was even chased by geese for a while before I managed to hide in here. Tam Tuan Y asked, did you see a white horse? I saw it eating grass by the riverbank. Let's go over there and check. Quickly following Tang Min's directions, the group arrived at the riverbank. However, when they got there, the horse was nowhere to be seen. Looking around, they spotted a paper horse. What is this? Fin Kyo picked it up to examine it. Then her mind raced as something clicked. She said, I have a bold idea. Just now, we heard a rooster crow, proving it was dawn. Could it be that this is that horse? At night, it's a paper horse, but during the day, it transforms into a real horse. Hearing Fin Kyo's deduction, everyone turned pale with fright. Lacton asked, so, according to you, the people attending the wedding in that house have all turned into paper figures now? To verify whether Fin Kyo's theory was correct, the group approached the wedding hall. Fin Kyo asked, do we really have to go inside? Before they could even enter, a black cat darted out, meowing loudly. Meow, meow. It sent Fin Kyo and Fuang Chi clinging to each other, screaming in terror. But the mission had to continue. Inside that room, the wedding ceremony had begun, crowded with attendees. Fin Kyo whispered, the cat's meow proves it's night now, so these paper figures have all come back to life. That makes sense, a young man said. We found the horse. Old master, quickly tell the young master to go fetch the bride. Fin Kyo asked, you found the horse? Then where's our friend? Is locked in the woodshed. Go find him. Just then, Kai Jia Hugh rushed over, fleeing from the crowd behind him. Quick, catch him. He let the bride escape. My master kindly invited you all for wedding drinks. Why would you let the bride run away? So, everyone was tied up. Fin Kyo was puzzled. First finding a horse, now finding the bride. Was this the extent of the show's creativity? How shameless. Still wanted to tie up the three of you. The three were captured and taken into a room where a madam said, whichever of you three ladies can compose a poem related to the wedding gets to leave first. Lacton and Fin Kyo quickly recited poems, leaving only Fuang Chi unable to do so. Keep her here as a hostage. Fuang Chi was bewildered. The information clearly stated Fin Kyo only finished middle school, so why was her literary skill so good? The PD announced, main mission, find the bride within the specified time. Failure means all players' life points drop to 0. Helplessly, everyone set off again to find a bride. How could they possibly find her in such a large town? If the bride doesn't want to get married, she would definitely run out of town. Let's search outside the town. Finally, they reached a riverbank outside the town, but looking around, there was nothing. Suddenly, a frighteningly styled young woman emerged from the water, causing everyone to scream. Oh heavens, good grief, save me, it's a water ghost. Run, run. Though panicked and running, Fin Kyo's mind was still racing. Wait, that's not right. We're looking for the bride. Now that we found her, why are we running? Hey everyone, listen to me. If she were made of paper, she'd be afraid of water, but she hid in the water, so she must be human. Let's go back. Maybe she knows how to escape this place. Returning to the water's edge, Fin Kyo asked, are you human? Can you lead us out of this town? Just then, the PD announced, final mission, rescue the bride. Please cooperate with your teammates to help the bride escape the paper town. Fin Kyo smiled. Let's wait until the rooster crows. When the townspeople turn into paper figures, then rescue Fuang Chi after that. We can leave. Right on cue, the PD announced again, attention, 20 minutes remain until the auspicious hour. If the captured player is not rescued within the time limit, she will replace the bride, be married off, and turn into a paper figure forever. Tam Tuan Y yelled, let's charge back in and fight the production team. Fin Kyo said, wait, I have an idea. Everyone, turn off your mics. After turning off their mics, they all huddled together, whispering and discussing something. Finally, the discussion concluded. Great plan. Absolutely brilliant. It was unclear what the plan was, but they brought a bride forward. The madam, we found the bride, but you have to release the hostage first. One hand delivers the goods, the other delivers the person. Kai Jia Hugh took Fuang Chi's hand and asked, are you ready? Tam Tuan Y shouted, 1, 2, 3, go. As the words left his mouth, they bolted like lightning, escaping the wedding scene. The crowd behind yelled, quick, stop them. Indeed, Fin Kyo's plan succeeded. Those waiting by the riverbank saw everyone returning. We did it. I changed clothes and pretended to be the bride. And just like that, they completed the mission, helping the bride escape the paper town. Oh yeah, the the director announced. The first mission in the escape challenge is complete. At this moment, everyone was overjoyed, except for one person whose heart ached. It was none other than our director, feeling utterly bitter. I designed so many terrifying obstacles, yet they managed to find a loophole. Boo-hoo. Once filming wrapped up, everyone boarded the bus to head back. Tam Tuan Y declared, "From now on, we are comrades who faced life and death together. Everyone here will become famous together someday." Fin Kyo spoke up, "I have a friend named Naktu. Could you possibly give her an autograph?" Tam Tuan Y suavely swept his hair back, replying with a touch of arrogance, "My dear buddy, if you wanted an autograph, you should have just asked directly. Why make up a story about a friend? I don't have one. Please sign it for her. Her name is Naktu. All right, but I don't have anything with me right now. Give me her address, and I'll ship it over later. She's filming somewhere else right now. Could you ship it to my place instead?" At this, the nearby fans erupted in cheers. Tam Tuan Y said, "All right, buddy. See you at the filming this weekend." Tam Tuan Y's fans shrieked, "Hubby, don't smile at other women. Look at me." Tam Tuan Y quickly tried to placate them. "That's just my buddy. It's nothing." Fin Kyo felt helpless. "Right, time to make a quick escape from here." On the bus, she asked, "What's on the schedule for today?" Din John replied, "This morning, the artist originally scheduled for the exclusive Hong San interview got caught in a scandal, so Onbo arranged for you to go instead." Fin Kyo beamed. "Really? Hong San is one of the top 4 magazines in the entertainment industry. Onbo worked hard on this." Soon, they arrived at the Hong San photo shoot location. On set, Fin Kyo's styling was absolutely stunning, exceptionally brilliant. Just looking at her, one could see an aura radiating outwards. Very quickly, she finished the photo shoot. The photographer was extremely pleased. "Excellent. Also, could I get an autograph? My son really likes you. Could you sign one for him? How old is your son? Let me write a little blessing for him. He's 4. Haha, my fans are quite young, aren't they? Sister Kyo, think of it positively. Perhaps it signifies a national image, hee. After the shoot came the interview. We hear you're very attentive to your fans. How do you perceive the relationship between yourself and your fans?" She recalled Bo Min Fam's advice to just say they were family. However, she answered according to her own thoughts. "I feel our relationship is one of mutual warmth, growing together. They give me encouragement and support. I give them light and courage." Oh, that's a wonderful answer. So what are your views on the phenomenon of idol chasing? They are simply during a time in life when dreaming is still possible, using their own ways to love someone they can likely never truly have. Perhaps one day, they will awaken from the dream and return to reality, but when they look back on that period of their youth, they will surely smile with contentment, without regret. The interview concluded. Later, in the canteen, "Sister Kyo, your answers earlier were brilliant. You were thinking about the time when you were a fan of Hoke High, weren't you?" At the next table, discussions were also underway. "I never expected training to be this exhausting. Don't even mention it. I have no time to follow idols anymore. That manager keeps eyeing us with bad intentions. Keep your voice down. He's coming over." Just as the words were spoken, the supervisor approached. "Luke Chu Duong, come to my office." Luke Chu Duong reluctantly agreed and stood up. "If I don't come back, you guys have to look for me, okay?" Time slowly ticked by. Fuang Bok said, "Sister Kyo, let's head back." The conversation at the next table continued. "Luke Chu Duong has been gone for half an hour. Should we go look for her? Just leave her. Anyway, we shouldn't offend the manager. We can't save her. If she likes Hoke High so much, tell him to come save her." "Exactly, huh?" Fin Kyo, sitting nearby, couldn't listen anymore. She stood up and slammed the table. "Where is that manager's office? I'll go save her." Very quickly, Fin Kyo arrived at the office, banging loudly on the door. "There's a fire outside. Is anyone inside?" The chubby manager opened the door in a panic. "What fire? Where?" Then he hurried away quickly. Fin Kyo stepped inside and saw Luke Chu Duong sitting there, tears welling in her eyes. "Save me." She took Luke Chu Duong's hand, comforting her. "Don't be scared, it's okay now. Come with me, okay?" Just then, the manager returned. "Who are you? Why did you lie about a fire and barge into my office? Do you think I won't call security? Hey, why did you lock your office door in broad daylight? You know best what you were doing. I'll report you to the police and have you thrown in jail." Now Luke Chu Duong pleaded, "Please, sister, don't call the police." "All right, then we won't report it. Let's go." The manager shouted, "Hey, neither of you is going anywhere." Fin Kyo turned back, her voice like a charm. I'm warning you, don't harass her anymore. Inside the car, Thin Kyo handed a bottle of water to Luke Tu Duong, asking, "Are you feeling better?" "Yes, thank you, Sister Kyo Kyo. You know me?" "Of course I do. I'm a fan of Brother Hokai. I used to dislike you." Unexpectedly, Thin Kyo interrupted. "It's okay. It's enough that you know me. I can use my status as an actress, report him to the police, create public pressure to get him fired. Are you willing?" Luke Tu Duong said helplessly, "I'm sorry, I can't. My internship report needs a signature." Thin Kyo sighed. You don't need to apologize. I respect your decision. For now, let me request leave for you and take you home, okay?" Finally, they arrived home. "Thank you, Sister Kyo Kyo. All right, get some rest." "Okay, goodbye, sister," Fuang Bok said. "Did you save her because she's brother Hoke's fan?" "Not really. Have you ever experienced moments of despair?" "I was thinking if I were in that situation, I would definitely hope someone could reach out and save me just once. Like when you're stuck in a dark place and suddenly a ray of light appears." The very next day, the hot search was buzzing with news about a manager at some media company harassing an intern. Netizens had something new to clamor about and comment on. Thin Kyo was delighted. "Brother Bo, your online influence team is incredible." "Of course. However, next time, you need to be mindful of your status. Don't ambush me again." "Okay, rest assured." "I can't rest assured. The last movie I got for you, I was genuinely afraid you'd flip out on the investors right then and there. Luckily, you managed to hold back. Don't worry. The resources you secured weren't easy to come by, so I'll try my best to act well." Thin Kyo beamed. "The male lead in this film is my idol. Of course, I wanted to take this role." Bo Min Pham handed her the script. "Read the script. Before filming starts, make sure you spend time memorizing your lines." Thin Kyo took the script for the film Brave Start and began studying the character. The female lead is a police officer, the male lead a lawyer. Just reading it, she could already picture Hokai embodying the image of an elegant, intellectual lawyer. Just the thought made her eyes sparkle, her heart soaring. Oh heavens, if that image stood right in front of her, how could she possibly survive? Upon returning home, she still clutched the script for the film Brave, immersing herself in the study of the female protagonist, a woman hailing from a family of police officers, the youngest ever to make captain. The male lead, in contrast, had spent his childhood in an orphanage, forging a heart as hard as steel. Heavens, just the thought sent her spirit soaring among the clouds. "Oh my goodness, he's so handsome." Just then, a knock echoed at the door. That must be the acting coach on Bo mentioned. He arrived quickly. She opened the door. "Hello, Chu Kyo, it's been a while." "Oh." The acting coach on Bo spoke of, "Is Man Tin Tram?" Seeing her expression, Man Tin Tram looked puzzled. "HM, are you not pleased to see me?" "Oh no, that's not it. I'm just rather surprised. I never expected you would be the one coaching me in acting. Would you like coffee or tea?" "Tea would be lovely. This house Bo Min Pham found for you isn't half bad. Senior, here is your tea." "Man Ting Jam Sai." "There's no need for such formalities. Addressing me like that makes me feel quite old." Thin Kyo replied earnestly, "You are my senior, and now you're also my teacher. Naturally, I must show you proper respect. Whatever guidance you offer in the future, I promise to study seriously and diligently." "There's no need to be so tense," he countered gently. "Acting is meant to be enjoyable. If you approach it with such rigid seriousness, you'll lose your natural spontaneity. Forget these theory books for now. Let's slowly discover the joy of acting through practical experience." "Yes, I look forward to your guidance, senior." And so, the two dedicated themselves to studying together, the afternoon slipping away until dusk settled. "Let's stop here for today," Man Tin Tram suggested. "I've talked quite a bit, and you might not absorb everything at once. We'll continue next time, shall we?" "Yes, thank you, senior." "I hadn't realized it had gotten so late," Man Tin Tram remarked. "Last time, you invited me to be a guest on your show, but when I arrived, you weren't there. I wonder, might I be fortunate enough tonight to sample those mixed noodles you make? If you'd like to try them, senior, I'll go prepare them now." Just as she spoke, another knock sounded at the door. "Ah, wait a moment, I'll get it. Let me," Man Tin Tram offered. "You go ahead and cook." He swiftly moved to the door and opened it. Standing on the threshold was Hokai. Thin Kyo, curious about the visitor, emerged from the kitchen. The moment she saw Hokai, her eyes flew wide in alarm. "Huh, Hokai, why are you here? What's this?" Am I not allowed to visit? He countered. Man Ting Cham spoke. Oh, well, it seems I won't have the good fortune to dine here tonight, after all. I've just remembered I have an appointment. I should be going. And just like that, only Hoke Hai and Thin Kyo remained in the house. Thin Kyo stammered. Today, senior man was here, teaching me acting. Hoke Hai remained silent for a few moments, his expression thoughtful, before stepping deliberately closer to her. You said, he murmured, his voice low, that anyone who dared to climb the wall would have their legs broken. Tears welled in Thin Kyo's eyes. I didn't. You have to believe me. Hoke Hai caught the aroma wafting from the kitchen. What's that smell? He asked. My mixed noodles. With that, Thin Kyo hastily retreated to the kitchen. Hoke Hai watched her endearingly flustered retreat, a warm smile touching his lips. You probably haven't eaten yet, she called out. What would you like? I can cook anything. Anything is fine. Hoke Hai strolled over to the refrigerator, his gaze falling upon a picture she had taped there. He studied it for a few seconds before asking, You like this artist? Yes, very much, she replied. It's a pity I can't afford an original. She finished setting the table. The food's ready. Let's eat. Hoke Hai surveyed the table, laden with appealing dishes, and thought inwardly, These are all my favorites. Thin Kyo asked, Was there something specific you came to see me about today? Hoke Hai, while starting to eat, casually slid a ticket across the table to her. This is for my 3rd concert tour. Her face lit up. Oh, that's right. I was filming Runaway back then, so I didn't have a chance to get tickets. Taking the ticket, Thin Kyo beamed with delight. Thank you. Hoke Hai inquired, Tomorrow, you have to film Starlight Youth again, right? If anything happens, don't be impulsive like before, all right? His idol's words were definitely etched into her heart. She replied, Yes, sir. Hoke Hai continued, If you repeat the offense, you won't be allowed to see me for a month, nor attend the concert. Good heavens. What a cruel punishment. A few days later, they arrived at the filming location for Starlight Youth. The stage had been prepared, looking magnificent. Today, Thin Kyo arrived at the studio feeling incredibly emotional, poetic verses flowing once more. Your eyes are so beautiful, like they reflect the entire starry sky. Had I never seen the moonlight, I could have accepted the darkness. We love the wind because the wind cools and comforts people. We love the sunlight because the sunlight warms people. We love the snow because it is purely beautiful. We love you because you're like the wind, like the light, like the snow. When God created you, it took 6 days. The first day, creating bones. The second day, creating flesh and blood. The third day, creating appearance. The fourth day, creating personality. The fifth day, creating talent. And on the final day, God gifted you your voice. Oh my goodness, such beautiful poetry. And what's more, the program was being live streamed, so naturally, the online community would comment. Who said her education level was low? Look, her poetry is heavenly. That's right, the verses flow beautifully and elegantly. Thin Kyo rejoiced inwardly. I honed this flattering skill by standing my idol. How could you possibly compare? The beautiful day finally arrived. Hoke Hai's concert was approaching. Brother Bo, I have something very important that day. Please don't schedule anything for me then, okay? So, the concert day came, and just like countless other fans of Hoke Hai, she queued up dutifully, waiting to enter the venue. His fans were truly thoughtful, having made so many souvenirs. Dressed like this, surely no one will recognize me. I'll just line up and buy something. After queuing for a while, it was finally her turn. You're very lucky. This is the very last souvenir. Thin Kyo quickly paid, yet the seller recognized her. Sister Kyo, why are you being so bold? Thin Kyo gestured for silence. Sure, don't say anything. Afterwards, the two went to a coffee shop to chat. Sister Kyo, you're actually a fan of Brother Hoke Hai? It's so hard to believe. Why is it hard to believe? Luke Chu Duong said, Only later did I find out you wrote the post that helped me reclaim my reputation. Thank you so much. Let me treat you to bubble tea. Thank you, but I can't drink it. I don't dare take off my mask. If I risk it, I'll be recognized. Sister Kyo, can I add you on Weibo? Of course. Are you a member of Van Doan Station? That's right. I'm in charge of video editing. You know about Van Doan Station? Naturally, I even vote to boost the super topic points. Luke Chu Duong couldn't believe it. Are you the renowned Fook So Why? Your photos are incredibly outstanding. You always manage to get the top-tier tickets, right? Not really. Hoke Hai gave me those tickets. As the words left her mouth, Luke Tu Duong wailed dramatically. Oh my God, I'm so envious, so jealous. Inside the venue, the performance was about to begin. The crowd below roared tumultuously. Hoke Hai, I love you. The moment she saw Hoke Hai standing on stage, Thin Kyo, just like every other fan, screamed wildly, Hoke Hai, Hwak Hee. After watching the concert, Thin Kyo left feeling utterly content. Today was truly super satisfying. Just then, a call came through. It was Hoke Hai. However, when Thin Kyo answered, she could barely speak, her voice utterly hoarse from all the earlier excitement. Oh dear, my voice is completely gone. What happened to your voice? Hoke Hai asked. If you like this again next time, don't bother coming to the concert. Sob sob. Her idol was so fierce. Back home, she resumed the task of uploading photos under her fan account. Fuck so why. Just as she finished posting, a message arrived. This is Hoke Hai's support group. This year, the group is preparing a birthday video for him to be displayed on the LED screen in the city center. We'd like to request permission to use your photos for the video edit. Would that be alright? Of course, that's fine. Let me send you the original photos. Great. Let me add you to our main support group then. As soon as she joined the group, messages flooded in. Fuck so why. From now on, we'll call you Fook, okay? Hey, how come you only seem to attend concerts? We've never seen you post photos from his other activities. That's right, I'm quite busy, Thin Kyo replied evasively. Let me send the original photos over to you all. The next morning, at the airport's VIP lounge, Thin Kyo was getting ready to film the reality show Escape. Having stayed up all night, editing photos like a devoted fan, her eyes were heavy and tired. Lacton asked Thin Kyo, did you bring any magic tools this time? How did you know? Thin Kyo replied, surprised. I did bring a coin sword, but my assistant took it out. Lacton noted, your voice is so hoarse. You must be really tired. Thin Kyo, I heard you landed a new role. At the mention of a new film, Thin Kyo beamed. Yes, filming starts next month. Do you have any unique acting secrets? Care to share some with me? Lacton responded, my secret is simply this. The path of acting is oneself. Act according to the character's emotions. Wow, you're amazing. I truly admire you, Thin Kyo exclaimed. She then turned to Kai Jia Hugh. Little Jia, you're on this flight too? Let's play a round of games. Kai Jia Hugh replied, I've deleted Ming Jun. Why'd you delete it? Because Brother Tam kept pestering me to play, he explained. I get it. Well, if not Ming Jun, let's play PUBG then. Thin Kyo suggested brightly. Din John gently chided. Kyo, girls shouldn't use rough language. Good heavens, what rough language? I'm just talking about a game. Thin Kyo protested. Finally, they arrived at the filming location for the second episode of Escape. As soon as Tam Tuan Wai saw her, he waved. My brother, you've arrived. No sooner had they arrived than the PD made an announcement. Departure for the filming island in half an hour. Tam Tuan Wai immediately protested. Seriously? Have some humanity. We just spent ages on the plane, and you're not even letting us rest. The PD retorted. You only flew for 3 hours. Lacton's group flew for 8. Well, I was asking on Lacton's behalf. The PD continued with the briefing. The rules remain the same. Each person can only bring 5 items. Contents of wallets count as separate items. Everyone handed over their belongings before boarding the boat to the island. Please change into the combat camouflage gear and take your laser equipment. Receiving her gear, Thin Kyo mused inwardly. A real-life version of PUBG. The PD went on. When hit, if red smoke appears, that person is directly eliminated. If green smoke appears, the person is lightly injured and can continue playing. If blue smoke appears, they are heavily injured and must stay put, waiting for a teammate's rescue. The laser simulation guns have an effective range of 10 to 30 meters and only 10 rounds of ammunition. The main theme for this episode is survival on a deserted island. After 24 hours, the rising tide will submerge this small island. Within those 24 hours, one rescue boat will arrive, but can only take one person away. Good luck. Filming for Escape Episode 2 begins now. Just as it began, Thin Kyo stretched and yawned sleepily. So tired. The sun is lovely here. Might as well take a nap and sunbathe for a bit. The PD watched, exasperated. The theme for this episode doesn't involve ghosts, so she's completely lawless. This cannot be allowed to happen. The PD shouted loudly. Everyone, quickly head into the jungle and begin the adventure, or you'll face elimination by explosion. Not even having settled down yet, Thin Kyo immediately sat up. How annoying, she thought. She took out a bag of chips, munching contentedly as she strolled along. The PD was helpless. Does she think she's here on vacation? Why bring chips along? Thin Kyo walked on and on. What good luck I avoided the trap. The PD watched, irritated. Where's the trap? Why don't you go down there? This is too much. Unable to stand it anymore, the PD yelled, Quick, tie her up. Thin Kyo wandered around, enjoying herself for a while, even weaving a flower wreath to wear on her head. Just as she felt something move, eek, surely not an animal? Better change direction. Suddenly, she sensed something flying towards her. She startled in confusion as numerous arrows flew past her. Excuse me, who's demonstrating archery? Could you show yourself? No sooner had she spoken than many young men approached, leaving her bewildered. Hello. Before she could understand what was happening, they tied her up and carried her away. Hey, put me down. I'm going to be sick. Seeing that this group didn't understand her language, she switched to English. Let me down. I want to vomit. Let me down. I want to vomit. However, the group continued walking without stopping. The director shouted, Don't be fooled by her tricks. The group ignored him, carrying Thin Kyo relentlessly, not putting her down, causing her to retch all over herself. Good grief, director, do you have extra fun for this? The director screamed, female lead. Did you really do that? What are you talking about, director? You clearly saw me eating chips just now. Why blame me? The group spoke in some language, Ola Alo Oxyizo, then led Thin Kyo forward. This is really frustrating, unable to communicate with this group. She tried English again. Who can speak English? How much did the director pay you? I will triple it. Seeing her high offer, the group recognized a good opportunity and quickly released her. As soon as she was free, Thin Kyo joyfully exclaimed, Run, run. She ran so fast she tripped over a rock and fell with a thud. The PD shouted, Cameraman, where are you? Confirm Thin Kyo's condition for me. Thin Kyo, lying on the ground, let out a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily no one's chasing me. The cameraman confirmed Thin Kyo was unharmed and reported back to the director. She's fine. Just then, from the bushes nearby, someone spoke in English. I'm over here. Anybody help? I'm here. Can anyone help me? Can you rescue me, bro? Hearing him, Thin Kyo looked at Tam, Tuan Y for a few seconds, then turned and walked away. You think you're the only one who knows English songs, right? I can't be bothered with you. Hey, bro, don't go. You can't just see someone in danger and not help. Tang Min and Fuang Chi formed an alliance and shot 3 bullets at me already. Bro, just save me and I'll protect you later. If I find a boat, I'll definitely get you on board. How can I trust you? What if you shoot me in the back? How would I get on the boat then? Bro, to be honest with you, I've already used up all 10 of my bullets. What was that? Just moments ago, you opened your mouth saying you'd protect me. And now, what do you have to protect me with? You fired 10 bullets. How many did you actually hit? Haha, didn't hit a single one. Let them all run away. Good grief. A noob is always a noob, whether in a game or in reality, still a noob. Tam, Tuan Y puffed out his chest confidently. Even though I'm out of bullets, I could be a shield for you. Block bullets. Bro, please trust me. Thin Kyo thought silently. Having a teammate beside her was still better than having no one. What if that group of natives came back? System announcement. Does the player accept the mission to save a teammate? I'll save him. The system continued. Coconuts on the island can heal. Just pick a coconut for your teammate to drink, and they can be saved. Thin Kyo started strapping her backpack to her front, then quickly charged headfirst into a coconut tree. What are you doing, bro? What's that for? Heavens, you have to climb up and pick it, right? Shut up. I'm not a monkey. After several attempts, finally, a coconut fell. Do you have a tool in your bag to open coconuts? I have a hammer. Whoa, bro, you knew I brought a hammer, so you brought nails, right? These are nails used to ward off evil spirits. I secretly hid them and brought them in earlier. Very quickly, they managed to open the coconut. Just as Tam Tuan Y finished drinking the coconut water, there was an announcement. Player has successfully helped a teammate heal. Reward, 1 bulletproof vest, capable of blocking 2 bullets. Thin Kyo's eyes lit up. Whoa, there's even a reward. Then saving someone this time was worth it. Bro, I'm healthy now. Tell me, who are we going to slash? Let's just find a place to rest first. It's getting dark, and the further we go, the darker it gets. Thin Kyo shivered. Let's not go any further. Just find a patch of ground and sleep there. How can we sleep like that? Let's go deeper inside and see if there are any houses. Going deeper inside, they saw a house. Look, there's a house up ahead, but this house looks really creepy. Thin Kyo looked it over once and said, Forget it. I feel a bit scared. Why? That's a house. We can sleep there overnight. The production team definitely made it look scary on purpose, so no one would dare go in. Let's just go in. Thin Kyo screamed. No way. Let me go. I'd rather die outside and be eaten by wolves than go in there. What are you afraid of? You have so many protective charms with you. No need to be scared. Close your eyes. Let me lead you in. Just as he pushed the door open and stepped inside, Tam Tuan Wai stopped, saying nothing more. Not hearing Tam Tuan Wai's shouts, Fin Kyo panicked. Huh? What's wrong? What's inside the house that made you stop talking? There are people inside. Open your own eyes and see. As soon as she opened them, she saw the film crew inside, working diligently. I told you, the production team deliberately made this house look creepy so no one would dare enter. Turns out they were hiding here. Hey, there's delicious food here. What flavor do you want? Fin Kyo stood stunned for a few seconds, then said, How cruel. Arranging so many cremation urns outside like that. What cremation urns? Those urns are for holding seafood, lady. Enough. Get out right now. Get out for me. How can we get out? We have to sleep here tonight. Let me see if my enemies have been dragged away by wolves yet. Looking through the monitor, he saw Fuang Chi and Tang Min hugging each other and screaming, Boo-hoo, there are wolves. Help! Tam Tuan Wai rejoiced. Thank you, director, for helping me get revenge. The director was so angry, he could have coughed up blood. Where's my heart medicine? Quick, give it to me. That night, Fin Kyo had a place to sleep and was delighted. Waking up the next morning, the system announced 5 hours and 31 minutes remaining until the sea submerges the deserted island. Fin Kyo was thrilled, slept so well last night, and I even got a new makeup style from the specialist. So beautiful. The other teammates out in the open weren't so lucky. Terrified all night, they couldn't sleep a wink, their eyes dark and sunken. Tam Tuan Wai spoke up. Hey buddy, what are you still dawdling there for? Let's go find a boat. Ah, I get it, he continued. You actually want to stay here with me. Not hoping to be born on the same day, but wishing to die on the same day, right? Fin Kyo, utterly fed up, retorted, just drop it. Let's hurry up and find that boat. After walking for quite some time, Fin Kyo clutched her stomach. She'd clearly eaten breakfast with the production team, yet now she was hungry again. Seeing her hunger, Tam Tuan Wai said, Here, take this pastry. I grabbed it when the director wasn't looking. At that moment, the director searched for his snack on the now empty table, fuming but helpless. Just eating makes one thirsty, Fin Kyo suggested. Let's pick a few more coconuts. Tam Tuan Wai scanned their surroundings for a moment, then realized something. Buddy, get down, quick. There's smoke, he yelled. And indeed, it was true. Fin Kyo had been hit by a pellet, releasing blue smoke. The PD's voice crackled through, announcing, a player has been hit. Therefore, their bulletproof vest is no longer effective. We're under attack. Quick, find cover. The two ducked behind coconut trees. Tam Tuan Wai whispered, Buddy, I'll draw their attention. You find a chance to fire, okay. Fuang Chi, why did you betray me? Tam Tuan Wai shouted. You said you'd ally with me, yet the moment I turned my back, you opened fire and allied with Tang Min. I'll never trust you again. That's because you were slower than Tang Min, Fuang Chi retorted coolly. It has nothing to do with me. Sure enough, while they were distracted arguing, Fin Kyo took careful aim and fired a single, perfect shot. Oh my god, Tang Min is out. Look at the red smoke. Tam Tuan Wai praised her. Impressive. Your shooting skills are excellent, buddy. Fuang Chi shrieked. Why am I smoking too? Little Kyo, you're too cruel. Fin Kyo looked bewildered. But I didn't shoot. It turned out to be Kai Jia Hugh. He stepped forward. It was me who fired. Upon seeing Kai Jia Hugh approach, Fin Kyo felt a wave of helplessness. She glanced down at her own marker gun. So, the shot just now wasn't mine? The PD's voice announced. The player's first shot hit the coconut tree. You're amazing, Fin Kyo said to Kai Jia Hugh. This coconut is for you. Tam Tuan Wai sipped his coconut water while calculating their next move. Next up is Tan Lak. What we do now? Firing at a senior isn't easy. Fin Kyo pointed out, you don't have any ammo left. Why bother with the headache? In this game, Tam Tuan Wai declared, there are no seniors, only teammates and enemies. 1 hour and 15 minutes remain before the sea submerges this deserted island. The three walked on. Kai Jia Hugh spoke. There are 2 mountains ahead. Since yesterday, I've gotten a good grasp of the island's layout. Last night, when I went up the mountain, I heard a tiger roar. But it was still dark, so I gave up. All right then, let's go check it out, suggested Fin Kyo. Suddenly, Tam Tuan Wai collapsed dramatically onto the ground. I'm not going anywhere. I'm too tired. I want to rest. Fine, leave him. Let's go, Fin Kyo said to Kai Jia Hugh. Just as Tam Tuan Wai lay down, he leaned against something hard that made him jump. Ow, what did I just lie on that so hard? He turned around and saw it was a tombstone. Whoa, sorry. I didn't mean to. Kaijia, Hugh looked puzzled. Why would there be a tombstone on this island? Probably belongs to some local or someone. Whatever, let's not disturb the rest of the deceased, Tam Tuan muttered. Fin Keo stepped closer, gazing thoughtfully at the tombstone for a few seconds, which baffled Tam Tuan. Let's go already. Aren't you usually scared of these things? What are you looking at? Fin Keo grinned. Hold on, I just had a rather bold idea. Look, this tombstone has the letters CT on it, the initials of the show Escape. These numbers, 1634 and 1731, don't represent the years the person died, but the times they arrived. Meaning 1634, 4:34 p.m., and 1731, 5:31 p.m. You said last night, at the foot of the mountain, there was the sound of a tiger roaring, right? Exactly. Tam Tuan, as if struck by a realization, said, I understand now. Fin Keo added, the ancients used to say, knowing there are tigers on a mountain, yet still heading towards the tiger mountain. With confidence, Fin Keo pointed forward. The boat is definitely behind that mountain. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up the mountain. And so, the three of them swiftly began their ascent. Hurry, it's getting late. Sure enough, just as Fin Keo had deduced, as soon as they reached a vantage point and looked down, they saw a boat. Look, there really is a boat. My friend, you truly are brilliant. Now let's see who gets on the boat. You two fight it out. A duel? How? Are we supposed to hold guns to each other's heads now? Fine, let's try a more peaceful way. You two look into each other's eyes. Whoever laughs first is considered the winner. That's fine too. And so, the two began to stare at each other, face to face, eye to eye. They stared and stared, until finally, the first one to laugh was Kaijia Hugh. Fin Keo exclaimed happily, see, you laughed. Kaijia Hugh retorted, it's because Brother Tam Tuan cheated. Tam Tuan chuckled. Sorry, I promised I had to save my friend. All right then. The time and place were all deduced by Sister Keo, so it's only right that she goes. Finally, a shot rang out. An announcement followed. Player Kaijia Hugh is deceased, eliminated. Goodbye, Sister Keo. Let's go, my friend, Tam Tuan said. Let me see you off on this final stretch. The boatman announced. The boat will depart in 5 minutes. Only one person can board. Tam Tuan raised both hands, closed his eyes, and declared, go on, do it. Fire the shot into my head. Step over my corpse and walk towards the other shore of life. Hearing this, Fin Keo felt utterly helpless. I think you should be drowned instead. With everything settled, Fin Keo boarded the boat. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Watching her go, Tam Tuan raised his gun, aimed, and fired with a bang. Let me send you off, my friend. An announcement declared. Player Fin Keo is deceased. Fin Keo shrieked. You treacherous villain. Tam Tuan looked bewildered. Huh? What's this? Why does my gun still have bullets? I remember I shot all my rounds. My friend, please believe me. I didn't know. The boatman continued. Only 2 minutes left. Surviving player, please board the boat quickly. Fin Keo, furious. Snap, still talking? Just get on the boat already. I won't go. Even if I die, I must stay here to prove my innocence. With those words, Tam Tuan collapsed dramatically onto the ground, thrashing about and throwing a tantrum. This is infuriating, Fin Keo exclaimed. Get up quickly. Lacton already forfeited because she lacked the stamina. We can't let the production team win. Left with no other choice, Tam Tuan reluctantly boarded the boat. My friend, on this day, every year, I will definitely raise a glass to you. What kind of drink do you like? Let me buy it for you. I like to drink hacked in Hong, red crown crane poison. And so, the filming concluded. In the waiting room, Fluang Chi said, I told you we couldn't ally with him. He definitely did it on purpose. Tam Tuan raised his hand as if taking an oath. My friend, I swear I knew nothing. If I'm lying, may I fall from the stage of the music festival. Hearing the mention of the music festival startled Fin Keo. Isn't that tomorrow night? That's right. Are you coming? If you come, I'll sign autographs however you like and personally deliver them to you. Fin Keo grew pensive, her thoughts drifting to Hokai. Come to think of it, his new album would also be featured at the music festival. The thought of Hokai seemed to rekindle her spirits. I'll go. Tam Tuan rejoiced. My brother, I knew you'd trust me. We're brothers through life and death, all right? I'm not going because of you. Let go quickly. That evening, the music festival was held, fans pouring in, filling the stadium. Tonight, many idols will participate, Fin Keo thought to herself as she entered. Why are Hokai's fans surrounded by Tam Tuan fans? Sitting next to Fin Keo was Luke Tu Duong. Sorry, Sister Fin Keo, I bought a resale ticket. Couldn't choose the seat. It's okay. don't blame yourself. Aren't you filming some show with Tam Tuan Y? Haven't you two fought yet? I wish I could shoot his head off. The more she thought about that Tam Tuan Y, the more irritated she became. Damn it. The music program continued. As soon as Tam Tuan Y appeared, the fans below went wild, screaming, "Ah, so handsome. Save me," Luke Chu Duong said. When Hokai comes on stage later, we have to scream louder than them. Finally, Tam Tuan Y blew a kiss and then left the stage. Luke Chu Duong screamed, "Hokai is about to perform." Fin Kyo was also very happy, eagerly awaiting this performance. Very quickly, Hokai stepped onto the stage, shimmering with a radiant aura. Just seeing him, the two screamed, "Hokai! Hokai!" screaming so loudly they got side-eyed by the other Idol's fans. Fin Kyo looked at Hokai tonight and thought with admiration, Idol is so masculine today. The more excited she got, the more enthusiastically she cheered. She stood up, raised her sign, shouting loudly, "Hokai! Hokai!" Finally, the concert ended. Just as she stood up to leave, her phone rang. Without thinking, she answered the phone, saying, "Hokai was so handsome just now. Are you at the music festival?" "Yes." "All right, come outside then. I'm waiting outside." As the two stepped out, Luke Chu Duong said, "I've called a taxi. How are you getting back now?" I'm waiting for someone to pick me up." While the two were standing waiting for their rides, chatting, Tam Tuan Y's car arrived. "Hello, my brother." Upon seeing Tam Tuan Y, the expressions of the two young women changed. Looking utterly fed up, Tam Tuan Y handed over a signed photo, saying, "Here's the picture you wanted. All right, now, please leave." Luke Chu Duong asked, "Sister Fin Kyo, why did you ask for Tam Tuan Y's autograph?" Fin Kyo replied, "It wasn't me, I got it from my friend. You scared me to death. I thought you were standing the rival idol. How could I? Never in this lifetime. All right, we'll be Hokai fans forever, okay? Be careful on your way. Bye-bye." Just as Luke Chu Duong left, Hokai's car arrived. He stopped, opened the door, and said, "Get in." Fin Kyo quickly obeyed and got into the car. The two sat in the car, two awkward lumps, neither saying anything. Fin Kyo glanced up at Hokai. Oh my god, his side profile is exquisite, and wearing such a masculine outfit like this. Because of the close distance, I'm about to run out of blood. Luke Chu Duong just left. If she knew, she would hate me. Sitting in the car, neither said anything. Fin Kyo awkwardly pressed herself against the door. "Why are you sitting so close to the door? This car is spacious." Fin Kyo hugged her bag and said, "Don't come over here. I won't be able to control myself." "What's in the backpack?" "This bag? Inside, it has your support merchandise. Did you see me on stage earlier? I was sitting in the red section, holding this sign to cheer for you." "Oh, really? There were too many. I didn't notice." "Is that so? Next time, if you hold up a different sign, maybe I'll see it. Then I'll hold up a sign saying, Hokai's darling, with lots of bright letters, okay?" Hokai chuckled. "Darling, huh? Oh my god, what is this? I'm being mesmerized by my idol's handsome face again," she thought inwardly. "If you don't mind, I could even write husband." Inside her bag, there was also a signed photo of Tam Tuan Y. He asked, "What's this?" This is a signed photo I got for Naktu. See? Her taste is much worse than mine, right?" Hokai gently tapped her head, then asked, "Are you hungry?" "I'm not hungry. Your beauty is the most appetizing meal in the world." Hokai smiled. "I'm a little hungry. I want to eat mixed noodles." "Then come to my place. I'll cook for you." "Husband, whatever you want to eat is fine. I'm willing to cook for you for a lifetime." And so, the two quickly arrived at Fin Kyo's home. Hokai sat at the table waiting for a while, and soon Fin Kyo finished cooking. She brought out the dish and said, "Hurry up and eat." Hokai looked at the noodles on the table, his thoughts unreadable, then quickly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. She asked, "Is it good?" "Very good. Aren't you eating?" "Wait a moment, let me finish editing these photos first." She looked at the images on her phone screen, practically drooling. Wow. No matter how many times I look, I never get tired of it. Beautiful eyes, beautiful nose, beautiful mouth. I want to kiss him so badly. Just then, Hokai was already standing behind Fin Kyo. "Kiss where?" Oh, heavens. My idol is right here. And I carelessly spoke my thoughts out loud. Boo-hoo. Oh, no, you heard wrong. Hokai quickly took her phone, looked at the pictures and said, "Nicely shot. Send them to me later. The studio needs photos from the event." Being this close, Fin Kyo couldn't restrain herself around Hokai anymore. He asked, "Where did you say you wanted to kiss earlier?" Oh God, what else is there to say? If I miss this chance, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Fin Kyo stopped thinking and just followed her feelings. She mustered all her courage, closed her eyes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and just like that, kissed him lost in the sensation. He responded enthusiastically to her kiss, and the two kissed for a long time. Thin Kyo was completely mesmerized, only slowly returning from her daze and opening her eyes. Good heavens, what am I doing? Blaspheming an angel will surely bring punishment. Quickly, she pushed him away, then, embarrassed, ran into her room and slammed the door shut. Then she splashed water on her face, reminding herself to snap out of it. It's over, it's over. I actually kissed my idol. Boo-hoo. How will my idol look at me now? How can I face my fellow Hokai fans? Boo-hoo. I am guilty. Hearing her inside for so long, Hokai knocked on the door. Why are you hiding in there? Come out quickly. Boo-hoo. My idol wants to deal with me. He wouldn't call the police and sue me for sexual assault by kissing, would he? Thin Kyo, come out here right now for me. She spoke from behind the door. Hokai, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I lost my mind for a moment, blinded by beauty. Please forgive me. I won't dare do it again. Can we just pretend nothing happened? Hearing her long ramble, Hokai was stunned for a few seconds, then sighed. Forget it. Really? Hokai, you're too kind. You're so magnanimous. That's great. My idol forgave me. Hee. So can I come out now? Thin Kyo quickly opened the door, giggling softly, then headed towards the kitchen. As she stepped in, she saw the bowls and plates already washed clean. Hokai spoke. I've finished washing them all. In 2 days, we'll have the character photo shoot. Remember to prepare. Oh, I know. If there's nothing else, I'll call Xiao Dan to pick me up. Yes, yes. Inside, she thought, why did I let my idol clean up after me? Sobi. A little while later, Xiao Dan arrived to pick up Hokai. Thin Kyo waved goodbye. Be careful on your way. Remember to go to bed early. As soon as Hokai stepped out and the door clicked shut, Thin Kyo collapsed. Oh heavens, oh earth. I kissed my idol. Save me. Just outside the door, Hokai smiled warmly. This silly girl. A few days later, as soon as Thin Kyo arrived at the company, Bo Min Pham informed her, you need to cut your hair short for the police role. Don't worry, Chukan will cut it personally. It will definitely look beautiful. Chukan quickly got to work cutting her hair. Gazing at her long locks, she murmured, goodbye, my long hair. At the studio for the photo shoot for the movie Brave, Thin Kyo debuted her new look, utterly stunning, captivating everyone who saw her. Wow, a beautiful person looks good in any style. Just then, Hokai also finished with his styling. As he stepped out, oh dear heavens, there it was again. The little fangirl was once more assaulted by her idol's handsome face, causing a nosebleed. Sobi, I'm gonna be drained of all my blood. With the styling complete, the two began the promotional photo shoot for Brave. Thin Kyo, holding a gun pointed at Hokai, felt distinctly uncomfortable. The photographer instructed, Xiao Kyo, don't tremble. Your gaze must be fixed directly on Hokai. Don't look away. Thin Kyo felt helpless. She truly couldn't do it. How could she point a gun at her idol? Simply tired? How about we take a short break and then continue shooting? As Thin Kyo slumped onto a chair, feeling defeated, Hokai approached and offered her some water. The moment she saw Hokai, the image of their kiss flashed through her mind, making her blush even deeper with embarrassment. Her face flushed red. Hokai looked at her without saying anything, paused for a few seconds, then sat down to reassure her. Thin Kyo glanced at him. Overcome with shyness, Thin Kyo couldn't meet his gaze. She turned her face away. Hokai remained incredibly patient. Look at me. Don't avoid it. You must hold your gun firmly. Persevere for 5 seconds. Can you do that? Oh heavens! Receiving such enthusiastic guidance from her idol, what was she to do now? She murmured, yes. He continued his instructions. You need to relax a bit. Drink some water. After the break, everyone returned to their positions to resume the shoot. She thought to herself, I must be professional now. I can't let my idol lose face. So, she took a deep breath, then fully immersed herself in the role, her eyes conveying immense spirit. Exactly, that gaze is right. That's the feeling. Hokai and Thin Kyo photographed together with perfect chemistry, quickly producing exceptionally brilliant shots. Once the photo shoot concluded, everyone headed down to the parking lot to leave. From a distance, Dinjan spotted Hokai and said, Oh, look, it's Hoji. Go say hello. Thin Kyo blushed. Let's just get in the car quickly. Watching Thin Kyo hurry into the car, Xiao Dan looked puzzled. Does it seem like she's avoiding us? Why are you avoiding me? Hokai asked simply. Perhaps you did something you feel guilty about? Today, after the photo shoot wrapped up, there were already numerous beautiful photos ready to be posted. On Thin Kyo's fan club page, images of the two were shared alongside the caption, "Joyful collaboration." The stunningly beautiful photos drew endless praise in the comments, filled entirely with compliments and support for them both. Upon returning home, Thin Kyo chatted with Luke Chu-duong. "Sister Kyo, I've been observing for several days, and the general sentiment among Hokai's fans has stabilized now. You don't need to worry. From now on, I'm a couple fan, shipping you and Hokai." Thin Kyo replied, "Being a couple is tough." "Why would you say that? I want to be a fan of you two as a couple. I didn't expect you to pour cold water on the idea like that." A few days later, at the filming location for the third episode of the show Runaway, while the others haven't arrived yet, practice lines with me. "Oh, all right." Dinjon was also enthusiastically helping Thin Kyo run through her lines. Just then, Tam Tuan Wai approached. "Hello, little sister. Why are you here so early? This is the movie you're about to film with Hokai, isn't it? Why are you making a movie with my rival?" Seeing him arrive, Dinjon seemed pleased. "Ah, the fair weather friend arrives. You're right on time. Help me practice lines with Thin Kyo." "Oh, okay. Tam Tuan Wai also picked up a script, glanced through it, and quickly slipped into character. He delivered a few lines according to the script, then looked at Thin Kyo, who still appeared bewildered. "Hey, buddy, why aren't you continuing the scene?" She retorted, "You read my lines, so what am I supposed to act? That's some way to help, that is." Finally, the workday came to an end, and Luke Chu-duong called again. "Sister Thin Kyo, where are you? I just finished filming Runaway. I'm at home resting now." "Oh, you're back already? So, did the couple I'm shipping meet today?" "The couple you're shipping has already been personally torn apart by the main party involved." "Oh my goodness. Why would that happen? The couple I ship hasn't even had any sweet moments yet. Boo-hoo." "Huh, why are you so heartbroken?" "Before, it wasn't easy for me to find commemorative photos from Hokai's tour, and then they were lost by a shipper. Don't cry anymore. Let me give you another album." Very quickly, Luke Chu-duong received the album filled with Hokai's photos and posted on social media. "Receive this as a gift. I'm so happy." Soon, numerous comments flooded in. "These are photos taken by Fukso Y, and they look even better than the printed versions." Fukso Y commented, "Sorry, sisters, I'm not selling them. I only printed them as keepsakes. If you'd like one for the idol's birthday, I will select 500 people to gift them to. The requirement is that you must be a genuine fan." And so, very quickly, she prepared 500 albums containing photos of the idol, arranging them in a box. As she was organizing them, she was startled by the sound of Hokai's voice. "What are you doing there?" Hearing her idol's call, she felt faint and nearly stumbled. But fortunately, he reached her just in time to steady her. "Hokai, why are you here?" "I came looking for you to practice lines." "What is it that you're doing?" "Ah, just tidying up some things." Curious, Hokai also picked one up to have a look. The moment he opened it, he saw exceptionally captured photographs of himself on stage. Busted by her idol, Thin Kyo flushed with embarrassment. She explained, "These are gifts I prepared to give to your fans." She wanted to step forward and snatch the album back, but Hokai playfully teased her, refusing to hand it over. She tried grabbing it repeatedly, but to no avail. He said, "Stop fighting over it. Do you want this album?" "Absolutely not. I made this for the fans. I can't possibly give it to you." They worked hard voting in the super topic, and with that, she decisively retrieved the album. Hokai didn't try to take it from her again. He quickly took out his phone and then went on to the super topic to vote for himself. Just as he finished voting, Thin Kyo's phone also rang. What was this? Hokai voting for himself in the super topic. The fans started commenting wildly again. "Boo-hoo, sorry mama. We didn't work hard enough letting our baby vote for himself online." He asked, "Now, do I qualify to have that notebook? Do you need me to share the post too?" All right, that's enough. I'll give it all to you. Everything is yours. Go sit on the chair. Let me go make coffee." Just then, on the table, Thin Kyo's phone chimed with a message notification from Luke Chu-duong. "Why do I get the feeling Hokai voting for himself is related to you? Is the couple I'm shipping finally giving us sweet moments? Tell me quickly, please. Main characters, don't sink your own ship." Hokai read the entire message, thinking inwardly, "Oh, someone wants to sink the ship, huh?" Thin Kyo finished making the coffee and brought it out. "Here, drink this." She startled, panicked upon seeing her phone on the table, and quickly snatched it away. Hokai asked, "Aren't you going to reply to the message?" No. You came here to rehearse lines. Let's rehearse together. All right, I'll let you off the hook for now. Hokai asked, "How far have you rehearsed?" "I've reached scene 67, but I haven't finished reading it yet." He also skimmed through to scene 67, then gave a mischievous smile before saying, "Oh, scene 67, is it? All right, let's try rehearsing this scene then." Upon hearing this, Fangirl felt embarrassed, sitting still with shyness. The two quickly picked up their scripts and got into character. Hokai spoke, "Captain Ya, whose car did you just step out of?" "Whose car I got out of is none of your business." Hokai continued acting, completely immersed in his role, stepping closer to her. "You're dressed so nicely today. Were you on a date?" Captain Ye replied, "There are so many cases at the station, I don't have time." "So why did you reject me, only to go on a date with another man?" I need to go home now. Please move aside." He gripped her hand tightly, saying, "Move." "Nieching, I waited here for you all night. Why are you treating me like this? Don't you think that's unfair?" Pushed against the wall, she stammered, "Hua Luke Sin. What are you trying to do?" Hokai pressed her against the wall, saying, "Do? Isn't it obvious? Why does this rehearsal feel so real?" Fangirl blushed, unsure what to do, but Hokai couldn't wait any longer, and just kissed her. Kissed by my idol again." She quickly pushed him away. "Wait, let me see the next line." She looked for a moment, then said, "All right, I've read it. Let's continue." However, when she turned back, Hokai was nowhere to be seen. He was already sitting on the sofa, saying, "That's enough rehearsal for now. Let's go eat. Do you have mixed noodles?" "Ah, yes, let me go cook." Fangirl, happy as could be, quickly went to cook, muttering to herself as she cooked, "Something seems off here." The next day, Hong Sam magazine featured the photos and interview from Fangirl's previous session. "This issue is selling really well. I barely managed to buy a copy." Her answer, "Fangirling isn't a foolish thing," had gone viral. Now everyone was calling her the national representative of the Fangirling Association. Fangirl also took the magazine out to look at her pictures again and again. Dinjon added, "Also, the first episode of Runaway has aired, and the ratings soared. You and Tam Tuan Wise suddenly have a bunch of couple fans." Fangirl felt helpless. Who wants to be shipped with him? They even came up with a couple name for you too. They even came up with a couple name, the horse-seeking couple. The moment this couple name appeared, fans from both sides erupted, screaming and cursing at each other furiously. Luke Chiu Duong couldn't accept it. "What horse-seeking couple? I object," Fangirl declared. "If you're so brave, post it using your official account." "Oh, I wouldn't dare." Nat Kyo chimed in, Kyo, I admire you. Getting paired with Antoine Y? What's that about? I want to lean on you. Let's be a couple." Trung Tom cried tears of joy. "Have you finally climbed down from that crooked Hokai tree? Truly worth celebrating." "You're the crooked tree," Fangirl retorted. "This is infuriating." After chatting with her friends, Fangirl let out a sigh of relief. For now, only her idol hadn't come to hold her accountable yet. She looked at her phone, thinking about Hokai. Doesn't he care who I'm paired with? Or is he waiting for me to take the initiative and admit my mistake? Fine then. Right now, I'll write an 800-word self-criticism report explaining everything clearly. Hokai, at this moment, was in the recording studio, having just finished the final take. Everyone worked hard. As soon as the recording finished, he picked up his phone to check it and saw Fangirl's message. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been paired as a couple with your rival. All the mistakes are mine." After reading the message, he called her back. "Did you read my self-criticism report?" "I read it. So what do you think?" "Your handwriting is quite nice." Huh. I was forced into this. I didn't want to be paired as a couple with him at all." "Then who do you want to be paired with?" "I don't want to be paired with anyone. I swear, I will definitely keep myself pure and stay far away from couple rumors." Hokai felt helpless. Is she pretending, or is she really this dense? "Hokai, are you still angry?" Hokai let out a long sigh and said, "Forget it. I'm not angry." Fangirl instantly brightened like a flower. Then I have motivation for my performance tonight." "What are you performing?" "The semi-finals of Starlight Youth." "Are you planning to sing or dance?" "I'm playing the drums." "Oh, you know how to play the drums too." "I studied drums for 3 years. However, this is my first time on a live broadcast stage. What if I make a mistake and drag down the contestant?" "No, You always complete your work very well. This time will be the same. Will you come to watch? I'll come. So you have to try your best to put on a good show, okay? After hanging up, Thin Kyo fell back into a happy daydream. Idol is so warm. With his encouragement, I will definitely succeed. And so, the day of the Starlight Youth performance arrived. Little Kyo, don't worry. Let's cooperate. We'll definitely cause an explosion. Thin Kyo tried to reassure herself. It's okay. I can definitely do this. Don't panic. Just then, Hokai walked over and gently ruffled her hair. Why does your face look so worried? Oh, why are you here? Seeing her idol, Thin Kyo immediately regained her spirits. Hokai looked at her, gently patted her head again, and then gave her a little push towards the stage. He stood backstage, watching with immense pride as she prepared to perform. On stage, the contestant was performing with great enthusiasm, yet many comments were popping up. Where's Thin Kyo? Thin Kyo, backstage, readied herself by the drums. Supremely confident, she picked up her drumsticks and began her part of the performance. The moment they heard Thin Kyo's drumming join the contestants' music, the comments exploded again. She's so cool. She's amazing. Finally, the performance concluded. Congratulations to contestant number 9 for advancing to the next round. Thank you to Thin Kyo for bringing us an incredibly unique performance. Thin Kyo turned to the contestant. Number 9, you were amazing. High on excitement, she flourished her drumsticks with impressive flair. Somehow, in her flourish, a drumstick flew up and smacked her right on the head. The online community commented, "Haha, how embarrassing." 1 second she was cool, the next second she was utterly embarrassed. It suits Thin Kyo's style, so cute. After the semi-final live broadcast ended, Thin Kyo returned to the waiting room, but didn't see Hokai anywhere. Seeing her looking around, Dinjon asked, "Who are you looking for?" No one." Internally, she lamented, "The live stream lasted an hour. That's too long." "He's very busy. He must have left already." Dinjon noticed her phone ringing and said, "Your phone's ringing. Answer it." As soon as she picked up the phone, she saw a call from beloved husband. Thin Kyo's eyes lit up again, hearts fluttering around her head. Hokai is calling. The moment she answered, Hokai praised her. "You played the drums very well. Where are you? Have you left already? I'm waiting for you in the underground parking lot. I'll come down right away. Shall I drive you home?" Quick as a flash, she got into Hokai's car. Dinjon said to Fwang Bak, "Are you sure she's just chasing her idol?" "Well, now I'm not so sure anymore." Hokai drove her home. Thin Kyo was still floating on cloud 9. "I was too bold, actually daring to ask my idol to drive me home. When did you learn to play the drums?" "I learned during university." "Oh, shoot, I forgot. I'm Thin Kyo now. You said it wasn't bad. For the next concert, you could be my special guest." Thin Kyo quickly waved her hands. "Oh my god, no way. I haven't played in a very long time, so I'm quite rusty." Better not. She just had to think about being boycotted by Hokai's fans to feel intimidated. "If I really went, I probably wouldn't survive." Right. When you came today, you weren't spotted by anyone, were you?" "Why? If you were spotted, there would be nonsensical news. Don't come anymore in the future. Just calling is fine." Before she could finish her sentence, Hokai braked sharply, causing her to fall backward. Ouch. Just a moment ago, Idol was so gentle. Why did he suddenly become fierce? Arriving in front of Thin Kyo's house, Hokai said, "I won't walk you up." "Okay," she thought silently. Could it be that Idol is still angry about me being shipped with others? She tugged at Hokai's hand, then with teary eyes said, "Hokai, don't be angry anymore, okay?" Hokai was once again moved and flustered by her appearance. He felt helpless. "Really, I'm powerless against you." "All right, I'm not angry. Let me walk you up." Thank you." Right. Don't forget to wear sunglasses." Hokai had already prepared, putting on a hat. "I know. I won't let anyone find out." After dropping Thin Kyo off safely at home, he also returned to his own house, lying down while reading the news. Today, news about Thin Kyo also appeared on the hot search. Hokai read it and chuckled, this silly girl. He scrolled and saw a post from the fan couple page for him and Thin Kyo named Victory. What nonsense fine horse couple. The Victory couple is the true king. He thought to himself, winning victory, so that's what it means. So, very quickly, satisfied, he liked the couple's post. It turned out the owner of the Victory fan couple page was Luke Chiu Duong. She sent a message asking, "Why did you like it? Are you on the Victory side?" "That's right." "Whoa, good heavens, I thought I was the only one on social media supporting the Victory side. This is so exciting." Hokai, using his burner account to gather information with fans, found it interesting. He asked, "Which pair do you follow?" Of course, I love the victory couple. A few days later, the filming for episode 4 of the show Escape also began. At the airport, fans were currently cheering wildly, some even holding signs supporting the Find Horse couple. Tam Tuan Y was overjoyed to see fans supporting this couple, while his own fans screamed, "Don't smile at those shippers." Fuang Chi laughed. "Fans of both of you followed you to the airport." Tam Tuan Y boasted, "Impressive, right?" On the plane, Thin Kyo said, "Sister Lacton, help me read the script, please." After reading it, Lacton remarked, "This script has so many kiss scenes. Have you ever been in love?" At the mention of love, Thin Kyo blushed. "I haven't. Kiss scenes aren't easy to act, and I don't know the male lead's personality either." Mentioning Hoke Hai, Thin Kyo's eyes lit up again, flowers blooming in her mind. "His personality is very good. He's kind, considerate, and very talented." Tam Tuan Y couldn't stand listening anymore and stood up. "Hey, buddy, praising my rival right in front of me like that? You really have no conscience. If one day both he and I fell into the water, who would you save?" "What are you talking about?" "Of course, I'd save your rival and push you down." "Hey, buddy, why are you so cruel?" Lacton watched the two youngsters bickering and smiled. It's good to be young. And so, the plane finally landed. Episode 4 of the show Escape began. Attention everyone, today we have 2 guests. Remember to complete the escape journey together. Our first guest is actress Duong Deep, and the second guest is none other than our famous idol, Hoke Hai. The moment she saw Hoke Hai, Thin Kyo was mesmerized again. "Oh my god, why is Idol here?" Tam Tuan Y felt helpless. "What kind of prediction is this? I feel like my buddy is about to push me into the lake." The PD announced, "Let's start the draw. Everyone who draws the same color will form a team." Before drawing, Thin Kyo prayed frantically. Definitely must not draw Hoke Hai. Definitely must not draw Tam Tuan Y. Absolutely must not burden Idol. After the prayers, everyone began to draw lots. After the draw, everyone was paired up, looking quite satisfied. Thin Kyo, however, was paired with her idol. She didn't know whether to be happy or sad. The PD smiled. "Very well. Purple team, please come forward to receive your life point cards and mission papers." Tam Tuan Y said, "Purple team doesn't sound good. Tu Jia and I want to be called the Miracle Combo. So we're the Sako Combo." "Huh? What's that? Are you serious?" Tan Lak said, "We are the Lak Duong Combo. Royal Aura, unchanged for 5 years." Nice name. Tam Tuan Y said, "Buddy, let me name your team." Before he could finish, Hoke Hai interrupted, "Victory. We'll name our team Victory." Hearing him, Thin Kyo was startled and bewildered. "Huh? Wait, oh my heavens, does he know something?" With the team settled, everyone got into costume and entered the film set to begin shooting. This week's theme was Apocalypse. Each group needed to make one of 2 choices. First, save the Earth and ensure everyone's survival. Second, find a spaceship to carry 2 people away from Earth, preserving the human bloodline. Hoke Hai asked, "Which one do you want to choose? Fight until the very end, or live and die together?" Very quickly, they confirmed their choice. Escape Earth, save humanity. The announcement flashed again. Mission locked. Please note, among the 8 people, one has a different identity. Everyone else, be careful. The 2 began to walk around, scouting the area. After walking for a while, they suddenly stopped somewhere that made Thin Kyo's jaw drop. "What? Why is the mannequin moving? Why are you over there? Come here." No, staying right there is fine. It's better to keep a proper distance from your idol." A playful smirk touched his lips. "Oh, do you want me to come over and personally invite you?" "All right then, I'm coming right over." They continued walking together on and on, seeing Thin Kyo glancing nervously left and right, her eyes wide with panic. Hoke Hai mused silently, "Is she always this frightened every time we film? How did she manage to get through the previous recording sessions then?" He asked aloud, "Do you like watching superhero movies? Some superhero films probably have scenes shot in places just like this." At the mention of superhero movies, Thin Kyo's spirits lifted visibly. "Really? Our mission is to save the Earth. That feels like being a superhero too. Let's head up high and see if anyone's there. Let's go." Just as the 2 advanced, they spotted a large crowd of zombies up ahead. Thin Kyo was utterly terrified. "Hoke Hai, that looked a bit scary over there." "It's fake," he soothed. "They're just extras." He gently patted her head, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid. I'm here with you." Receiving such care from her idol, coupled with his words that seemed to infuse her with strength, Thin Kyo's spirits soared once more. Being on the same team as him feels so reassuring. Hee. Just then, a notification sounded. Player mutation initiated. Mutation progress, 10%. But this announcement was delivered privately through Thin Kyo's earpiece alone. Hearing it, she froze, bewildered. Huh? Wait, am I the only spy among the 8 of us? While she was still reeling, unsure what to do, Hokai said, "Stay close to me. The filming crew might set up a lot of scares along the way to frighten us." Thin Kyo thought anxiously. When my mutation reaches 100%, will I turn into a zombie? If so, will I become his enemy? The zombies ahead sensed their approach and stirred aggressively. Quick as lightning, Hokai grabbed Thin Kyo's hand, pulling her into a run to escape the pursuing swarm, dense as ants. But the horde of zombies behind them was immense. At that moment, a notification blared. Warning, if you're caught by the zombies, they will pose a serious threat to your life. After running for a while, they reached a supermarket. Together, they ducked inside, using everything they could find to barricade the door. Hokai, beads of sweat on his brow, asked, "Are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine. Right now, my idol is doing everything he can to protect me," she thought fiercely. "Even if I really turn into a zombie later, I must protect him and ensure his safety." Outside, the zombies continued to pound relentlessly on the door, determined to break it down. Inside, Hokai was rummaging through the supplies, searching for something useful. After a moment, he found a fire extinguisher. He explained, "If the door breaks, I'll use this spray on them. You take the chance to run outside, and if you encounter any zombies, just use this fire extinguisher to spray them." "What about you?" she asked, worried. "I run faster than you. I'll catch up." Very quickly, moments later, the zombies smashed through the door. The two of them, one wielding a spray bottle, the other the fire extinguisher, frantically sprayed at the encroaching horde. Just then, Tam Tuan Wai and Kai Jia Hu advanced, holding a flaming torch aloft. "Brother, sister, we've come to save you." As soon as they saw the flames, the zombies instantly recoiled to the side, allowing the two newcomers to step inside. Hokai asked, "Are the zombies outside all gone?" "That's right," Kai Jia Hu confirmed. How did you two get here?" Kai Jia Hu explained, "We found a torch in the building opposite, and Brother Tam Wai had a lighter on him, so we lit it and ran over here to rescue people." Tam Tuan Wai beamed. "Well now, my brother, I've been loyal enough, haven't I? Want to form an alliance?" Thin Kyo replied coldly, "No need. We're not fated. Your mission is to escape Earth. You're not on the same path as us." Tam Tuan Wai couldn't believe it, utterly shocked. "How could you change like this?" "Look, she's so cold," Kai Jia Hu remarked. "She's always been cold to you, hasn't she? What's changed?" The four quickly advanced towards the fountain ahead. Tam Tuan Wai's eyes lit up. "Look, this is a wishing fountain." He quickly tossed a coin in, making a wish. "I want a spaceship to leave Earth." The other three watched Tam Tuan Wai making his wish, feeling helpless as they looked on, while Tam Tuan Wai still hadn't finished wishing. After praying for a long time without any spaceship appearing, Tam Tuan Wai frantically searched for his coin again. "I knew it. The production team wouldn't be kind enough. Give me back my money." Just then, a coin fell right at Thin Kyo's feet. She bent down, picked it up, and held it. "Is this the wishing coin prepared by the show?" Quite perceptive. At that moment, a private message came through Thin Kyo's earpiece. "Player's mutation progress, 20%. Just as the announcement finished, the streetlights went out. Thin Kyo panicked. "Where's your torch? Light the fire, quickly." Kai Jia Hu said, "Dropped it in the water earlier." Hokai quickly grabbed Thin Kyo's hand, shining his flashlight. "I'm here, don't be afraid." Thin Kyo felt helpless. "Can't even hold a torch properly? What's wrong with you two? Why didn't you just fall into the water yourselves?" The pitch-black night was, naturally, the perfect time for the zombies. They frantically surrounded the players, swarming like ants. Another announcement came. Players are surrounded by zombies. Lives are in grave danger. Hokai pulled Thin Kyo up, saying, "Let's get higher first." The zombies seemed to only shuffle around. The two stood high above, looking down at the zombie horde. Heavens, why are there more and more zombies? The four were now in a fighting stance, watching the zombies frantically climbing up. "Good grief, there are too many of them. What should we do? We have 100 life points. Let's risk it and charge out." So we split up and run. Without waiting for Thin Kyo's agreement, Tam Tuan Wai pushed her towards the zombies. After struggling for a while, they managed to escape the ant-like swarm of zombies. Thin Kyo, furious, screamed, "Tam Tuan Wai, no time to waste." Hokai grabbed her hand. "Run quickly." The four swiftly moved forward, fleeing the zombies. Just then, an announcement came. Hokai's life points, 54. Fin Kyo's life points, 68. After running for a while, they stopped. This far should be safe, right? She said, let's not waste life points. If we just stay up high, they can't reach us. The director team can't just keep narrating us if we don't do anything. There'd be no content to broadcast. The director, seeing her cleverness, grew annoyed. Truly a loophole in the show. Increase her mutation speed. And so, an announcement came for Fin Kyo. Player's mutation progress, 30%. Hearing this, Fin Kyo shook her head. I hear nothing. I hear nothing. Just then, the surroundings trembled as if struck by an earthquake. The four of them held hands. Losing their footing, lacking any leverage, they simply plunged forward, hitting the ground with a thud. Fin Kyo received another private notification. Player's life points decreased. Mutation speed is 50%. If it reaches 100%, you will permanently become a zombie. Seeing her stunned expression, Hokai remarked, there's something wrong with Tam Tuan Y. It felt like he deliberately pushed us down. Fin Kyo thought silently, but I'm the actual spy. After walking a bit further, they spotted Tang Min waving his hand. I'm over here. Finally found teammates. Fuang Chi was swarmed by zombies right after entering. Her life points are 0 now. Tang Min's own life point stood at 77. Fin Kyo questioned. She died instantly. So why do you still have life points? Did you use her to block the zombies? Little Kyo, how could you think of me like that? Let's form an alliance. Before they could agree, Hokai startled, seeing a large horde of zombies approaching from behind. Among them, Fuang Chi, already transformed into a zombie. Look, they're chasing us. Let's quickly get into the tall building. Fuang Chi, fully embracing her role, cried out, Tang Min, stop right there. I must bite you to death. The program organizers announced again, Ruby is not allowed to speak. Tang Min quickly dashed towards the building ahead and slammed the door shut. Fin Kyo shouted, what are you doing? Open the door. Let us hide too. Tang Min retorted, from the moment you ambushed me, I knew you weren't a good person. Hokai advised, forget it. Let's not bother with him. Let's go somewhere else. Swiftly, they entered a dim, gloomy room. Outside, the horde of zombies frantically tried to break in. Fin Kyo asked Fuang Chi, did Tang Min cause her death? Fuang Chi, having turned into a zombie and unable to speak, could only nod tearfully. Fin Kyo fumed. Why do some people insist on harming their teammates? Suddenly remembering something, her eyes widened and she rummaged through her bag, pulling out the coin she had picked up earlier. She stared intently at the pattern on the wishing coin, thinking this pattern is a bit strange. Could it be that the one person with a different identity among the 8 isn't a zombie? But she glanced towards Hokai, pondering, a human? Connecting the events and reasoning through it, she was shocked. The production team's trap is truly insidious, making everyone turn on each other like this. Even if a zombie stops mutating and survives, what's the point? Only a surviving human has the chance to save the Earth. So who could this sole human be? Another private notification arrived. Player's mutation speed is 60%. My time is running out. She spoke to Hokai. Your microphone. Did you receive any system notifications? No. Fin Kyo felt a surge of joy. Really? That's wonderful. My idol wouldn't lie to me. He's human. Actually, Before she could finish, Tam Tuan Y called out, brother, we meet again. That voice. She quickly stepped in front of Hokai protectively. Don't come any closer, brother. What are you doing? Found a new teammate and forgotten your old brother who went through life and death with you? Cut the nonsense. Where's little Gia? We got separated while escaping at the fountain. What? I thought you had already dealt with him. Now I suspect you're the spy. Why suspect me? I just used fire to save you too. The two began to bicker intensely. I suspect Hokai is the spy. I didn't ask you to save my life. We could have escaped on our own without you. Lacton, having just arrived, looked bewildered seeing the two arguing heatedly. I found you guys, but why are you fighting? Fin Kyo was now wary of everyone. Another one, she murmured, then told Hokai. We need to stay away from them. Kyo, what's wrong? Fin Kyo stood protectively in front of Hokai, asking, Lacton, where is Duong? Deep. Just now we were surrounded inside the shopping center. You got trapped inside. I was the only one who managed to escape. Just as expected, everyone deals with their teammates first. The program's traps are truly vicious. Lacton muttered, then addressed Tam Tuan Y. Our mission is to save Earth. Let's go together, brother. You have to trust me. Fin Kyo remained extremely vigilant, still shielding Hokai. Nobody comes near. Hokai looked confused. Fin Kyo, what is it? Finally, left with no choice, Thin Kyo revealed the truth. Everyone listen to me. We've all been deceived by the program organizers. Among the 8 of us, it's not just one mutated person, but 7. What? What the hell? Is this how they run the game? She continued. The mission is to save the people of Earth, meaning we must protect the single surviving human. But those who want to escape Earth must kill the human to become mutated. So Lacton, let's each stay on our own side. As she finished speaking, both she and Lacton grabbed Tam Tuan Y. Hey, brother Lacton, you two can't do this. An announcement followed. Player Tam Tuan Y has died. Hoke Hai, are you the only human? I suppose so. Since I didn't receive any system notification, it must be me. Just then, Tang Min, who had witnessed the entire conversation from behind, quickly approached. So if I take care of Hoke Hai, I can get on the spaceship. However, Hoke Hai reacted swiftly, dodging the attack. Lacton quickly pulled Tang Min back, shouting, Thin Kyo, Hoke Hai. He also chose the spaceship. I'll hold him back. You two run. Lacton, why are you breaking the rules like this? Lacton struggled to restrain Tang Min, yelling, You two, hurry and run. The pair fled the scene. While running, Hoke Hai asked, Thin Kyo, how did you know all this? I found clues on the wishing coins at the fountain. Then let's go back to the fountain. Maybe those wishing coins hold the secret to saving Earth. Okay. Just then, Thin Kyo received a private notification. Player's mutation progress, 80%. Returning to the fountain. The two frantically searched for coins. They searched and searched but found nothing. Thin Kyo received another private notification. Player's mutation progress, 90%. Hoke Hai asked, Thin Kyo, what's wrong? Knowing she was about to turn into a zombie, Thin Kyo's eyes welled up with tears. Hoke Hai, I'm going to die soon. Hoke Hai, who was searching for coins, froze, then looked at her and asked, What do you mean you're going to die soon? The system just notified me. My mutation progress is 90%. I'm about to become a zombie. Hearing her words, Hoke Hai paused for a few seconds, then said, Then, let's stop searching. Hearing him say that, Thin Kyo felt a powerful surge of emotion, but quickly regained her composure. No, we have to keep searching. After I die, there'll be no one left to protect you. So we absolutely must find a way for you to survive. The horde of zombies drew ever closer to them. It's clearly just a script. I know it's fake, so why does it feel sad? Boo-hoo. Hoke Hai held her hand, saying, Let's not search anymore. He pulled her closer, held her tightly and gently, then stroked her head and continued, Let's die together. Just at that critical moment, as the zombies dashed towards them for the fight, an announcement came. Player mutation progress halted. Humans embracing mutated players save the nation with love. Mission to save Earth successful. Upon hearing the announcement, Thin Kyo beamed with joy. We won. That's wonderful. We really won. Congratulations to the winning team for achieving the final victory. And so, a day of filming concluded and everyone got on the bus to head home. Exhausted from filming, Thin Kyo nodded off while sitting on the bus. Hoke Hai saw her sleeping like that and moved closer to support her. He watched her sleeping, looking incredibly docile and adorable, finding himself unconsciously staring intently at her for a long while. With such beauty before him, yet unable to do anything, he could only kiss her hair, then let her lean against his shoulder to continue sleeping. After a long drive, they finally arrived. Thin Kyo, wake up. We've arrived at the hotel. Thin Kyo groggily opened her eyes, taking a few seconds before looking sideways and seeing Hoke Hai. Oh dear, did I fall asleep? Did I drool on your shoulder? You can check. Thin Kyo sighed in relief. Phew, thankfully no. Hoke Hai stroked her head, reminding her, Go back to the hotel and get some good sleep, okay? I have to head to the airport now. Is your schedule that tight? Yes. You rest well, okay? See you back on set. In a coffee shop, people were chatting. Did you guys watch the Escape show today? Of course I watched it. The show is great. I didn't expect Thin Kyo to be so smart. Who said she was bad at studies? Her mind is sharp and quick. I support the Finding Horrors couple, Speaking of which, Tam Tuan Y really made the production team collapse, didn't he? Luke Chu Duong listened to their conversation, then picked up her phone to text Thin Kyo. You're really famous lately, sis. Everyone's talking about you everywhere. Yes, I've been so busy lately. No time for anything. If you're busy, my Hoke Hai is busy too. He hasn't even posted on Weibo. It's like he vanished. Sister Kyo, have you seen brother Hoke Hai recently? I haven't seen my husband lately. Thin Kyo sighed. Boo-hoo, we mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are both pitiful. Tell me, do you think I should call Hokai? Call him right away. The winning couple commands you to call immediately. Hang up. Fin Kyo stared thoughtfully at her phone, looking at the contact name she had saved for Hokai, husband, lost in thought. She really wanted to call. She just needed to muster the courage. Just then, Hokai had landed and immediately answered his phone. Hokai, it's me. I've been so busy lately, I didn't have time to call you. You're not upset with me, are you? Not at all. I know you went to Paris for the show a few days ago. Yes. Next week I'm busy with 2 entertainment shows that are wrapping up. Yes. I'm at the airport now, heading back. Really? I have time tonight. Let's have dinner together. I want to eat mixed noodles. Fin Kyo's eyes lit up. All right, I'll cook noodles and wait for you. After hanging up, Hokai said, take my luggage back first. I have something to do. Let me drive myself. Xiao Jian watched Hokai leave, curious. Is the boss in love or something? Luke Bao remarked. Of course, he prefers playing paparazzi at home instead of doing his job as an assistant. Meanwhile, Fin Kyo was eagerly waiting to welcome her husband home, wholeheartedly preparing the mixed noodles her idol loved. Hearing a knock, Fin Kyo joyfully rushed to open the door. As the door swung open, she froze for about 5 seconds. Whoa, idol, where did your hair go? Hokai remained perfectly composed. My dance partner in the new song has short hair, so I changed my hairstyle. Fin Kyo just kept staring at Hokai, mesmerized and speechless. He asked, what's wrong? Not used to the short hair. Oh no, not at all. Come in, come in. Let me get back to the kitchen and finish the noodles. Fin Kyo's mind was floating on cloud 9, lost in a daze. Short hair looks insanely good. I could stare at it forever without blinking. Finally, the noodles were ready. Hee hee, Hokai, the noodles are done. Hokai was sitting on the sofa, watching the 3rd episode of the survival show Escape, themed around survival on a deserted island. He suggested, let's eat while watching. This show really works up an appetite. Fin Kyo grew curious too. I wonder how my episode turned out. Just as the program started, it showed her vomiting, then rambling incoherently with a group of different species, and even stumbling unsteadily before falling flat on the ground. Watching it became unbearable. She buried her head in her hands, collapsing. This is so embarrassing. Hokai watched her on the TV show, noticing how she wasn't focused on the mission but just wanted to sunbathe and sleep, finding it incredibly cute. He turned to look at the real her, who was now mortified, covering her face and sobbing. Boo-hoo. Hokai, please stop watching. It's interesting. Why shouldn't I watch? Hokai continued eating his noodles, completely engrossed in the show, not pausing for a second. Participating in this show was fun, wasn't it? I didn't have fun. Oh no, wait, Tam Tuan Y's about to appear next. I can't let idols see this. She quickly suggested, let's practice our lines. No, I want to watch the show. Don't watch anymore. Don't watch. Before she could block his view, he swiftly pulled her into an embrace, then settled her onto his lap. Be a good girl and sit here watch with me, okay? Fin Kyo felt her heart flutter again. Because of him, boo-hoo. Just then, the TV broadcasted the scene where Tam Tuan Y and Fin Kyo interacted, which was quite amusing. As a result, fans enthusiastically supported them, even shipping the Finding Horse couple. Seeing the situation wasn't good, Fin Kyo nervously tried to crawl away. He doesn't see me. He doesn't see me. Stop, Hokai commanded. When he said stop, Fin Kyo immediately dared not crawl any further. Hokai continued, come here quickly. Do you remember the self-criticism report from last time? What happens if you repeat the offense? Break your legs, but I was forced this time. You can't blame me for this. Even so, it can't be overlooked, Fin Kyo pouted. I gave you that notebook the other day, cooked mixed noodles for you, and even let your studio use my image freely. Hokai tapped her head. Now, you've learned how to bargain with me, huh? Fin Kyo smiled. Hokai, you're not angry? Looking at Hokai's expression, it was truly impossible to tell what he was thinking. She tugged at his hand. Please don't be angry, okay? I only ever like you. Oh heavens, whose daughter is this? With such an adorable smile? Looking at this, who could possibly stay angry? Hokai, too, felt a powerful tremor in his heart. He forced himself to turn away. All right, I really have to go now. There's a lot to do tomorrow morning, Fin Kyo said. If you have time after you get back, go online and post something on Weibo, okay? Everyone misses you a lot. I know. Okay, be careful on your way then. Sleep well, bye-bye. You sleep well too. Go to bed early. Hokai quickly stepped out of Fin Kyo's house. By now, The night had grown late. Hokai looked up at the sky, taking everything in. The late night had turned cold, feeling as though winter was approaching. Yet why did his heart feel so warm? Outside, her fans had already gathered, holding up signs, cheering enthusiastically, wishing Kyo a smooth start to filming. Kyo, travel safely. Kyo, keep fighting. Kyo is the best. One by one, the fans came up to shake her hand. These young fangirls, each bearing sincere affection, earnestly advised her. Sister Kyo, on the film set, apart from filming, you must keep your distance from Hokai to avoid any scandals, okay? That's right. Little Kyo, our fighting power can only handle one top-tier celebrity's fandom. If it's two, we really can't manage. She smiled awkwardly, reassuring her fans. I know. Thank you all for your hard work. Very quickly, Kyo and her team arrived at the film set. Kyo, wait until you've settled in. Then I'll introduce you to the crew members. You don't need to be afraid. Just then, nearby, a group of bodyguards was escorting a star over. A bodyguard arrogantly shouted, "Move aside, move aside." As the actress walked past, she accidentally bumped into Kyo. Ouch, who is that? Don't you have eyes? This insolent person was named Dong, playing the role of a third-tier female star, the supporting actress in the series Fearless. She pulled down her sunglasses, and upon recognizing thin Kyo, she sneered. I wonder who it was. Turns out it's the currently trending little Kyo. No wonder you're blocking my way. Faced with this attack, she remained calm, a sharp smile playing on her lips as she retorted firmly. That's right. It must be tough for Senior to have to play a supporting role for me in the film. Senior, please try your best to act well. Lam Dong watched resentfully as she walked away. Oof. This is infuriating. After stowing her luggage, Kyo went to Photon's place and knocked on the door. Fo, it's me, Kyo. Hearing the knock, Photon came out to open the door. Kyo, hello. She beamed, her eyes crinkling as she greeted him back. Long time no see. Did you miss me? Photon, this time, was playing the role of the criminal police officer Luong Tuc, also the male supporting lead in Fearless. He chuckled, urging Kyo inside to talk. Lam Dong glanced back, muttering under her breath. What kind of morals are these? Photon looked at her, stroking his chin as he inquired teasingly. Are you happy filming with Hokai this time? She blushed shyly. Not just happy, but very happy. Photon seized the opportunity to tease further. I've read the script. There's even a kiss scene in it. Kyo immediately tried to clarify. Hey, I'm not that kind of person. He patted her shoulder and then offered sincere encouragement. This is the first film after you sign the contract, so try your best. If there's anything you can't handle, remember to find me. Kyo was touched. Okay. That evening, the director organized a commencement banquet for the Fearless film crew. Everyone was present, except for Hokai. The director raised a champagne glass enthusiastically, saying, "The success of this film relies on all of you." Lam Dong smiled, reminding director Wong not to propose a toast just yet. Isn't it true that our male lead hasn't arrived yet? Seeing this woman constantly fawning over her idol, Kyo's face wrinkled with displeasure. The director chuckled heartily, saying, "He'll be here a bit later. Let's eat first." When the servers brought the food, Kyo noticed something amiss. It was because every single dish on the table contained eggplant. She stared, her eyes feeling like they might pop out. Why is it all eggplant? Lam Dong, kindly serve her some food. Little Kyo, hurry and try some. I specifically told the kitchen to make dishes with eggplant. Kyo fumed internally. So this is your good deed, huh? The woman even adopted a provocative tone. Why aren't you eating? Have I offended you? Kyo swallowed her anger, putting on an understanding facade as she stood up and bowed her head. Not at all. It must be because I was insensible and offended you, Senior, in some way. From now on, I will take care of Senior's meals within the film crew as an apology. If I have any shortcomings in the future, I hope everyone will be tolerant. I toast everyone with this glass. Saying this, she tilted her head back and downed the drink in one go. Photon worriedly reached out to stop her. Kyo, that's enough. Just then, Hokai also arrived. Apologies, everyone. I had some matters to attend to, so I'm late. He calmly walked to the seat beside her and sat down. Noticing the empty glass on the table, he was startled. She drank alcohol? Seeing this, he pretended, busy all day, haven't eaten yet. I'll order some more food. A steaming bowl of hot soup was quickly brought out by a server. He pushed it towards her, mouthing the words silently. He told her, "You just drank alcohol. Have some soup to warm your stomach, okay?" She heard him and was stunned, but quickly took it, her face brimming with a smile. "Hey, my idol is so warm." By the time dinner ended, she was tipsy. Her whole body swayed, unable to stand steadily. Just as she was about to fall, he quickly ran over and caught her. The assistant asked with concern, Kyo, did you drink?" "It's fine. I only had one glass." Hokai said lightly, "You two continue eating. I'll take her back." Fwang Bok and Dan Fai exchanged glances as if understanding something. They murmured, "Oh," in unison. He supported her on the way back, then fumbled for the room card and opened the door. Her face flushed red as she kept saying, "Hokai, I'm not drunk." He carefully helped her take off her shoes. Afterward, he meticulously pulled the blanket up for her. All right, you're not drunk. If I were really drunk, I would definitely kiss you." Hearing this, he asked, puzzled, "Why do you have to be drunk to kiss?" She smiled and snapped her fingers. "Alcohol. Alcohol makes one bolder." Hokai smiled gently, reaching out his hand. Kyo, you are drunk." His warm hand touched her cheek, causing her heart to beat erratically. "I'm not." He leaned in close, looking at her and whispering, "No, you really are drunk." Then, seizing the opportunity, he gave her a deep, passionate kiss. Early the next morning, Dan Fai brought a bowl of porridge for her. Kyo, eat some porridge." She took it and asked while eating, "Did you bring me back last night?" But the next sentence caused the spoon in her hand to fall with a clatter. "No, it was Hokai who brought you back." At that moment, images from the previous night suddenly flashed through her mind. She blushed, held her head, worried. "I didn't do anything too outrageous last night, did I?" Dan Fai smiled. "Only you would know that." After eating and tidying herself up, she quickly made her way to the film set where shooting would commence today. Both waved to the fans who had come to show their support. The cameraman called out loudly, "Hokai, Thin Kyo, stand a little closer, look this way." But upon hearing this, some fans immediately became upset, shouting, "Don't stand too close." Kyo sighed, unsure of what to do. Just then, he deliberately moved closer towards her, smiling and waving to the fans below. Lam Don Dong, standing off to the side, watched with simmering jealousy. Seeing everyone keeping their distance from her, she ground her teeth in frustration, thinking, "This positioning makes me look like a mere passerby." Noon arrived quickly. Over here, the film crew cheerfully called out, "Everyone's worked hard. Time for lunch." Lam Don Dong was about to leave when Kyo raised a hand to stop her. "Senior, don't be in such a hurry." Kyo smiled brightly, presenting the lunchbox in her hand. "I promised to treat Senior to 3 months of meals. I prepared today's already. Here, Senior, don't be polite." The assistant director standing behind overheard and chimed in. "Little Dong is quite fortunate. Just arrived and already receiving special care." Lam Don Dong could only accept it resentfully. As soon as she looked into the lunch tray, her face fell. Kyo continued smiling, speaking gently. "These are all dishes that Senior likes." But, fearing the drama wasn't quite compelling enough, she walked over to the assistant director. "From now on, there's no need to prepare a lunchbox for Senior. I'll take care of it." The assistant, not thinking much of it, immediately agreed. "All right, little Kyo is so thoughtful." Hokai, who was eating, had to turn his head to look. Understanding her true intentions, he could only offer a faint smile. He had to admit, his little kid never let herself be disadvantaged. After eating and resting for about 30 minutes, the next scene began filming. The director yelled, "Action!" Kyo and Fo Tu Tan immediately got into character. Behind her, Fo Tu Tan, playing Liang Shu, a criminal police officer, grabbed her arm, saying, "Captain Nya, calm down. This is a courthouse." She immersed herself, beginning her acting career. "Let go. Today, I must go in and see the faces of those collaborators. But this is just the preliminary verdict. We can appeal. We can't let that lawyer get the upper hand right now." She agreed, I know my limits. Let go of my hand." Fo Tu Tan released her hand with a look of resignation. "Everyone says that lawyer isn't easy to deal with. Let me go test him." The scene quickly concluded there. Fo Tu Tan praised her. "Your acting skills have improved so much in the past 6 months. You succeeded on the very first take." She demurred shyly. "It's all thanks to Teacher Man's excellent teaching." The director instructed, "Later, the media will visit the set. Everyone, don't be nervous, just act normally." Thin Kyo, Hokai, prepare for the next scene. Before they started filming, the director even gave Kyo dedicated guidance. Look here, later you'll glare at him angrily like this, then strike him with your elbow. Kyo nodded in understanding. Got it. The director looked at Hokai and asked hesitantly, is it okay to hit for real? Hokai replied without hesitation, yes. Satisfied, the director shouted, all right, everyone in position. Kyo felt a bit pressured and let out a sharp breath. She tried to calm herself. Acting with my idol really is a bit nerve-wracking. Understanding her state, he walked over to encourage her. Relax a little. I saw your performance just now. It was very good. Just keep it up. Just act according to how you felt before. Once both had adjusted their states, the director called out, ready, action. He pushed up his glasses and said, Officer Nya, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. She pushed forward, blocking his path. Su Lusheng, you stop right there. Then decisively struck him hard. Lost in the role, Kyo couldn't control her strength. Hokai was shoved forcefully against the wall with a loud thud. Worry mixed with guilt washed over her. Hokai, are you hurt? The director immediately yelled. Cut. What happened? Did you hit the wall? Hokai rubbed his head and replied, I'm fine. I just lost my footing. Let's go again. The director nodded. All right, action. Now worried, Kyo no longer dared to use much force. The director, seeing it wasn't quite right, shouted, Cut. Kyo, your movement isn't right. It's too gentle. After that, countless calls of cut echoed relentlessly. Cut. Kyo, don't be afraid to act. Be more decisive with your movements. Again, Hokai knew she was worried about him and gently advised, it doesn't hurt, so you don't need to be afraid. It's okay. Under pressure, she sighed, I know. All right, prepare. Action. Captain, yeah, I advise you, it's best not to use violence against a lawyer. They had barely gotten this far when the director yelled again, Cut. Kyo, your gaze is wrong. Where's the fury? Where's the hatred? Cut. Kyo, are you trying to scratch an itch for him? How many times do I have to say it? Use some force. After numerous cuts, the director's patience wore thin. Annoyed, he pointed a finger, speaking with frustration. Cut. The posture is wrong. Cut. The expression is wrong. Cut. The force is wrong. Cut. Nothing is right. Let's do it one last time. Thin Kyo gathered all her strength for this final take. But due to extreme tension, she lost her balance again and started to fall. Hokai swiftly reached out and caught her. The director was practically boiling with rage. Cut. Thin Kyo. Hokai quickly employed a tactic to provoke her determination. He frowned and said loudly, Thin Kyo, can you actually do this or not? If you can't, let's switch actors. Seeing his anger, she became flustered and blurted out, Husband, don't be angry. I can do it. Her words left the entire film set frozen. Hello, husband? Since when were they married? The whole crowd erupted into a frenzy, shouting and filming nonstop. Hokai's secret marriage? What kind of shocking news is this? Kyo realized the catastrophe she had caused and clamped her hand over her mouth. Oh no, I always say handsome husband in front of his picture every day. So, in a moment of panic, it slipped out. What am I going to do? Kyo's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, unable to look at anyone. Hokai spoke up for her. Director Wong, let's film this scene tomorrow. Let Kyo rest first. Xiao Dan, please have a word with the reporters over there. Tell them to stop filming. Director Wong, though displeased, couldn't do anything else. He then thoughtfully escorted her all the way to the car. Looking at her, he gently advised, I'll go handle the situation. You head back to the hotel and rest first. Her expression was somewhat evasive, still flustered from her earlier slip of the tongue. Yes, I understand. The moment the car wheels started turning, she burst into tears, wailing, Boo-hoo, this fan is done for. I'm finished. What am I going to do? Dan Fai had no choice but to call her superior. Kyo called Hokai husband of the film set. The entire crew and the visiting reporters all heard it. The manager on the other end spoke in a panic. Thin Kyo, when did she get married? Why haven't I heard anything about this? Kyo tearfully explained, sob, I don't have anyone. I'm single. The director, standing nearby, was extremely annoyed. Stop yelling, both of you. Quickly think of a solution. This must have already hit the hot search. Hokai returned to the filming hall, only to be swarmed by reporters. He calmly stated, regarding today's events on set, I ask that you all please be lenient in your articles. When I have free time, I will arrange a private interview session for everyone. Hearing this, the reporters were overjoyed and agreed. Definitely Definitely, we won't write anything reckless. They whispered among themselves. Not reckless, no, but we'll definitely write the truth. Dan Phi, walking behind, worriedly said, "It can't be hidden. There are too many people here. Should I have the studio prepare a clarification statement?" Hokai immediately stopped her. "No need." He added anxiously, "Clarifying now would be like slapping Thin Kyo in the face." Hearing this, Dan Phi stomped her foot in frustration. "Then what should we do? In any case, we can't let people think you're really secretly married." Hokai ignored her and went to explain to Director Wong. Kyo and I often rehearse together privately. We're used to teasing each other like that." Director Wong chuckled. "I told you. How could little Hai get married without inviting me?" Hokai deftly changed the subject. "Director Wong, let's shoot all my individual scenes first." This news quickly exploded online, becoming a massive hit. Everywhere, the search keywords were top star secretly married, top star secretly married, partner is the previously entangled female celebrity. Within the fan community, some are floored by the news. Conversely, others were ecstatic, waving flags and cheering. The victory faction triumphs. A glorious victory. After seeing the news, Kyo anxiously said, "Contact Hokai's studio. Tell them to post a clarification." Dan Phi shrugged. "I contacted them long ago. They said they won't post anything." Guilt flooded Kyo's heart. Things had reached this point, and the trouble was all her fault. "I'll have to solve it myself then. I absolutely cannot cause any more major trouble for my idol." She sighed. "No more acting. Time to reveal my hand." Thin Kyo immediately posted a status update. "Well, I'm a long-time fan. You guys understand, right?" This news quickly shot to the second spot on the hot search. Thin Kyo, long-time fan. The fan community erupted in discussion once more. What? Thin Kyo is actually a Hai Kwang's sister. In the previous Hong San interview, Kyo stood up for fans, proving she really stands her idol. No wonder she disliked Tam Tuan Wai so much on Runaway. Turns out it wasn't just for show effect, but because he's the rival. Oh, why do I feel so hurt? Someone sharp even posted a photo from Hokai's concert. "Sisters, look, does the Hai Kwang I captured that day look like Thin Kyo? Wow, she actually openly attended her idol's concert and sat right among us. Thin Kyo is so bold. I yield in admiration." The person who received Thin Kyo's photo the other day also chimed in. "I remember now. At the airport previously, a sister gave me a signed photo of Brother Hai. She seemed to look like this. Could it really have been Thin Kyo?" Thin Kyo's own fan group furiously typed away. "The idol we stand actually stands her idol even harder than we do. Truly, utmost respect." Some disagreed and immediately unfollowed, but the majority supported Kyo. "I like her for her gentleness and courage. This love won't change just because of who she's a fan of." Exactly. We have the right to stan idols. Why can't she? Standing an idol isn't a bad thing. I'll never unfollow. Me neither. Amidst the boiling controversy, a clip posted by the Victory faction instantly captured the attention of countless people. People quickly listed all her good points. Her affection shown in the 24 Hours Living Together program. This is the dish you like most. Even her courage during Starlight Youth. I disagree because he plagiarized Hokai's song Cold Wind. And her genuine emotions revealed during the Hong San interview. I feel that fans and idols share a relationship where they warm each other, growing together. She used her quiet gentleness to protect him, the one shining brightly. The fan community, deeply moved, declared she was truly too adorable. Over here, the Victory faction, seeing the situation turn positive, cheered wildly. The clip I secretly edited today finally has a chance to be posted publicly for everyone. Isn't that just absolutely fantastic?